to other worlds is all
Hello,
that anyone
YouTube.
seems to be writing about these
Alright,
days.
so, I just minimized my chat by accident.
Goodness knows,
The concept for the stream is very simple.
world.
Let me get the pinned message in the YouTube chat too now. I got the form all made. Copy my link. So, it'll be a form if you have a YI build, but the idea is pretty simple. I think that on most players' accounts, I don't think, I'm not going to be silly, like, obviously not every account is the same, right? But I think on most players' accounts, if you have currently a 4-piece YI build, and I'm talking specifically like 4-piece Shadows, like the new, obviously, it's the best 4-piece set for YI, right? The set that increases stellar conduct damage and gives 2-piece attack and gives crit rate, right? Like, that's crit rate, and then stellar damage bonus is a kind of equivalent to EM, although it's not exactly equivalent to EM for YI, which is a minor but still part of the reason that 2-piece can be more competitive for YI. And then, you know, it's like a good set for YI, for stellar YI. But I have found, and I've been pretty confident that I think there's a very, very good chance most people who currently have 4-piece Shadows, and I'm not saying they'll never get a better 4-piece build, right? But it's kind of a question of like how much, like relative to like your substat quality and your 2-piece, how much resin would you kind of expect to have to spend before you get a better 2-piece build? And for what it's worth, I have literally the best 2-piece build on Akasha. I'm not kidding. It is the best one. I checked the other day, and unless someone else changed their build from one of their 4-piece, but I'd like rank 170. It was 169 actually last I checked on a 2-piece build on her Sig. And this was the best 2-piece build on Akasha. Now, Akasha is balanced around having Cryo Resonance up in a Sandrone team. I plan to play Yai in teams where I might not have Cryo Resonance up, so it is a factor, to be clear. It should be, depending on how you use Yai and what teams you use there in the future. Like, say if you're using Yai in a Sino team, for example, Sino, Odette, Yai, Chi-Chi, I don't know, right? That team with an Electro on-fielder constantly applying Electro and then Yai applying Electro probably doesn't have Superconduct up, and this is why it's really dumb that Akasha, frankly, doesn't have a leaderboard for a non-Superconduct assumption, in my opinion. I think the other leaderboard website, that's a community-run website I mentioned a few times on stream, Hexen Circle, also only has a Cryo Resonance EI leaderboard. But I kind of expect in the future she will have a on that site because it's community ran, so someone will go like it's not even going to be that hard, right? Like it's not going to require completely redoing her leaderboards. It just like change some minor settings in GC Sim for the baseline assumptions for the team, and then bam, you get a different result for the leaderboards. So, anyways, her stellar hits pretty much never have Cryo Resonance. I mean, yeah, there's that problem too potentially. So, anyways. My point is, I'm using Akasha today as the like standard measuring stick to evaluate things by. And the Cryo Resonance assumption does affect things significantly. Like, I'm going to be building around Cryo Resonance. But, and like, right now, I think in Sandrone's new best team with like Escoffier, so, you know, in a week here, Odette, Sandrone, Escoffier, Yai, that is a team I believe will have Cryo Resonance up, right? But whether or not she will for you, is my point, is up in the air. Whether she does right now is up in the air. Is this Yai specific or for a specific character? It's for Yai specific because Yai is the one I'm most confident for. And I myself have, you know, played Yai since her release. I've collected some constellations over time. While I've used plenty of 4-piece builds in the past, almost always in the past, I felt Yai 2-piece was better. The surprise to me this patch came when I was like, I finished farming for the Superconduct build, and I have good Superconduct artifacts. Like, I have good enough pieces. Like, I have whack-ass... Not that one. I have wackadoodle artifacts, like this one with 20 crit rate. like, I have good Superconduct pieces. I got, you know, this one I crafted and thankfully rolled well. Like, a little bit low roll values, right? But the same goblet between both builds. Like, the goblet's ridiculous. And then, like, the circlet is great, too. Like... It's not perfect. And yes, I accidentally selected flat attack instead of attack percent. Print and that wasn't there. But like, regardless, for a crafted piece, it still rolled well, right? Having 3 good rolls and it being a 4-liner is more important than anything. It's just a little dumb that I actually selected flat attack, because that means like if I wanted to reroll with the like decree reshape or something, it would be bad. But I don't need to. It's good enough, right? But my 4P super nut build is not better than my 2pc2pc. In fact, it's not even close, which is kind of crazy considering like the crit value is actually about the same between the builds. Although again, I do think because of my weird 20% crit rate piece, part of the reason for that is again not having any cryo resonance leaderboards, so that's like just how my artifacts rolled. So it might be that in practice, with the way I end up using Yai on my account, with doing more like a main DPS Yai thing, that my artifacts and Super Nook set do actually beat out my 2pc2pc build. But that's something I'll have to test in practice for how I'm going to use Yai, which is in a slightly different way than how you might be using Yai, right? So fundamentally though, I have a very, very good 2pc2pc Yai. And if cryo resonance is up, this is a 98% crit rate build. That compared to the super nut build, it has slightly less attack. Or sorry, it has not slightly less. It has significantly more attack and significantly more base EM. Which matters for like Yai's EM conversion passive, because Yai is still doing meaningful normal talent damage, right? With her baseline skill talent. Like her damage isn't 100% stellar damage, right? So that extra value for converting EM to damage bonus matters, especially because that EM stat also still, it does the normal thing that EM does, where EM turns into reaction damage bonus, right? If you click on your details page, you can see 215 EM. If I click on that, it says it increases lunar crystallize and stellar conduct by 58%. That's 58% stellar bonus, right? So the 4-piece artifact set giving, 40% stellar bonus is equivalent to, like a under 200 EM, like 150-ish EM probably. Although the exact percentage of bonus it gives depends on how much EM you currently have potentially. But the amount of bonus you get from EM changes depending on how much EM you currently have. The stellar damage bonus, but EM gets converted to stellar damage bonus in the formula, right? That's what EM is. It's reaction damage bonus. So anyways, whenever you see reaction damage bonus in an artifact set, it is the same as EM functionally. They are the same stat as far as how the game calculates the damage, but they aren't the same stat when it comes to a passive like Yai, because Yai, converts EM to normal electro damage bonus. Or sorry, skill damage bonus technically, not electro damage bonus. And basically this means she has increased damage, a little bit of increased damage from EM that is not just the typical gains, only reaction damage bonus, because that's normally the sticking point for EM, is like EM doesn't benefit your hits that don't do reaction damage, but it uplifts your reaction hits more in exchange for not uplifting your non-reaction hits. That's the balance of EM. But then a passive like this tilts the balance more into EM's favor. And like it's always been balanced such that like even pre-stellar Yai, this basically just increased the value of EM stats. It didn't, and then it made it more compelling to do an EM timepiece, but didn't necessarily make it optimal to do an EM timepiece. And it's kind of exactly the same thing with stellar Yai still. But the point is, it's like surprising how little has changed, I guess, with her build with stellar Yai, where I still feel that 2pc2pc is likely to be better. And the reason for this is just there's a shit ton of 2pc attack and 2pc EM sets in the game. And Wanderer's Troop and Gladiator being one of the default ones that you farm if you played the game for a while and you level a bunch of characters, you have a lot of Wanderer's Troop and Gladiator's artifacts, maybe some that you just haven't leveled yet, kind of thing. And then we've had plenty of different 2-piece attack percent sets and plenty of different 2-piece EM sets, especially recently in the last year. So if you spent a lot of time in non-cryo domains in this last year, chances are you were actually getting better 2-pieces. And then a weird effect happens, like let's say you are farming for 4-piece Yai. Well, if you're farming 4-piece of this for Yai, and let's ignore if you also need this set for like Sandrone, if you're farming just for Yai, well, when farming the 4-piece of this set, you're also increasing, you can cause a situation where you might still have a 2-piece that becomes better over time by farming a 4-piece set, because this set can also be a relevant 2-piece. Obviously, 2-piece attack is good for her. So if you have another 2-piece set, in some other set in the game, plus you are farming this, and you have like a really good 2-piece of this, but then your other 2-pieces in this aren't as good, like in farming for the 4-piece set, you can also get a better 2-piece set, right? So like, there's a lot of weird compounding factors, basically, that the number of accounts that I think are in a situation where they wouldn't have a 2-piece set. This is my theory in my mind, right? I want to log into accounts today in order to test this theory of mine, right? And I'm putting a little bit of money on the line. So like any account I log into, hopefully you win either way, right? Hopefully I improve your build and your EI, or you get a Welkin if I feel like I can't improve the build, right? So is 2pc2p's EI best in slot? No, on a spreadsheet level it's fucking not. Because a spreadsheet assumption level pretends we live in a neutral universe, that we get a default set of artifacts that all have exactly the same substats. But the fact of the matter is, you get more total 2pc2p's artifacts over time that are relevant for Yai than you are likely to spend in this. But there's two different types of accounts that I see not having the ability to have a better 2pc2p's Yai that are the most likely to, right? One of them is the account like that hyper invests onto like one unit. So like if someone started an account 2 years ago, which is like not a super old account, so they wouldn't necessarily have a ton of characters that leveled up in the last 2 years, but like they hyper invested into specifically fucking Natlan units, right? Well, guess what domains they were farming? They were farming the Natlan domains, right? That account, if they spent like 1.5 years of resin in just the freaking Natlan domains, that's all artifact sets that aren't relevant for 2pci, and they also probably weren't farming that many of like new characters in general for the getting gladiators or wonders troop artifacts. They probably weren't strong boxing for those sets either. So basically, for that kind of account, there's probably no reality where 2pc2p's is relevant on Yai. That's a pretty hyper-specific scenario, right? Someone that like hyper-invested in and spent a ton of resin in a very limited set of domains that aren't good 2p's options for Yai. And then there's the like people who just like spend an insane amount of resin, like resin refreshers. I think like the more resin you spend in this domain specifically, like if you've already somehow spent, since this has been out, I don't know, how much resin could you have spent if you were a resin refresher? Let's do a quick check. We're gonna ignore fragiles, right? Because obviously people can save like 200 fragiles or something. Let's just do like resin refreshing, which is about 3 times the resin you can get daily. Let's say you spent all your resin the last 2 patches. That's 12 weeks. Yeah, 12 weeks times 7 days a week, obviously, times 180 resin per day. It's 15,000 resin times 4. If you can get, well, I'll do times like 3.5 because I think that's actually closer to what it is. But it's a little bit under 60,000 resin. So if there's a fucking resin refreshers account that has spent 60,000 resin in this domain, you know, and they do that a lot for different 4P sets, especially, it's probably going to be less likely that I have a better 2pc2p's too, right? So, anyways, but like if anyone's doing any part of like reasonable resource management, and this is stuff you passively will do over time if you're just like a relatively normal player who's like getting new characters over time, and you're not just hyper focused on a very narrow thing, right? Like my Polearm only account I'm only pulling Polearm characters, so I hyper focus on those units. That is an account where 4Ps is basically always better. If it is better on a spreadsheet level, I can get to the point where it is better for me to use it than a 2p's build, right? Even with that account being 4 years old. Because it has a very narrow slice of characters it focuses on, and like I can easily justify spending 50,000 plus resin in one artifact domain. But for any normal player who's pulling whatever character that interests you, and then you're switching artifact domains and switching leveling up different things at different times, like you're not spending 50 to 100,000 resin in domains regularly, right? And you should wind up in a situation where the longer time goes on, the more likely it is that I believe you will have a better 2p's build for someone like Yai. And this stuff can apply to other units too. Maybe in the future, depending on how this goes, I will do this concept for any character. I'm focusing on Yai because I'm more confident for Yai, and I'm more used to building things for Yai at this point. But Sandrone is not that different from Yai, being that we're kind of like, again, for simplicity, we're going to assume like we're going to use Akasha as the measuring stick. Like your current Akasha rank with your 4Ps build, right? So anyone who submits to the forum, by the way, oh, did I not pin my fucking message in YouTube? Whoops. My bad. Here, let me, oh no, it is pinned. I just didn't, oh, it was there. I'm just blind. For anyone that submits to it, if, you know, I'm not gonna force you to stay with the 2p's build, by the way, and I'm not setting any rule for myself like I can't use a piece that's currently on someone else, because I'm not gonna let you waffle with me like, oh, I was using that piece on my Chi-Chi I wanted to keep it on my Chi-Chi. You can still keep it on your Chi-Chi. I'm not forcing you to use it on Yai. But, like, if I find a better 2-piece build, that's the point. That's the point of the experiment, right? And, like, you know. So I'm not drawing a line saying it's not going to be worth it for you to farm the 4-piece eventually for her or anything. I just think with... Right now, it kind of seems like a lot of teams where you're going to consider using Stellar Yai in. There are multiple units that seem relevant to put on this set, right? And, like, you can check, like, if Sandrone has a better 2-piece too, but, like, realistically, you probably put Sandrone on this set, you put your best artifacts for this on Sandrone, and then you put 2-piece on Yai. It's, like, the solution for most people. If you're not playing Sandrone, I think you could also more strongly consider maybe putting a set on, say, Traveler, right? Cryo Traveler. If you're doing, say, Cryo Traveler Odette Yai in the future. Ultimately, whether or not you want to do that is up to you, because maybe, you know, you do have a better 4-piece build for Yai, but that's what we're checking, right? Do you even have a better 4-piece build than your 2-piece build? So, yeah. Anyways, fine TCs are ignoring her regular electro damage. I don't think they're ignoring it necessarily, but it depends on what kind of TC they are. It really does. So, anyways, Actually, I never even double checked. Is Akasha even... I'm sure the Hex and Circle board is. Oops, I went to the wrong freaking window. God damn it. Let me check 1 second. Is my YouTube chat updating? Or... No, it's not. Okay, I thought no one was commenting. Still check the Yai build even if you don't have her. I mean, I can't submit to Akasha to do the measuring if you don't have the character. And I'm not gonna go to the... It's too tedious, I'm sorry, to go to, like, put something in a damage calculator and check that way. It's just not worth the time. I mean, maybe I could have set up a spreadsheet, I guess, that was doing my own calc, where I could just input the stats, right? And that wouldn't be that tedious, I guess. But I didn't set that up. Again, we're using Akasha as the measuring stick, so you have to have Yai. I'm sorry. Yes, I do really hope Yai reruns on an actual real banner, not the freaking scam that is the Chronicle banner. But, yeah. A pretty good 4-piece gilded. Is it worth switching? I mean, 4-piece gilded, in theory, if you have a good enough 4-piece gilded, it's just a better 2-piece, right? It gives you more stats than 2-piece. It's not fundamentally different from how this set for Stellar Yai can give you more valuable stats than a 2-piece, right? Like, it can be better on a baseline level of assuming the same subset quality. But you can still submit to the form, and with a 4-piece Gilded Dreams. It's going to be probably easier for me to beat a 4-piece Gilded Dreams build, though, than it is to beat this build. Or maybe not, because maybe you spent 100,000 resin in Gilded Dreams. If you have an insanely good Gilded Dreams build, it's not necessarily going to be easier. Because that's the difference, is like people haven't as much time to farm this set versus the Gilded Dreams. So, you know. Anyways, I mean, my Yai is top 1%. You can still submit. I don't care. There's no line. There's no line for me. If you have a 4-piece Yai build, it's top 1%. I'm down. I'll still see if I can try to do better. I'm very down. If the fucking #1 Yai submitted that in my form on a 4-piece build, I would still be down to see if I can improve their build on a 2-piece. I'm not kidding. Like, I don't think it's impossible that the person that has #1 Yai on 4-piece, that I think there is a possibility they could actually have a better combination of substats still. I haven't looked at the #1 Yai, I guess. I can go vibe check that quick. Also, I need to spend my resin before I forget and overcap for the whole day. Oops, that's Enka. That's not Akasha. That's polearms only. Yeah, she's still ranked 169. Yay. Show leaderboards. Alright. This is the #1 Yai. I mean, they have no... This is just an insanely high CV flower. Having attack percent and EM in the flower could be a meaningful difference maker. They basically have that perfect piece for there. So what I'm looking at here, that's interesting, that I want to point out, is what I'm talking about, where I think what this account situation would be, is I think it's possible I could beat out this 4-piece build. depending on what other goblets they have, maybe this might be their best goblet still. It probably there's a good chance it is since it's an off piece, I suppose. But then I can stick to the current two piece, right? So either stick to the circlet and the feather, or stick to like the feather and the timepiece probably, and then do a better flower and a better circlet maybe. And this account is probably a resin refreshing account. I don't know for sure. But with this insanely high substat of a 4-piece build already, it gives me the vibe of a resin refreshing account, right? The point is like, I think there's actually a chance I could log on to the #1 Yai account and still get a better 2-piece build, right? I'm less confident, to be clear, with an account that has probably spent a lot more resin than Domain, but I still think there's a possibility. So I'd still be down. Is that flower 50 CV? Yes, it is. But it doesn't matter. It's the lowest, like, this is why you don't overvalue crit value, by the way. It's 50 CV, and it's the worst piece in the build. It's 50 CV and the worst piece in the build. Like, that's important to understand, that this timepiece is way better of a piece than this flower, by the way. It's way better. This 82 EM, not even technically 30 CV piece, is way better than this piece. Don't undervalue the other goddamn stats. Don't overvalue crit. This is why you shouldn't care about 50 CV as anything other than wow, I got the thing that's really rare. Like, it's cool to get it. They're fun, don't get me wrong. But, like, you don't need to, like, over-focus on it. I've seen a large amount of people, like, over-focus on, like, oh, I played Genshin for X amount of years and I don't have a 50. Like, one, that's statistically not abnormal, and also doesn't matter. Because chances are when you get a 50, it'll be something like this, where it's just got two shitty stats in conjunction with high CV, and it means it's not even necessarily better than the other options.
But alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
So, anyways. Will Debt be very good with Sandroni? Yeah, of course. Oh, good, I really don't want to farm this 4-piece domain anymore. Well, this is the stream for you. So, yeah, okay, good. So anyways, the thing we actually wanted to check here was, I wanted to see, I was pretty sure that Akasha did calc the baseline skill damage. So yeah, assuming 14 E hits, plus 7 E cleansing, plus 7 star conduct hits. Yep, okay. This is a pretty simple, like, Akasha usually does relatively simplified ways of calculating, like, damage. Like, it's not GC Sim. Hexen Circle will be a more... I encourage everyone to try to move over to Hexen Circle. Right now, the UI is not great. It needs to be improved, but it's improving fast. And, like, the general site is improving fast from having leaderboards added fast. It's community run and contributed to. So, if you search, like, Hexen Circle leaderboards, the website is, like, hexencircle.nenry, N-E-N-R.R. Sorry, fuck. Fuck me, they need to get a different URL. It's hexencircle.nenri, N-E-N-R-I.fr, French. So anyways, Hex doesn't have a delete leaderboard. Yeah, but like, it can eventually. There's no reason it can't. It doesn't rely on the whims of one person. Anyways, and they use GC Sim, which is just a lot better, frankly, for doing simulation of these things. So anyways. I'm top 1% in Akasha and top 13% in Hexen. Yeah. I think my Yai, like, well, the funny thing is there's, like, I don't know how many Yais there are, a lot, in the general leaderboard. There's 650,000. Like, you have a lot of Yais that are, like, not even competing because they haven't, like, been built for Stellar currently, right? One thing that the Hexen Circle website is considering that I think they should do is I think they should do a filtering function to, like, weed out problems like this, where, like, if people very clearly have their Yai build not around Stellar, it should probably just, like, not include them in the leaderboard. But I don't think that's a problem right now. I think it's just a problem that there's not that many people using the site. So you're only competing with, like, I don't know, 5,000 Yais, maybe more. And if you're only competing with 5,000 instead of 650,000, you know, the distribution of what top 3% means is very different, right? So, anyways, 10 million old Mikos, yeah, exactly. But yeah, and right now, because Hexen Circle is basically a niche leaderboard website that offers more utility than Akasha versus, like, the generic appeal of Akasha, yeah, I do think people that are more likely to have good builds are also using Akasha right now. Anyways.
Personally, I think
which, yeah, so multiple factors that make it make sense. We're not using Hexen Circle just because I think Akasha is a better UI for showing on stream. Is my primary logic. But anyways, and both of them require resonance anyways. It doesn't really matter fundamentally. I don't think there's any inherent issues other than like cry resonance versus non-cry resonance, but they both do that, so it's fine. So anyways, let's go do farming quick, and then we will choose our first account. We'll get straight into it. How many submissions do I have? Because if... Oops, I didn't give her this gun. If there is a lot of submissions, there's 23. Okay, I guess I will do random selection. I wasn't sure if there was going to be like only like 5 submissions. If there's only 5 submissions, I probably just would have gone in order. Knowing myself, I'm going to spend probably more time than necessary on the account, but we'll see how long. Hopefully I can get through like 10 accounts or more, but we'll see. Also, just to save us time, maybe I'll do one on stream just so I can prove I'm not lying or whatever. But to save time, because it's going to take time to like purchase the Welkins, if I do have to end up purchasing Welkins, maybe I won't have to purchase any, right? I'm fairly confident I might get away with this stream with not spending a single dime, okay? And that's not because I think I'll spend 3 hours on one account. But I think if I do end up having to give out Welkins because I can't find a better 2-piece build, that's fine. I'm just going to jot down the UID in my notepad and I'll do the Welkin after the stream, just so we don't have to spend like several minutes that could be used logging into a new account, right? Just to do a purchase, right? So anyways. Plus I need to connect to a VPN if I want to save a couple dollars when doing it, which means I need to log into their account with a VPN on, which I can't do while streaming. So anyways. Can you free me from this domain, by the way? I really want to be free from this domain. Please, give me the double crit feather today. Also, there's Leylands today. Make sure I don't flub out with that. How much prison do I have? Okay, it's fine. I didn't mean to do that. Guess we're starting with no energy. See how long Dia takes to get her energy back from 0. It'll be fine. There we go. The benefits of 4-piece emblem, I suppose.
Let's get it on.
Wow. What is that emote? Hello, Kale Arcana. TwitchCon hype. I see. Who is that streamer? Am I supposed to recognize that streamer in the icon? I feel like her face is vaguely familiar, but I definitely don't watch her. Alright, I'm not interested in the Welkin. I'd be happy to get some feedback on my yeah, that's the idea. It's just fun to log into people's accounts, see what the build's at. I'm sure there'll be funny things that I'll notice too that'll distract me for a second, but hopefully we'll stay relatively focused. I might have a better 2-piece, but those pieces are almost certainly on someone else right now, so I'll stay with 4-piece. Yeah, I mean, part of what we might be doing is like, I'm not just gonna be like, oh, well, I found a better 2-piece by stealing your Anefa and your, like, if I steal your best off pieces to make a better 2-piece, like, sure, that counts. But, like, if I do that, I'd at least like to see if I'm not completely fucking over your other builds. Like, for example, on my account, when I'm playing Yai, I'm willing to take my goblet that is on, like, my goblet on Yai is a perfect goblet for Anefa too. It's an onset attack goblet that's 50 CV. It's the only 50 CV on this account. And like, so if I'm playing Anefa, maybe I'll want to use that over using it on Yai. But like, if I'm playing Yai, I want to use it on Yai over Anefa, right? So I'm comfortable just swapping artifacts between, depending on who I feel I need a little bit more damage on, or just want a little bit more damage on, right? So it still counts in my opinion. Oh, I should. Whoops, I am already done, I guess. God damn it, man. Leyline bonus weeks are always so kind of boring, just because like, wait, I feel like I didn't get enough artifacts today. But I did. I got everything, and I got nothing. Oh well. Mora today, I guess. 7.3 million more. I should. I do Heroes Wits. Divide by 4. I have 300 of those. Probably, you know, I think I need both. So let's just go more. Okay. Straw box for extra gambit, maybe. I don't know. planning on upgrading pieces, I mean, like, I'll be looking at, because I feel like a lot of people are likely to have gladiators and Wanderer's Troop artifacts in particular that are not leveled that have the potential to be good. There's been a lot of accounts I logged into. It's just like, oh, there's a random like a perfect gladiators piece sitting there that's just never been leveled because people oftentimes are too focused on 4-piece sets, and they don't think about the fact that like, yeah, that gladiators piece that they got who knows how long ago. What are you doing over here, bro?
Let's get it on.
Could be their literal best artifact for their new character build, whether it be an on-set piece or an off-set piece, right? And you just forget about those pieces sometimes, so I don't know. I'm just saying, I logged into a lot of accounts where there's a really good Wanderer's Troop or Gladiators piece sitting there, unleveled for who knows how long, and yeah, if we have the resources to level it, I will level it. Now, if there's no resources to level it, and we can't even find any, we can't even scrounge for like an artifact that's worth throwing away to level it, you know, then I'm not going to count that as getting a better 2-piece build, even if that piece rolling a certain way is good enough to say it is a better 2-piece build. If I literally can't level it, then oh well, right? I guess I lose in that case. Someone wanted to be your friend? Oh, did someone do a friend request routine? Oh, sweet. Okay, sure, Parley. There we go. Add friend. There you go. Alright, I feel like the price of that is balanced well, by the way, because it doesn't get redeemed very often. Like, there's only a finite amount of friend slots. To be clear, if my friend slots fill up, I'll probably just start removing people from my friends list. Like people that are not active for a certain amount of time, right? Kind of thing. But for now, it doesn't matter. Alright. There we go. Okay. Also, I reserve the right. Sword long-term encounter points will be reset soon. Yeah. But why? What is it? I don't. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I forgot what I was saying. I don't know. Anyways. Do a stream called The Great Purge. Yeah. But when I reach 100, 200 on the friends list, I just delete everybody. Doesn't matter who you are. Zajeff, delete them. Mies, delete them. Delete everybody. No. Alright, you're gonna give me... I don't know what you're gonna give me. Nothing. That's what... Yeah. Okay. Should I even do emblem? You know what? Fuck emblem. I'm happy with my Dia build as it currently stands. What we want is, I don't know, tenacity. It seems like tenacity is going to continue to be relevant as hell artifact set for some reason. So, yeah. Mark my words, there's going to be reasons to use it a lot of times in stellar teams. Should claim my dailies. Okay. 2-piece attack and 2-piece EM or double attack? Either or. It can be 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack, or 2-piece EM, 2-piece attack. Most of the time, I think it is more likely that 2-piece EM, 2-piece attack will be the best combo. But attack, stat for stat, still tends to, it seems like, from my vibe, increase EI's damage a little bit more than... You can see this a little bit in the leaderboard websites, by the way. So if we go to... So my EI build is, you know, pretty close to perfect, but if we look at the substat priority, right? Right now you can see a attack percent roll, not a flat roll, would increase my ranking by 107 ranks, right? So we're talking an additional one, not like instead of another, which I don't even know if there... No, there is a way, because this feather is technically a 3-liner. So if this feather was a 4-liner and had an additional attack percent roll versus an additional EM roll, right? So attack percent is just below the value of crit damage. Crit rate is low because a crit rate roll would overcap. This, by the way, assumes max rolls, which is stupid. I really think it's a dumb assumption on a cautious part. Hexen Circle, by the way, assumes average rolls, which is what this should be done like, but whatever. So whereas a max EM roll will be a little bit worse than attack. So in theory, probably 2-piece attack is the best possible. But like EM versus attack is still really close to each other, generally speaking. And crit up to obviously having certain amounts of a balanced crit ratio too is going to be a little bit ahead. But for what it's worth, I initially had a Yai build that was about 100% crit rate, but then had like 270 or 80 crit damage, but then significantly lower attack and I think a little bit less EM. And that build was way worse than this build that had a bunch more attack percent. So like it was definitely a better build to swap out some crit stats for attack percent stats. I don't know exactly what the stat change was for total change, but it was significantly better to do that. So anyways, how much EM does the eye need? There's no need for EM to hit a particular amount. There's no need to hit a particular amount of any stat, generally speaking, in this game. Even when there's like character passives that say, like when characters have like a passive like Columbina gives extra increase to lunar damage, based on her HP. Oh shit. Bro, I never get it. I never get it. I don't think it's real, yo. I haven't seen it yet. I got 2 accounts and I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen the feather or the elixir. I think it's fake. Y'all lying to me. Excited about Cryo Traveler? I had a yap on Twitch the other day. By the other day, I think it was this yesterday? No, it was 2 days ago. I had a very short stream where like for an hour I basically yapped about how I disagree with the general community sentiment that like Cryo Traveler indicates like we're gonna have utterly insane power creep, because I don't think it seems likely that we're gonna have power creep as bad as these people think we are. I think we're gonna have power creep still, but like I don't think the power creep's gonna be any different. Like the worst part about the power creep is how bad it makes older characters feel to play, especially against the newer bosses that are pushing you to use the new characters, right? That's the fundamental problem with power creep in my mind. I don't think the existence of Cryo Traveler means we're gonna get teams that are so fucking broken that like Cryo Traveler is actually just gonna be a garbage character in the future. That's what it seems like people are assuming. So no, I'm excited for Cryo Traveler. I think it's going to be a very, very good thing for the game. And I feel like my guess is they learned their lesson from Nodcry, like the way they designed things didn't actually result in more sales. So now they're just designing things in less cringe ways because it might just result in more people being more happy with the game and spending more money. That's my theory. But I think Cryo Traveler is just a really good thing for the game, so I'm looking forward to them. We'll see. And it's also nice that you don't have to level up the freaking sword, by the way. It's just free to level. It's just free level 90. Like, thank God. Anyways, I guess it'll only take me a second. Let's go do poems only quick. Actually, let's go select our first account, and then I'll do poems only. Because I can do the poems only dailies while I wait for someone to DM me information. So let's see. Link to sheets. We got 29 submissions now. Login. Okay, copy the usernames. We'll go do a wheel spinner. Spin the wheel. Is this a loud one? I don't like this one. Spin. Wheel this. Wait, do I like this one? Maybe I do like the spin the wheel one. I guess that one's fine. Okay, anyways. I don't know why is the site laggy? Oh, what the hell? Laggy ass wheel. Alright. Whoops. How did that happen? Oh, people put their email. You didn't need to put your email in there, yo. Okay. I didn't. If you put your email in there, that's your fault. I'm sorry. You can go modify your freaking submission if you want. And I'll go delete the email if I can. 1 second. Oh, what the? How did I just? God damn it. I did not ask for your email. Alright. I asked for your username so I know who you are. I can be like, hey. Yeah, I'm just going to delete the at Gmail there that I saw. Is that the same submission? 1 second, I have to check. Yeah, it's the same submission. I see. Okay. There we go. Okay. I put my social and credit card, yeah. You're not on the list? Are you sure? You're on the list. I see you. You're right there, Lita. Anyways, okay. Stormbreaker. On YouTube. I'm gonna guess you're on YouTube. Hopefully they're still here. Maybe they left. No, you're not. Wait, that's your Twitch username. Why? Oh, do you like stream on Twitch and you're like, hey, go to my YouTube. I'm a Stormbreaker on YouTube. Is that why? Because I make YouTube. Okay, I guess. I should name myself Saluna on YouTube, maybe. I guess that's true. Fair. The Odette DPS numbers look compared to pre-7.0 top DPS teams. Like Odette teams, whether they be Mizuki, like Mizuki Stellar Swirl teams, or Super Induct with Cryo Traveler, this includes the Eye, and Sandrone, they're all like at or a little above Sandrone levels, or Derp, Zabai levels, Zabai premium levels. So that's currently what we're at. Is like they're intending new premium teams to be around Zabai DPS level. Clearly, that's how they're balancing things. It seems like. But it's important to understand that Cryo Traveler, Odette, Yai is essentially about the same as Sandrone, which I think is a very, very healthy thing for the game. Although if people were betting on Sandrone being someone that would carry them through Stellar meta, so they pulled Sandrone for like meta purposes rather than pulling Sandrone just because you like Sandrone. Look, I don't know what to tell you other than you can take that as a lesson to not pull main DPSs unless you like main DPSs for whatever reason. You should only pull a main DPS if you like the idea of playing them. Don't pull main DPSs because you think they're a value pull. Main DPSs are never the value pull. Especially lately. I pulled her because Syndra? That's a better reason than meta. So, yeah. But I don't know. As long as you didn't get baited. Oh, Stormbreaker, by the way. Let me know when you DM me. I forgot to say. So go DM me your login details. And I'll check. As soon as I'm done farming poems only, I'll check out your UID too. So we'll see. By the way, YouTube, you missed it because this happened, I think, yesterday. I now have a really weird situation where yesterday I leveled up Sino pieces. I got this circlet, which you might say, wow, that rolled bad. No, it didn't. With Sino on this artifact set, and by the way, he can't be used right now unless I allow the rule of Cryo Traveler can be on the team but not used on poems only, but we'll see how usable Sino becomes in the future. I might allow the rule of Cryo Traveler can be on the team to enable his fucking kit, which I think is fine. I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with that. Like, I won't use Cryo Traveler, but Cryo Traveler can be on the team to enable the kit. Same as, like, theater rules, where, like, I have to be able to even challenge theater at all. I have to allow that, right? So, where's Facecam? I didn't get it set up today because I don't have a good way to mount a camera. I'll try to figure it out. So, anyways, this is actually rolled fucking perfectly, I'm pretty sure, for what my Sino needs were. I'm not kidding. Like, other than, oh, the EM rolls weren't max rolls. Whoopie-doo, right? Then I rolled this goblet, which was also kind of perfect. And then I also rolled this feather over here, which is also kind of perfect in a sense, but only if Cryo Resonance exists. And on this account, I somewhat suspect Cryo Resonance won't exist, but it depends on what the Sarita does in the future. So I kind of have a fucking perfect build now, by the way. And yeah, so anyways, that's cool. So whenever I choose to allow Cryo Traveler as a rule, or when the Sarita comes out, Sino might have a cracked build. Because, you know, yeah. This Sandrone can fit so many EM rolls in it. Oh boy. If people do character reviews today, by the way, to not be too distracted by them, they're probably going to be like short and sweet character reviews. Sorry. So we'll do a quick look. Don't expect in-depth character reviews today. That's all. You can save your points if you don't want to redeem today. That seems like a very healthy Sandrone there. Nothing insane. Obviously, the goblet is relatable. I would be curious if this Sandrone had a better 2pc2pc build, because like your timepiece isn't insane, your goblet's not insane, such that you might be able to have a better 2pc2pc build. Just saying, it's worth a check. It's worth a check. That's my vibe. They probably keep the flower and feather, and then maybe like a 2-piece glad timepiece goblet situation, or a circlet, depending on your circlets. Obviously, that's a consideration too. Can I get attack percent for me for the life of me? Yeah. I DM'd you. All right, cool. We'll check it in just a second once I'm done here. Great. No, I didn't get any overloads. That's what I get for not. I don't know why I didn't activate Chungling. Who knows why? I just wanted to take 10 seconds longer for no reason at all.
Drop your weapons. There is no escape.
And that was really worth bursting. And please die, bro. Okay, maybe it was worth bursting. I have made a mistake. Alright. Alyosha can't? Alyosha can't what? Do you just have good artifacts for everyone? On polearms only? Yes. In a sense. It is... maybe this Saritz is a scalar of HP? I don't know, maybe... I don't know. No. No. I don't think there's a reality where it's relevant. But it... This is the part of me, by the way, the reason I'm waffling on keeping this is like, this is the part of me that's like, one, double crit, right? Ooh, shiny. But also like, ooh, stat value, HP scalar. But like HP scalars basically don't exist in polearms only. Especially for a set that has attack percent. It's a 3-liner. Like surely I have better off pieces than feathers, right? But maybe I don't, so I should still lock it. This is my like how like I keep any artifact that has a chance of being relevant. Even though I'm like pretty confident that one's not relevant for me on this account. Again, this account is weird though. Like if that was my main account, no qualms with locking it, frankly. I actually still would have qualms with locking it because I'm pretty sure I have better off pieces for feathers. Because that's never going to be a relevant onset for an HP scalar, but could be a relevant offset, but I don't know. You never know when like a piece like that max rolls every single roll into crit, and it's kind of just like great. You also have weird situations where like you should keep in mind that like just having high CV is not the end all be all. A lot of times, having weird different like flexibility in different combinations of stats to balance your stats differently. Because sometimes, right, you might have a character, especially with all these crit rate artifact sets nowadays, that you know you get to 100% crit rate relatively easily. And if that happens, it might be ideal that you have a weird artifact for your off piece that's like low in crit rate but heavy in crit damage. So if that piece right there, even if it has like less crit value than a different like 4-line off piece that I have in the account, maybe it rolls entirely crit damage, and just the nature of rolling entirely crit damage is enough to make a 3-line piece beat out a 4-line piece because it makes a much better balance of stats, right? So anyways, dooch. So I know disregarding the buffs and bursting the old way anyways. Yeah, long and short, like there's no reason to not burst on him if you have the energy for it. He's kind of weird now, like you don't want to have to constantly have a second, like it's not good. Like he has a downtime in his cooldown, right, for his 6-second thing. I think it's, yeah, he enters the pack sworn state for 6 seconds. You also don't get the attack speed, which is minor but significant, especially for how he feels to play. Like my god, he feels molasses for his attacks without doing his actual burst animation too. So yeah, there's various benefits to actually still doing a normal burst on him. His 6-second state thing is a very good feature. I think it's smart as a way to mitigate. Like they could easily do that for Raiden. Well, I don't know. Can you do it for Raiden? She doesn't really enter a state. I don't know. Anyways, it's not real. I'm sorry, it's not real. I've never seen it, yo. I have 2 accounts. And I've never seen it. It's not real. It's like I believe. I don't think people are lying, to be clear. But if I haven't seen it at all this patch on 2 accounts, it's a low enough frequency that it may as well not exist. It's like a cool bonus if you happen to get it, but you should never plan around assuming getting it. That's my vibe, is my opinion. Which means it's not real. If you can't plan around it as a consistent thing to get ever, it's not a real resource to get an elixir or a feather from that. So don't plan around deciding if you'll get a certain amount of rerolls or elixirs that patch based on getting those rewards. Chance gets higher the more you claim it. Apparently not for me. Anyways, I don't know. I'd like to know the actual stats for how that works. Maybe I'm just fucking unlucky there. I guess I deserve it in some form, but... Okay, let's log on to Stormbreaker's account. Let's see. Also, actually, real quick, let's check their thing. Yai. You currently have Yai on a 2-piece. Stormbreaker, did you listen to the concept of the stream? I mean, look, I'll still log in and see if I can improve your build, but the concept of the stream is beating a 4-piece build, not beating a 2-piece build. I'm pretty sure I can probably improve this 2-piece build. To be clear, the main reason for that is I don't think there's many situations where 2-piece EM is actually ideal. A better 2-piece. I mean, I can probably do a better 2-piece for what it's worth, particularly balanced around Stellar. So I'll still log on and do it. This is my warm up, yeah. But I wish to reiterate to anyone that the point of the stream is to compare to like a 4-piece build, not a 2-piece. Because a 2-piece here, like now we're just looking at a build like, is this incorrectly configured for Stellar? And the answer is yes. You should generally speaking only really consider one EM main stat. Like EM can be good enough as a main stat that you could consider it, but the exact value of the EM main stat versus attack main stat for either the attack timepiece EM timepiece or EM goblet, but the other one should be an attack if one of them's EM, is just depending on the weapon a little bit. It seems like Kagra's Verity, for example, in both because it gives skill damage bonus and stellar damage bonus, reduces the value, and it's probably higher base attack as a factor too. It seems to reduce the relative value of EM substats a little bit, and increase because of the fact that attack is doing a little bit more for her, right? Functionally. So with a lower base attack weapon, I think it's probably closer in similarity. I guess we should check what the ranking is at on Akasha for our starting point. Top 44%. Surely I can find something better. Oh boy, if I fail on this one. So again, the goal is just like, you know, compared to a 4-piece build. I'm pretty sure I can still improve this build. So I'm down to still check. And see if we can get going. Yes, Golden Droop on a 2-piece is also quite bad for Stellar too. That is true. We need to do a different 2-piece and then a different main stat. The main artifact that is maybe usable here is probably the timepiece. This is a good enough stat value that I could see keeping that. Everything else might change. Well, I guess the circlet might still stay as an off-piece. It depends what on-set goblets we have. So, yeah. I'm down to log in and see what happens. Let me put the turtle up. I saw that was an EU account. Okay. Where's my Discord? There's my Discord. Oh, also anyone that DMs me, I recommend putting like the brackets around your password and whatever, or just deleting it after I actually log in. Although keep in mind I'll have to re-log in later if I do end up having to give you a Welkin. But yeah, anyways, just don't keep your password in like plain text in Discord. Delete it later in the worst case. The reason to put brackets around it is to spoiler tag it. Because if you spoiler tag it, then if I'm like dumb and I accidentally like do a cat cam and have Discord on my monitor and I didn't realize it was showing, you know, then it being spoiler tagged means it has to be clicked for it to show your password, right? So it doesn't accidentally show. How do brackets? Not that bracket, it's this. It's those before and after the message. So if you wanted to edit your message, you could put that before and after. But anyways. I don't know what that symbol is actually called. So anyways. You can also, to be clear, I think there's some button to press that will just like do that automatically for you. I forgot what it is. I'm just used to typing out those lines. Okay, anyways, let's see if the login works. Select and right click. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Or Alt GR1. Alt GR1. What is that shortcut? The button doesn't work on mobile. Interesting. Biscuit brackets. Yeah. Also, the code was sent, by the way. So just waiting on the code. All right. By the way, someone DM'd me from the Lanyon main server, and I thought they like DM'd me because like they recognized, because I haven't chatted on the server at all. I just joined the server a few weeks ago or something, and it's not that active of a server, but like you know, they sent a message request and the only shared server was the Lanya main. So I was like, So I just like, and they're like, hello, how's your day? I was like, okay, my day's good. How are you? And so it doesn't seem like they watch my content, by the way, based on the 2-second conversation we had, which is funny. So I don't know. Do people do that often? Like just message random people on a server you're on? Is it the art scam? Maybe. I don't know. They started asking about Genshin questions. I don't know. I guess I didn't look at it. I just, I don't know, it's a very brief constellation or conversation. It likely might be an art scam thing. I could see that. But they haven't tried to scam yet, so I don't know. Alright, yeah, did I get the code, by the way? I did. Oh, whoops. I just missed it for some reason. Alright, there we go. You get messages from random main servers all the time? I see, I see. Well, I will probably not respond to them any further. But, is that how those go? Is this the first time I engaged with one of the scammers? I mean, engaged, like, I sent like 2 messages. I was like, yeah. But anyways, there's definitely some bot-like vibes to them. That's for sure. I should go check if they like did any messages in that server for realsies or not. But yeah, I have at least 40 DMs of the same thing. Okay. Well, I'll just block them. Bye-bye. I thought it was a little weird. Alright, Selena missing being a normal person. Yeah, true. It's a little sad we can't just have normal conversations online sometimes. Whoops, wrong thing. Bap, here we are. Sandrone, hello. And yeah. Did I look at the Sandrone build? What's the Sandrone build? Okay. I will definitely not try to steal Sandrone artifacts. I think that seems a little dumb, obviously. Although, for what it's worth... Okay. For what it's worth, should we check what the ranking is with these Sandrone pieces? Because that might be a better test. Because, like... I should be able to relatively quickly here beat out this build, but this build would be harder, right? And that was my intended challenge. So the fact that we have this build available means maybe I should check with this build, right? Because this is like a pretty decent 4-piece build, right? Like, it's certainly not bad at all, right? This is the kind of 4-piece build that I think most people would be like, yeah, my 4-piece is going to be better than my 2-piece, right? Most people would assume that, even if they're aware that 2-piece can be good. But then I bet that 4-piece build, there's still a good chance I could beat it out, right? But that'd be harder, for sure. My artifact luck is ass? Maybe. I don't know. You're also rank 59, AR 59, by the way, which is like... I think this is exactly what I was talking about, where it might actually be the worst case scenario, where you're like a yeah, oh boy. You're a relatively young account. Oh dear. That has not spent much time farming artifacts. Actually, you have way less artifacts than I even would have expected. I don't think you have ass artifact luck, by the way. I think you just haven't farmed that many artifacts. Yeah, so that's all it really is. My account was 1 year old. Yeah, it gives that vibe, which is fine. There's no problem with that. I just think you haven't gotten that much of an artifact inventory. So this is actually exactly like... I think it's more likely on your account it's harder to find a better 2-piece build on this kind of account compared to a like an account like that where I give the example earlier where like the number 1 Yai, I think I could have a chance, not guaranteed, but a chance that I could have a better 2-piece build on that account because they just have so many more artifacts available. This account doesn't have that many artifacts available, but we still have some sitting here that stand out to me. So first of all, real quick, let's
Staying the same forever.
do some prerequisites. Weapon-wise, I'd probably recommend... It's not even locked, oh my god. I'd probably recommend leveling with it, frankly. Yeah. Probably. Or I don't know. Or do we just, like, say fuck Widzith and recommend the, new craftable? What's the catalyst billet situation like? Probably not great. Not terrible. We'll probably get a free billet box, too. In the next region somewhere, I assume. They usually do that, but maybe they might not. I don't know, right? Sorry, coughing. Yeah, probably with it.
Traveling to other worlds
So,
is all that anyone seems to be writing about.
as far as
Goodness
what was the
knows
build?
what
Oh
they
yeah.
find so
Okay, so
disappointing about their own world.
if we're changing the weapon that we put on, we gotta remember. So if you're using a crit rate weapon, that significantly changes the balance of substats you want, right? So we'd be comparing different leaderboards. For a baseline check, I'll keep the same weapon on, but then I think I might see what we can do for balancing around a Wizard build instead, which would also be a similar balance to how you'd balance the craftable weapon build, or any weapon that is not a crit rate weapon, because if anything doesn't give crit rate, you know, you usually just need to balance having more crit rate substats or crit rate circlet kind of thing usually, right? So, anyways, but yeah, R5 craftable is going to be rare at this rate. Yeah, I wouldn't stress the craftable, not with an R4 Wizard. I don't think... Even if the craftable, from the numbers I ran, it doesn't seem like the craftable is going to be that insane of an upgrade for UI. But it seems kind of, it's good that it exists, right? We like Wizard alternatives. Also, this exists too for what it's worth. When I ran the numbers on my account, this is with the artifacts I had, and I had artifacts that were kind of weirdly well balanced relative to like being paired with this weapon. And even though it's ugly as sin, this weapon. By the way, one benefit of them giving like event skins is like over time maybe we can fix issues like this. Like maybe I will get like a better event skin catalyst that we can put over this ugly ass sin. But anyways, it has a cat at least. But point being, this, when I ran the numbers on it for my account, was basically the same, if not had the ability to be better with minor changes in artifacts in the future as Yai Sig. So if you're not using Nefer actively, you should remember that you can equip this. So all the more reason to balance around Wizard though, because you can then equip this. Although this does give extra crit rate, so that might actually mean, depending on what your exact balance of stats is, if you're not capped on crit rate, or sorry, if you are capped on crit rate with Wizard, this would overcap you and you lose some value from it. But this can allow you to min-max builds quite a bit more. So Lamasig, it's good, but it's passive doesn't do anything. I don't think. Yeah, no, because you need to do Hydro Dendro damage, right? Is there anything you can trigger? No. You can't trigger anything. Because you have to trigger Lunar Bloom reactions for the other EM too. No, so Lamasig is fine as a shitty EM stat stick. But it's like a bad version of Nahida Sig for her. I don't know why I'd bother. I'm pretty sure Wizard is going to outcompete this on average. It might be better than using this, though, for what it's worth. Because the damage bonus just doesn't do anything, so this is just like a bad crit stat stick, essentially. So yeah, anyways. I'll balance around this first for simplicity, and we'll go from there. So, did you not get the refines on this, out of curiosity? I'm guessing you started playing around then, so I don't blame you. Yeah, that happens. A lot of new players, when they first start playing, don't... Oh, that kind of sucks, by the way. Oh, that kind of sucks to miss out refines on this one. Oh. Oh well. I think a lot of new players undervalue the importance of like, yeah, you should have just continued playing the event for like 10 more minutes to get the refines. But oh well, is what it is. Such is life. It's still pretty good. No, don't undervalue this weapon. It's still good. It's fine. It's just a little sad not to have the refines, but yeah, that's a common new player issue. You know, you just don't realize the relevancy of those weapons, especially might feel bad now that they're not doing event weapons at all. It's like, oh, this is like the last opportunity we had to get a compelling event weapon. You didn't even take advantage of it. Sad. Anyways, speaking of events, Mr. Streamer, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I don't procrastinate events. Not me. Okay, sorry. Okay, so 2p's damage bonus is bad. Damage bonus because normal damage bonus stats don't do anything for Stellar. Same thing for Lunar, right? So we want attack EM, essentially. Same reason we don't put a Electro damage bonus Goblet on her, because it's only going to benefit a small portion of her damage. You want to have main stats that benefit, you know, all of your sources of damage. Or, doesn't have to be all, but, you know, your majority source. If Yai was doing 99% Stellar, you know, attack is still better, obviously, but anyways, if there was like, let's say there was like stellar, God forbid, but let's say there was like stellar damage bonus goblets, and she was doing 90% stellar damage, you would put a stellar damage bonus goblet on her, right? Even though that would neglect her other 10% of damage. So it's not that you would never do that, but in this scenario, electro damage goblet is significantly worse than just doing an attack goblet. And you, generally speaking, prioritize the right main stats over substats. But again, Yai has some nuance to what kinds of balance of main stats you can do. So again, for us, like, EM main stats are worth considering, and it's why this piece is probably worth considering keeping. So at a baseline here, being that this account is relatively young, we probably do not have one of the advantages from an older account where we have relevant gladiators pieces. Although this is not that bad, but probably not a good enough for Widzip piece. And we got that. I'm gonna lock it. Death Goblet. Honestly, I'm gonna lock it. So, a lesson for you since you're a relatively newer player. Crit rate and ER are fab pieces. So, like, this, for example, death percent isn't the end all be all, right? But just anything with ER in general, especially 4-line ER pieces, you should frankly level. Sometimes the main stat you put on certain characters, let's say Ino. Ino is a character that needs nothing other than energy recharge. You can't get an energy recharge main stat goblet. So you just care about energy recharge substats and then crit rate for fab triggering if you have fab sword on her. So this could literally be your ideal goblet for Ino, right? And having extra ER for Ino is all she needs to be like a comfortable unit. I maintain my perspective that a big part of the reason people think Ino feels shit to play, like, she does feel annoying with like how enemies moving around go outside of her Hydra range, but like her range is big enough it's not that much of a problem most of the time. The biggest issue that people have, I think, is like using her wrong time in the setup, where like you use her too early and then her Hydro turns off like in the middle of your rotation, whereas you want to like, so you have to like be smart with timing her, and then I think people just don't build enough energy on her to be able to be more comfortable and be able to like funnel particles to other characters and not waste field time on her, right? So anyways, yeah, 4-piece golden troop, you're probably using the like recommendation system, by the way. Especially when it comes to buff characters, this information is going to be very out of date. So it's just not worth considering. 2pc2pc should definitely be in here, by the way. But yeah, anyways, the artifact recommendation system is just based on player base usage rates and things. Oftentimes it tends to be wrong in some way or another, but the ways in which it is wrong is really it depends, and it takes a lot of knowledge to understand why it's wrong. So it's not like it's bad, but especially if you know a character that like Yai that has been recently buffed, you should probably ignore these stats because they're just going to be really wrong probably forever. Like, I don't think golden, like, even though it's only at 22%, I don't think Golden Troop and Guild Dreams are going to be removed from here because there's too many players that like don't even play the game anymore, right? That are contributing to this statistic in this system. So like, it's just kind of ignore it at this point, unfortunately, which means it's not a useful feature, especially for Yai. But sometimes it can be fine. Anyways, standout things right now is, in theory, we actually had 2 potential gladiator pieces, but they had to be leveled, and this account does not have a lot of wiggle room for interesting for things. Okay. So 2pc, so obviously we didn't have that much relevant for gladiator, but still we're checking. Just scanning through. So yeah, I guess Night Sky and Albade, Day Card, not Gilded Dreams. These 4 sets are going to be what we're looking at here. Now, as far as, we gotta figure out off-piece. An initial off-piece that stuck out to me. Again, my goal would be, I don't want to steal from Sandrone, obviously. We will check what your Yai build ranks at with the Sandrone build for curiosity. But first I'm going to just equip what I think is an ideal 2pc2pc build that hopefully doesn't steal that much from your other characters. But as far as off-pieces that stick out to me, we have this feather, which is pretty damn good. That could be good too, but I really like that feather for being heavy in crit rate. So we'll see there. As far as timepieces go, let's see. So we have the Anefa piece. We also have a Flynn's off piece. I assume it's a Flynn's off piece. Maybe we can swap to it Flynn's to a different off piece to use that as an on-set timepiece. That would be really nice. Ooh, what the hell is this? Is this just a 4-liner that, or a 3-liner that, okay. Honestly, so, I know people say, like, don't reroll 3-liners. I think that's dumb advice, frankly. Mostly because of the fact that, the way that the reshapes work is, oh, interesting, you're at a decree reshape. So the way that these decree and advanced reshapes work, that you get every so often, so a reroll without the advanced and decree reshapes, guarantees only 2 rolls, right? So, and to be clear, I'm not saying to reroll this artifact, I'm just on this to give the example. If you use the decree roll, this is a 4-liner, what it would do is guarantee we will have 1 more crit roll, right? Because it would guarantee 4 rolls in the crit. But it does not increase the chance that you get a 5th roll, because it works as a pity system, where it only triggers this effect once you have, like, it only guarantees the stats once you have missed one. So, like, the way that the 2 stat works, for example, is, like, if you get a flat HP roll and 2 death percent rolls, when you have a normal reroll, not an advanced or decree, then the 2 stat guarantee thing will kick in, and it'll guarantee giving you a crit rate and crit damage roll. It's a pity system, right? It does not increase the chance you actually get 5 rolls into crit. And so when it comes to smartly using the decree reshape, unironically, you could actually consider doing something like rerolling this piece with the decree reshape, and it would turn into a piece. This is starting with 2 high rolls, right? This would, and it has ER as a nice bonus. This has 2 high rolls, and this would guarantee 4 rolls into it. And yeah, it might get unlucky and have low roll values, but like, chances are this becomes a 40 or near 40 CP piece. And like, if you can go from having a like low crit value piece to using the reroll with a guaranteed amount of stats into a bunch of additional guaranteed crit rate, that's way better than just using it to fucking gambit on like getting a perfect 50 CP piece. So I really feel like a lot of people make too hard of a line of like never rerolling 3-liners, and so I would actually consider rerolling this in the future. But anyways, not that I'm saying you should immediately. I'd have to like peruse what actually makes more sense. But the notable thing it would do right now is this could be either a piece for Yai or it could be an off piece for Flynn's that would free an onset piece for Yai, right? Is why it stuck out to me. That's an interesting piece. Holy, that's actually a cracked piece. Jesus. Okay. Another potential off piece. You're saying you don't have good artifact luck. Liar. What the hell? Why do you... What? What kind of account has this many... How is your account... I'm sorry. No. Okay, chat. Can we point out? This account is a year old and has a 35 CV EM timepiece with 3 attack rolls. For resin refresh, it's bad. Oh, you're resin refreshing? I mean... Okay. Look, I have enough experience with artifact grinding. Artifacts are a law of large numbers thing. Statistics eventually, like, converges. Like, you might feel that now, but over time. Anyways, the fact that you have this many EM timepieces with this highest stat value is really weird. Okay, so I also noticed that you have an onset piece for... That could be... What could be an onset piece for Nefer instead. All we lose is 1 crit rate roll doing that, basically, and a tiny bit of crit damage, so that's interesting as a factor, but if this was an onset piece for Yai, I would consider that, but it's not, so... It simply is something it's in the back of my head as a consideration. What? You have so many EM time... How do you have so many crit value EM timepieces? I wonder... Okay. I'm not gonna lie, with knowing that you're resin refreshing, you might be throwing away more artifacts than you should be throwing away for how young your account is, but I don't know for sure. Younger accounts are weird with the kinds of artifacts you might get. You get more statistical swings and kind of what random smattering of stats you can expect. 2p's EM goblins for Nefer are ass. Yeah, EM goblins are one of those things that is like, for Nefer especially, is very worth it to craft an onset piece. Like 4 elixirs for Nefer, because even if it rolls terribly, it enables a better off piece elsewhere that usually results in a net increase in stats. Okay, so what the hell is that piece, by the way? Jesus. Okay. I'm I have Bard artifact luck. It counts a year old and has this artifact on it. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I think I gotta poke fun a little bit. Oh god. Okay. All right. So where we're at is, what does it recommend? Probably recommends Electro. Yeah, fuck that. Have this there, which is kind of interesting. Otherwise, what is our attack? It's gonna be crowded that for never. So we have no attack time beats for Flynn's, which kind of sucks. The reason I'm asking, because like obviously we could yoink the Flynn's goblet, right? Crit rate, 13.2 crit damage. Okay. Rather not steal. So fundamentally, to be clear, I'm prioritizing if we can avoid stealing things. I think with how few artifacts you have, I think I have to steal things. I think that's just how it's gonna be here. Oh shit, that's interesting. Okay. Low crit damage rolls is unfortunate, but no bad rolls, right? Okay. Interesting. Like I'd rather get Yai in a build that you can be happy sitting her on, right? I definitely don't think you need Official and Durin and Venti that often all in the same fucking artifact set at the same time, by the way. Like I'm obviously seeing you spent a lot of resin in the Hexarai domain. Which means we are probably going to be looking at a 2-piece Hex, 2-piece Albeid build. Dendro bonus, HP. Okay. Venti attack goblet? Yeah. So, official just placeholder? For whom? Like Cryo Traveler or something? I see. Or, no. Wasn't she on a Hexarai set? I don't know. Okay. That's sad. Speaking of onset goblins, speaking of pieces that, like, oh, it's not a 3-liner. It doesn't fucking matter. Or, sorry, it's not a 4-liner. This one doesn't fucking matter. This is an onset goblet with a decree reroll. I don't know if the crit rate roll could have been high roll start. I don't know. But, like, you will guarantee 3 additional crit rolls no matter what on a very relevant set for you with Sandrone and Yai. So, in the worst case, it's a 2-piece Yai set. And then, you know, so, like, this is a strong consideration, in my opinion, for being a reroll target for your decree reroll. So, I want to strongly mention that. Because through the coming year, you'll probably have many units, not just Yai, that could get value from that. Like, that's just like such a high value reroll, I feel like, there. For your next reroll. So, practicing dummying, got my first ever 6N1C. Nice, congrats. It's not easy. She has Hex set because I don't have Golden Troop. Golden Troop official's kind of fake, don't worry about it. If you... so, the story of official is like, official's build needs to change depending on what the fuck you're doing. For example, right now, with Durin official on your account, you're going to want to potentially have the option to have, most often, Celestial Gift build on official. Having Golden Troop as an option for her is nice. But generally speaking, when I've tested it, whenever there's been like a on-fielder that can get benefit from having some more attack, I have generally found Tenacity on official, which is not a very good set for her damage, to be equivalent to Golden Troop. And if she's the only off-fielder that makes sense to put Celestial Gift on, well, it's awkward to work around because you have to like do an extra swap, or wait out the cooldown to do her recast if you do a burst. Because normally you like official skill 1 rotation, you official burst the other rotation to keep Oz active, but you have to cast, you have to use a skill, which means you have to like replace Oz after the burst to be able to trigger the set properly. So it's a little awkward to use official, but still, if she is, there's cases where she is the only one that's obvious to use a set on, and you should still use the set even if it's clunky to work around it, right? So like, she has good damage, but how much the damage contribution official matters really fucking depends. I don't know what videos you're watching. The official's an extremely strong character, for like enabling you flexibility with clearing the content. She has no universal build. She never will. I'm sorry. Deal with it. She wants a 5-star bow. Yeah, a 5-star bow is really nice for her. For what it's worth, though, I ran like a generic, like just checking a one team calc for the new battle pass bow on her. The new battle pass bow with R5, if you do end up buying the battle pass, is about the same as Skyward Heart for her. So, yeah. Anyways, a Zajev video told me to use Golden Troop official. Yeah, for how long ago was that? If Zajev actually said Golden Troop is still relevant and official, I think he's like. I'm not saying it's not relevant, but it is sincerely not the thing to focus on. 3 years, yeah, there you go. Like 3 years ago was like Dendro Aggravate official was someone that like could carry 50% or more of the team's damage. And like it mattered a lot more to give official more damage stats. Now, pretty much most of the time you end up playing her with units that have stronger baseline multipliers that it's just kind of like equivalent or potentially better to put her on a buffing set. And oftentimes doesn't lose that much damage on her as long as you still have crit stats on it, right? Almost bow is good on official. They have oh, they do have almost. I don't know why my brain deleted it. I see almost and I pretend it doesn't exist. That's fair. It's actually a good stat stick, yeah. It just gives up a shit ton of attack. Is it better than using stringless though? I don't know. If you buy the battle pass, I would strongly consider buying the battle pass for her. It's generic crit stat stick. It has a good passive that benefits official in most of her, or basically every team. It gives EM or attack percent depending on the balance of elements in the team. So yeah. Anyways, like unironically, this is like I would try to strongbox for tenacity official. It would be my like if I was in your situation, my default would be using tenacity and then using the Celestial Gift set, the Hexrise support set, sometimes. Being that you have Celestial Gift already, I would frankly just, I mean, honestly, I'll just throw her on like Smattering. I'll just lock the ones that are most relevant. That is a chance too. You're gonna need crit rate is gonna be a priority over crit damage. This one's a Fortliner. Surprised you don't have more here. Wonder if you've thrown away some relevant ones, but whatever. Make sure you keep an ER timepiece. So probably this one for now. Physical, still Electro Goblet, definitely ideal on her. But if you have to use an attack goblet, oh well. Crit damage, crit rate, okay. Oh, there we go. Hey, sick. Let's use that, use that, use that. And I guess probably that. Or this one. And then Electro bonus. Do we have literally anything? Is Electro bonus with like no crit substats better than an attack goblet with shitty attack substats or shitty crit substats? I think the answer is yes, but I'm not confident. For now, I'm just gonna say yes and just equip that. All right. So there you go. Just do that unofficial. I'm not gonna level those up right now. It's just I think that's just a safe default consideration for now. Buffing sets still buff the equipping too. Yes, that's fair. I didn't mention that. That's obvious to me, but it might not be obvious to this player. Yes, buffing sets still buff the equipping character. So like, the simple example is like, if there's no one else that makes sense to put the Celestial Gift artifact set on when you have 2 Hexaranians in the team, which oftentimes you want to with official now, like, Sucrose is going to give 40% damage bonus to the on-fielder, but also to herself. That's only 30% less damage bonus than 4-piece Golden Troop gives. And this gives 20% ER, which, in my opinion, ER is very, very, very relevant official, especially if you ever get into doing stuff in Stygian. Oftentimes, official ends up being a unit, if I'm using her in Stygian, I have to tweak her specific energy needs around. Not necessarily because, like, I end up needing more energy than as you would think, simply due to the fact that I need to, like, do skill first rotation because you start with no energy. And then the second rotation, I need to have her burst up. Otherwise, like, the team kind of fundamentally breaks for a full rotation, and it fucks the whole attempt. Like, you need to have, like, that ER. And so 2P's ER is actually really nice for her. So I would argue, actually, like, yeah, if this set is relevant for the team, even with it being a little clunky to work around by having to do, like, an extra swap or waiting off to recast her skill, or even only having the set up every other rotation, it's still kind of just better. So yeah. Anyways, Sejun is everyone on Fav. I mean, kind of, but you gotta remember a lot of times you can't even trigger Fav. So like it just depends. Like Fav was not really that relevant. Like you can technically trigger Fav on a bow character in the Pokeball before it gets the shield up, but like it wasn't that important. So the only time you could really trigger Fav was the rotations where it no longer mattered to need the Fav energy. So yeah, it really just depends. Like people like to joke that Fav is ridiculous in Stygian, and it can be. It just really depends though on the enemy. So yeah. Golden Troop good on anyone at this point? Official. As much as we were yapping about it, like I want to be clear. Despite the fact that if you don't have a situation where you need to use Celestial Gift on official, despite the fact that buffing sets tend to be better, I still, when I've tested like Tenacity versus like when it made sense to use Tenacity on her versus Golden Troop, I have still found Golden Troop competitive with Tenacity. Like, that's actually a good thing. It means you can still use Golden Troop on official. So, anyways. Shield slot? Yeah, Stygian in a nutshell. Anyways, okay, so yeah. Just wanted to do that so we can... It just got rid of those pieces. Honestly, okay, so... Should we do 2Ps of the Super NES set? Let's see. The thing that sticks out to me is we have this, right? And like I strongly think this is a piece that makes sense to reroll. Also, just in case, do we think there's sources of feathers? Not that I'm gonna do it right now or anything, but okay, they cleared difficulty 5. Okay, so they already got the feathers from that. I was checking if they've got like the menacing feather, so you can do that in co-op, right? Oh, you haven't done the event. Oh gosh. Okay, well, welcome to the club. I'm not doing the event. So yeah, it's just a question of exploration there, exploration there. Is there? No, there's no feathers in exploration. Why are you so calm? I'm not used to this on Twitch. Yeah, how dare I? How dare I? Okay, looks like no, you used every feather you can get. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure we'll get feathers really quickly in next patch. So it's worth mentioning that like I kind of think this is probably the ideal goblet to use this to create reroll on, right? Like it's just gonna turn into a crack goblet. It might be what you use on Sandrone. So I think what I'm considering is like, I'm assuming you like playing Sandrone right now. So you're never C6. Oh, I didn't even notice. I didn't even look at cons. It's very funny. Okay. Yeah, that's a strong effort. We don't need to talk about how I actually dislike. I think C6 Nefer is it might be one of my most disliked cons in the game, by the way. I like playing Nefer. If someone was like, here, have 1,000 free wishes, and you gotta get C6 Nefer, I'd be like, okay. I'm never playing Nefer again. Like I don't want it. I hate it. Anyway, sorry. It's funny. Like I feel like a lot of people weirdly have C6 Nefer, and I just hate it. Anyways, now I just can't do it. Yeah. Wait, is a Nefa also C6? No, C1. Okay. Splint is also does Splint have a weapon? He does. Okay. It's curious because it increases energy needs. This is probably fine though. Okay. So this is an interesting challenge because of how young your account is. My thinking is like, I equip this goblet on Yai from Sandrone. Even if I don't even use this as an onset goblet, we can pretend you reroll this and either it becomes a Yai goblet or it becomes a Sandrone goblet, depending on what your preference is, right? But like, I think for now I can just equivocate that situation by like using this goblet, which is probably going to be actually very similar to what this would reroll with, because this would reroll probably to having, it should be, no, it would definitely reroll to having higher crit value than this piece, but it doesn't have the EM roll, right? So like, it's not that different. And then maybe I just figure out a Hexerite piece. Do we have the resources to level this? Because like this with 2 crit rolls is good enough. I think we do. Okay, I'm gonna level this. Nice. Well, min roll kind of sucks, but whatever. Okay, I'll take it. Honestly, that might be good enough to consider. So let's use that with the other hex pieces we have, right? So we use that, and then right, ER, EM, crit damage attack. Just got that sitting there. So my brain can't leave relevant pieces unlocked. Okay. I don't want to go from here. Weird. Okay. Wait, I didn't check these other unleveled pieces. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Sandrone is on that. Do I have a different piece I could put in Sandrone? Let's sort by crit damage, crit rate, attack. No, that is the best piece yet for Sandrone. Okay. Wait, is it? That might be better. I don't know what your crit bounce for Sandrone was. But Bennett could put you on something else. Bennett should be on an ER piece anyways. Like ER heavy substat piece, so. Okay. How do you have how young your account is and the fact that you have like this kind of shit, it just angers me, and frankly. Not really, but like, man, you said you're like, I have bad artifact luck. Do you realize how much of a pain in the ass it is to get this kind of circlet that has this much crit rate? Also, by the way, Golden Troop, Farina's fake as hell. Tenacity is the only real build for her, basically. I'm guessing that was why you were farming Golden Troop at all, was for Farina. Ignore it. It's not worth it. It's my terrible noblesse. I kind of figured. Yeah, you are missing support sets from, like, anything other than just the domains released in the last year. But that's fine. You started playing a year ago. It makes sense. I'm just muddling over. Okay, so because this can be an onset piece for Yai, and I can actually go back to. This is still a good piece. I'm glad it rolled in the crit, but maybe. Oh man, the fact that I don't have another super index that piece to use is annoying. I mean, maybe I do, but it would depend how they roll. But honestly, maybe just like maybe this is. Is that good enough? Probably not, no. I think I need a crit rate piece, right? Well, oh wait, sorry. We're gonna check. Okay, you know what? Here, let's simplify the process down. Let's check this first. We have that as an onset. And then let's see. Which piece do I want to steal? The Duran one is the best one. 14. Okay, well, the Venti one is actually the best one. Okay, I'll just equip this first because it's high crit value. And then I can go to that Deepwood piece. There we go. Okay. So there's 2p's attack, 2p's attack. This is with the crit rate weapon. And we're at way overcapped. Okay, I guess we're not doing it. This is why you don't use a crit rate weapon for a Stellar Yai. Alright, I guess... You know what? Let's just swap to a crit damage circlet, it's fine. Or sorry, we're already on a crit damage circlet. Swap to a crit damage weapon. We'll just swap the widgets leaderboards, let's be real. This is gonna be vastly ahead of what your 2P spell is before. And this is a pretty ideal ratio for Cryo Resonance anyways, so with Cryo Resonance this is 100% crit rate. Without Cryo Resonance this is 91. Oh no, how will you ever live? With Wizard leveled up, add like 40 crit damage to that, so you're at like 220 crit damage. Sweet. What's the base attack? I don't even know. Let's go throw it into Kasha. We had to log out, log in. I should close all these freaking profiles. And then we'll check, by the way, how this compares to the 4-piece build. I think this right now is probably, well, I don't know. Is it going to be worse than the 4-piece build? We'll see. It's like the 4-piece for the Supernote set that was on Sandrone isn't that good, right? Alright, we logged in. So currently we are top 44%, but this again was in a different weapon leaderboard, but like that probably was not the right weapon to use anyway, so it's fine. Cryo-Resin Yai is kind of vague. I fucking know! We are using Akasha for the last time. We are using Akasha because it's the simple measuring stick. It's not always fake, yo. It just fucking depends. Also, this account has a Escoffier. They have Sandrone. There's a very fucking good chance they're gonna just play Sandrone Escoffier Yai in the future with Odette. And guess what? They actually probably will have Cryo-Resonance. So anyways, point is, like, we're using Akasha as the simple measuring stick, so we don't have to spend 17,000 years doing a more complicated thing. Okay? It's the simple, easy option to do. I already mentioned at the start of the stream that yes, you should balance your Yai around the team you're actually using, and if Cryo-Resonance is not real for the team you're using, balance without Cryo-Resonance. But I mentioned it that this build still has 91% crit rate without Cryo-Resonance. It's fine.
The idea of things staying the same forever is
Anyways.
beautiful.
But yes, when it comes to min-maxing leaderboards, it's a significant thing. So obviously, top 20%, even though we changed the weapon, is quite a lot better than we had before. So yeah. Anyways, I'm pretty sure it treats it as with it being leveled up, by the way. Wait, does it? I don't know. It doesn't even show. I thought it was going to show the leveled stats here. I hope it does. So, yes. Akasha, assuming 100% Cryo is a little silly. Obviously, we dropped the Sandrone board because, again, Sandrone has the shitty goblet that, you know, obviously it's not ideal. So, anyways. So we already succeeded there, obviously. But that's not a surprise. What I'm more curious of is what does Yai rank at if we do just steal your Sandrone artifacts? Because I think that will be kind of interesting. And then if we are stealing your Sandrone artifacts, is there still a better 2-piece I can do? I think there is, because if I'm stealing your Sandrone artifacts, I think I might have a better result doing this piece and then using this circlet that was Sandrone's onset circlet, right? So we're gonna check this quick and see what this ranks at. The crit rate's a little low now, actually. Interesting. So it's probably gonna not rank that highly. It might actually just rank worse than the 2-piece I just had. Which, I mean, if it is, then I'm just gonna call it there. Alright. Anyone doesn't know why we're logging in and logging out, you have to do that to get your profile to refresh manually for Genshin's API. So then you can just refresh the profile and it will be updated. Top 0.5%, excuse me? That's surprising. It's the fucking 20 ER category. God damn it, that's not real. Sorry, I'm not. No. We're not doing 20 ER category. The problem is, if I want to compete in the 20 ER category, I have to have like very much more specific 2-piece artifacts to hit 20 ER, and this account does not have enough artifacts to have that flexibility. I am not competing in the 20 ER category. I'm going to the 100 ER category. Let's see. Stellar Conduct. We want Wizard build. There we go. Top 1.75%. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. It was better than I thought it was gonna be. Even the not 20 ER category. Yeah, so 11,449. Let's see if I can tweak something real quick. Just out of curiosity. This is more what the intended point of the stream was, not get a better 2-piece than a 2-piece. I wanted to get a better 2-piece than a 4-piece, right? So let's see even on this counter we can do it. Let's see what happens if we... The one I'm most curious about is if we use this. So now we're doing 2-piece EM, 2-piece attack, with an EM main stat though, which is kind of weird. And then... probably use that, and then do an off-piece flower, I'm guessing. I think Venti had like a cracked Oppi's flower. Yeah. So let's try that. And if we need to, we could actually swap some things around, I think, because Venti actually has this. Yeah. Actually, should I just do that now? It's probably better, actually, now think about it. What does this look like? Yeah, let's see. Let's see. It's a little overcapped in crit, I believe. So it's, again, this is like not ideal for a Cryo Resonance leaderboard, but it is kind of ideal from a standpoint of sometimes you won't have Cryo Resonance up anyways. So like I don't think this build is incorrect. That's my point. I think this is a better balance. Like this is a build that's balanced both around having Cryo Resonance and not having Cryo Resonance at the same time, which I think is a nice thing. So let's see. This build I think has a chance at beating that stellar build. So we are looking at the non-ER leaderboard top 11,449. Nope, significantly worse. Damn, okay. Oh, I gotta fucking balance around Cryo Resonance more. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, EM type piece I think is a bit worse. So I think I gotta do an attack tank piece. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I did mention that this kind of account is kind of a worst case scenario, by the way. Like, it's literally a new account and it's a fucking resin refreshing account, by the way. And I think this account is literally like the worst case scenario for actually competing to a 4-piece. No, Cryo Resonance is affected by Cryo, so when they have the Cryo symbol on them. Wait, was this an ER leaderboard? No, it was not. Okay. So... Alright, let's do attack main stat. Instead of the EM, which means this is not an onset anymore, but oh well. So do this. I guess we could check the 20 ER leaderboard again. I guess we'll check that first. Yeah, sure. And if this see, we're here, go back to this first of all, and then go to wasn't there? Oh yeah, it was the Noblesse piece from Bennett, right? Do I have crit rate on? Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay, this piece, yeah. All right. That's a little bit. That's basically the perfect balance around Cryo Res. It's gonna be in the 120 ER leaderboard again, I guess. So maybe we can compete in the 120 ER leaderboard. It might not be enough crit or attack. I still don't know. I don't. Like, I think Akasha is only looking like. I think Akasha treats weapons as fully leveled. I believe. So we'll. Oh, I gotta log out. Whoops. See what happens here. All right. No, don't farm Blizzard Strayer. Yai doesn't get any use of Cryo Resonance in triple cryo teams. Are you sure? Like, even with multiple units applying cryo at different timings? I'm well aware of that being the case oftentimes, but either way, for the last fucking time, I do not have anything unless Hex and Circle. Okay, I guess Hex and Circle mid have updated the last time we checked. We can switch to fucking using Hex and Circle if Hex and Circle updated. But like, we're using Akasha as a simple fucking measure, okay? So shut the fuck up for a second about Cryo Resonance. I am balancing the build around it. Like, I don't think this build is ideal, because right now we are doing more Akasha scamming than building AI properly. I fucking agree, okay? But for the love of everything, we're trying to simplify the fucking process, okay? Does the Yai still assume? It still fucking assumes Cryo Resonance and Hex and Circle. There's no fucking tool right now, okay? There's no goddamn... He's gonna go insane with his Twitch people? I'm talking to someone in YouTube chat, meow. There's no leaderboard I can use right now for a simple measurement tool. Should I maybe set up a calc setup myself to do it without cryoresonance? Sure. Sure, maybe I should have done that. I don't think it's that big a deal, okay? I don't think it's that big a deal. Yes, I think you should not fully balance your Yai around cryoresonance. I agree. That's my build. Okay, let's see where this one ranks. We got 16,000 now. Okay. I like how... Wait, what? Wasn't it top 11,000? Oh, no, sorry. This is the 120-year leaderboard. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, so I don't think I can beat the 4-piece on this account, is my guess.
That is simply not the way the world.
But, like, it might be, honestly, a cryoresonance problem. But again, I don't have a simple way of measuring without cryoresonance right now. So, like, anyways, I don't think this is the build they should use, because one, it uses Sandrone artifacts, and secondarily, I just don't think it's necessarily the ideal. I do want to try one more potential configuration. So what if we use that? We go back to this, and then... Is this going to be that different? It's probably not going to be that different, but let's double check. 7185. That's the fucking same thing, but less crit damage, I think. Maybe it has more attack percent, I guess. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I don't think this is a build that they should use, simply because, like, why? Why would you use this build? I do have a question for you, though, before we settle on what I think your build should be left at, and we see where it ranks, because, again, I don't think it makes sense to, like, go from a standpoint in this account of, like, try to beat your Sandrone build, when obviously you should use those artifacts in Sandrone. But, the thing in my head is, like, which, because, like, I can get a better Yai build, I think, by stealing, is that a, no, it's not a 4-liner, by stealing, say, your Venti pieces, or maybe even your Durin pieces. Well, a Durin type piece is not that good. So I'm just trying to figure out what I want to leave her on, and if you're not that interested in playing Venti regularly, or if you're actually using Venti as a support, by the way, although you did have a Sig, but if you're actually playing Venti as a support, then, you know, he doesn't even really need this artifact set. So, yeah. But, like, Venti isn't, like, super usable all the time, so it also depends on, like, how much you care about having to swap artifacts around. And the younger your account is, I think the more you end up having to swap artifacts around. Or sometimes the older your account is, the more you swap artifacts around, depending on how you play. So, I'll play DPS Venti, but how regularly? That's what I'm asking. Because we can just use the build. I think the save default is the build we had before that didn't really steal anything from anybody. Here, we should switch this back. I might tweak a couple other things quick, but let's get Sandrone back on our pieces. So I didn't check an Albid 2-piece build, which I think would be an interesting thing to check. Oh boy, what was I on? Oh, yeah, I used this. And this circlet's kind of dinky. But yeah, like, obviously I could get a better 2-piece build than, like, what we initially equipped with her. By stealing from any smattering of characters, whether it be Durin, Venti, Flynn's, like the Flynn's Goblet. It could be relevant as an onset piece. Or Circlet even could be nice to have as an option. Blah, 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 right. There's a lot of different potential pieces to steal here for various reasons, but regardless, the 2-piece build we have is better than what you had before. What did I have here? Oh yeah, it was this piece. Yeah. Okay, so and I at least like this build balance for being a healthy balance for without cryoresonance you still have 75 crit rate. With cryoresonance you have 90, so, you know, and apparently you probably won't have cryoresonance, but that's fine. What I think is maybe just the healthy balance to stop at. And again, this is on the assumption that, like, I think you were... I didn't see any artifact here that stuck out to me in a way that, like, made sense to use a decree reshape on. I strongly think this decree reshape makes sense. And and depending how it rolls, you either put this goblet on Sandrone after reroll, or you put it on Yai. So one of them can get the one with the EM subset, one of them can get the one with the higher crit value, right? Whatever one makes the better balance of stats. So I feel I should get Widzith or Nevers. I mean, if we put Never weapon on, that'll definitely balance out stats a little bit more. So if you're not playing Never, yeah, you can do that. That'll be good. But I'm not gonna assume that as a default. But yeah, you should level Widzith for sure. It is the most obvious simple option here. I'm trying to think if we have something we can do with 4-piece Albeid. We have that here. What do we have for like a crit rate circlet? The Bryden piece not being used. Otherwise it's the Inefa piece. The problem is you just don't have... Honestly, this account might be the account I've logged into for the first time. It's like... why you shouldn't resin refresh. I feel like by resin refreshing, you've caused a weird problem where you've over-focused on 4-piece artifact sets, and you don't have a lot of options for like relevant support sets. And it just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird having like such good options in a very specific combination of 4-piece sets. But again, the more time goes on, I think the more likely you'll still continue to get better 2-piece artifacts for Yai and other characters. But right now we're in a situation that all of the most relevant pieces to steal as a 2-piece are pieces that are equipped to other characters, which I prefer not doing as a default, right? But if you want to do it, we could definitely do something better. I hate the RNG though. You do realize farming for 4-piece builds is more RNG, right? I hate the RNG in Widzith. It's not RNG. It just has downtime. The only time Widzith is RNG is if you put in a like on Nefer, yeah, just log off before playing in a min-maxed fashion around Widzith. Like with Widzith on Nefer, you pretend it has no passive, frankly, and you treat it as a nice bonus when it gives the EM passive, and like I don't know, but like Widzith, Yai doesn't snapshot. What does that matter? These buffs just last 10 seconds. The only thing that Widzith has downtime. It gives you a really big stat buff for downtime. Now the damage bonus buff is the worst buff with the Stellar Yai, because the damage bonus buff only buffs her non-stellar hits. But the other two buffs meaningfully increase her stellar hits. Like every single buff gives Yai a benefit. When you have Widzith on a character where every single buff gives you a benefit, it's no longer RNG. It just has downtime. There's not any real downside other than it feels a little bit weird to see lower numbers on some rotations and higher numbers on other rotations. Since obviously you're willing to spend money, if you want to get an extra Nefer sig when Nefer reruns in the next, I don't know, 3 to 6 months, feel free if you want. Like, it'll just be an upgrade. Don't get me wrong. But like, the big difference between that is largely just going to be the consistency you see for like the average damage, right? How's being a sig? It's a meh stat stick. The passive does nothing for her, so, you know. Craftable in Snedge. There is a craftable in Snedge, but it's not a crit weapon. But if you don't want to fuck about with any RNG or downtime in the passive, it'll have 100% uptime passive. It gives a bunch of EM and I think some attack. So you could just 1-for-1 slot it out, but you don't have the billets for it though. So it's just going to be significantly worse unless you manage to get R5 of it. So yeah. Like, you should just use Widzith. I understand. I'm a Widzith hater too, I understand. But like, Yai is an ideal user for Widzith, even with Stellar. And I don't know. I don't see the RNG that often resulting in a difference in your ability to clear for what it's worth. By the way, Golden Troop is very, 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 very fake on this character. Well, okay. I shouldn't say the very. It's still kind of relevant. It's a similar situation as Fischl, where like most of the times it's more relevant to put tenacity on her. Frankly, I shouldn't. So minus like 4 berries. It's just very, very fake. Not very, 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 very fake. You have 3 characters now that are relevant on tenacity. This is the relevant artifact side for her. It is relevant for your official. It is relevant for Farina. Sorry, welcome to Tenacity Mines. I farmed Tenacity for like 3 or 4 months in Strongbox. Once I recognized this problem. PC specs do you have? It is a 4070. Not TI, just a normal 4070. And a 9800X3D. And I have some RAM, and I have some storage. It's not that special of a computer. For some insane reason, the RAM and the storage is the most expensive part in the computer now. It was not when I bought it, or when I bought the parts. So anyways. You also farmed it for Farazon for a while? Yeah, yes. I strongboxed it for 3 months because I wanted a no compromises Farina build. Like, I wanted my Tenacity build to be as good or better than my Golden Troop build, substack quality-wise, which is why I spent so much resin in it, but... Or time in Strongbox, which is resin equivalent, because I could have spent that elsewhere, right? So, anyways. Get a 50-90 for better Moeka combos? Yeah, that's how that works. So I don't know, I think we just leave it there, maybe. Because I don't think we can be very likely to get a better build at this point for your Yaya, other than stealing things. There's a chance we could level certain pieces. Like, there was some random 4-line feathers or something, I think. Was it Nowbid? I don't remember where it was. There's some random 4-piece feathers that, like, if we level them up, could result in, you know, you never know when one of these pieces rolls really heavily into crit rate, and like we get a 20% crit rate piece, and then that allows us to completely rebalance, have more crit damage elsewhere. For now, I think this is a fine balance for starting. It's not an incredible UI build, but it's better than what you had before. So I don't know. I consider that a dub for what we were starting with. But I don't know. It's a failure in some sense in that I couldn't beat the 4-piece build, but I still think my vibe check is accurate, where I said that the circumstances where I could see it being hard to beat a 4-piece build is an account that has resin refreshed a bunch and an account that is younger, which this account is both. So, so far I think my vibe is still accurate, but this was kind of a worst-case scenario account. I'd be surprised if I log into another account today that was this bad, as far as trying to beat the 4-piece. But again, I don't think we were really trying to beat a 4-piece in this account, so I don't know. Do I owe this player a Welkin, chat? My luck is not ass. Check cons and Duluth. Look, if we want to argue about luck is not ass, we need statistical analysis. Otherwise, we're just vibe bullshitting. One way or another. I don't know. I don't know the stats of what happened to you. I'm pretty sure you probably don't have the exact stats. I assume you didn't record all of your artifacts. Like, you might have the stats in your wishing... No, you should have the stats in your wishing data because it's less than a year old, but... like, I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm sure you have had instances of things where you remember good luck and bad luck, and you might just have the tendency to remember the bad moments more, is my prediction. Ultimately, it's all statistics at the end of the day, and I'm willing to bet you are far closer to the average than you expect you are. Anyways, relative to the amount of resin put into artifacts and the amount of wishes you have spent. Just saying. That's all. Gotchas are more statistics games than they are luck. And people don't want to acknowledge that because they don't like math. Anyways. Are you relative to Yai? Yeah, I might be. I don't know. Are foxes all relatives to each other? Yes, in a sense. All life is related to each other, in a sense. So, clearly yes. Do I deserve a Welkin as a small whale? No, gifted to a rando. I mean, I can gift it to a rando if you want me to, but the concept of the stream was giving it to you. So, we can decide that after the fact. I don't know. Here, we'll do it. I'll just do it on Twitch. Poll. Did I succeed on this account? Yes. No. Start poll. Do it on YouTube, I guess, is in case like there's differences. Did I succeed on this account? Yes, no. Oh, you have to probably dismiss the Google form if you want to see the poll, I think, because it's layered on top of each other. It's a little annoying. Oh, you can hover over it and it says like one new poll. Okay, there you go. So if I succeeded on this account, I don't think I owe Welkin. I feel like I succeeded on this account, but on some sense, I didn't because I didn't beat the 4-piece build you have, but the 4-piece build you have was not a build for your Yai, it was a build for Sandrone, right? So like, I don't know. That's why I feel like I did. My intent was to log onto accounts that already had a 4-piece Yai build already, but that's fine, right? It makes sense for this account not to prioritize 4-piece Yai with your Sandrone. So, I don't know. Anyways, I feel like I succeeded, but if you feel like I didn't succeed, then, you know, then I owe a Welkin, and I don't know, I could give it to a random viewer if you want, potentially. So yeah. I guess I should, while that goes, I'll go roll another selection. Let's see. So, let's see how many new submissions there are. Well, it is not in order. God damn it.
Anyone seems to be writing about these days.
I don't think they're in order.
Goodness knows what they find so
I
disappointing.
just have to copy them all
about their
again. It's
own
fine, I guess. It's fine. It's just tedious. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, copy that. And then I'll remove... Oops. Remove the one. Where is the one? There we go. Delete Stormbreaker. You're deleted from existence. Sorry, Stormbreaker. Bam. There you go. No longer in the form.
Personally,
Alright.
I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful.
You gifted... Oh, did I miss this gifted sub? Why did my brain just not register that? Oh, man. I'm a bad streamer. I can't believe I still haven't remembered to set up alerts. Thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Oh, D-Cup's got it. Nice. There you go. Small whale reverses rolls and pays streamer. That was my goal all along. Also, currently the poll is at 67%, of course, on Twitch for yes, and 60% for yes on YouTube. All right. So yeah, I don't know. This was an interesting one though to log into. So like, we'll see. We'll see if I fail the next one. Maybe my vibe is wrong. I'm not sure. I'm not as confident now as I was before. I'll say that, but it still does match my vibe. Where like, I feel like the reason I somewhat failed is only because of the fact that, one, we didn't start with a 4-piece like actual 4-piece build. We took a 4-piece build from someone else. In the partial sense of failing, and then secondarily, it's just the resin refreshing account is very young. Again, like the worst case scenarios in my mind. But anyways, let's roll another one. Gotta replace. Okay. Bam. Lugia, the Pokemon's here. Should probably skip it anymore. I'm at 4-piece. I probably will, yeah. So, update your profile. I'm gonna check your profile. If you don't have a 4-piece Yai currently, I don't think we need to log in and do that again. Like, might I be able to improve your 2-piece build? Yeah, sure. But the point is to compare to a 4-piece, right? So, hi Navy. You're a regular viewer. But yeah. Oh, we can end the poll. I forgot YouTube had to manually end the poll. Alright. If you build Akasha that still has no low-hand leaderboard, I don't give a shit, honestly. Akasha... I think Akasha's kind of garbage. I'm sorry. I think Akasha's kind of garbage. I ruined it for the ones with the 2-piece. I mean, it's mostly because I don't think it's that interesting to check the same thing again. And it's wasn't meant to be the concept of the stream, so it's fine. I think it was interesting to look at. Don't worry about it. Like, there's a reason I've been like shouting out Hexen Circle constantly, because this website already on the utility level for like actually being a useful tool and being fun for a leaderboard thing is much better done than Akasha for a lot of reasons. They still don't have a non-cryo resonance Yai leaderboard, annoyingly. Is Resh here? Should I go fucking DM Resh? Resh has made like a Chask, or is working on a Chask leaderboard and made one of the leaderboard. Yo, can we get a non-cryo res leaderboard for Yai on Hexen, please? I've been informed, even with triple cryo, it's really fake to assume 100% cryo res uptime. I don't know. I don't actually know if Hexen Circle assumes 100% cryo res uptime. I guess I'd have to export the rotation, but that's one thing they can improve, by the way. Another UI improvement, but anyways. What's the name of it? Hexen Circle. If you look up Hexen Circle leaderboards, it'll probably show up on Google. But they really need a better URL. There you go. Anyways. This site has all the potential in the world to be better than Akasha. They gotta fix the UI, and then more people just need to add more leaderboards, but like, it's already better on a utility level, for a lot of reasons, and it will become better in the future, especially as they get things like the optimizer feature out of beta and whatever. So anyways. We're using Kasha because it's more visually appealing, and they both have prior residence leaderboards anyways. So, yep. Did you DM me yet? Wait, I didn't look at your thing. Here, let me grab the UID. Navy. Wait, I had like 4 in the username, right? There we go, there we go. Okay. Another EU account, gasp. Alright, let's see. What do we got? How scared am I? AR-60, okay. Widget, C1. I didn't even check. Is this account C1 Yai? I hope you got C1 Yai. Well, you should plan on that, by the way, in case you're not aware. Stormbreaker, hopefully you're still here. You should try to get Yai from the con dupe thing. Yai actually being... Like, Yai is not as insanely strong in these teams without that C1. She's just, like, fine. The free C1 is a pretty big core assumption. So, it's going to take you 2 patches before you get there again. But I would definitely choose that. Minor mistake to have chosen that already, but it's probably not going to affect your ability to clear for now. Probably.
But alas, that is
okay, so...
not the way the world works.
72205. It's an AR-60 account, though. I don't know how... AR-60 means they could be a year and a half old, or they can be... you know, since the launch of the game, old, right? Being that they have a lot of other 5-star characters that Navy has built, since 4.6. Okay, I think there's something I can do here, but we'll see. This is not going to be an easy one to beat.
Most humans could have the entire
Also, it's going to be in the 120 ER leaderboard again, so we should look at the 120 ER and the non-120 ER leaderboard. Again, I think... Not that there's, like, never a reason, so, like, I think the reason Akasha put ER leaderboards on Yai for the Stellar teams is because there's with pre-Odette rotations, I believe, like, so, like, current patch, you can do extended rotations that do a Yai burst that are the same DPS as doing the shorter rotations, I believe. And that can make, like, having a little bit of ER ideal, from what I believe. But, like... you know... I don't know. What is the rank on Akasha? So we'll see what the 20 ER leaderboard is in the non-20 ER. Am I blind? It's just not here. Oh, there she is. 1.1%. Okay. Okay. But the roll value isn't that insane on these pieces, right? I think I can beat this. We'll see what the 2-piece looks like. So in the 120 ER leaderboard is top 3,000. In the non-120 ER leaderboard, it's top 20k. So I think that's the more realistic leaderboard that makes more sense personally. Because generally speaking, it's not better to do longer rotations. Shorter rotations tend to line up and be more adaptable. It's good to have the flexibility of doing longer. It's cool that, like, it can be somewhat worth to use the Eyes Burst, but, like, it's kind of doesn't do stellar damage, right? So, yeah. I also feel like Sandrone teams especially tend to be pretty tight for optimizing Sandrone field time. and it means that like finding the time where it can actually make sense to use the Ice Burst, I think it's relatively rare. So I kind of think ER is a little fake as a leaderboard for EI, is my opinion. But maybe we can beat both. We'll see. But this will be the one I'm targeting. So top 1.1% or top 2.9%. Anyways, okay. Cat cam. No cats nearby. Sorry. I don't see one, at least. Nope. Nobody at my feet. Sorry. Is EM on UI fake? Someone told me to use one EM main stat. It depends. It's EM main stat is good enough that you could use it. You should consider it relatively similar. The recommendation of doing one EM main stat on UI comes largely from current patch UI teams. Like, we didn't have the new... we don't have Odette. And like Odette plus the new artifact set next patch is literally an additional, like, over 100% stellar bonus for Yai's damage. Which is equivalent to a fuck ton of EM. And that kind of reduces the value of EM main stat in a way that I think generally makes post Odette, especially, and post the new artifact set, not that be the case, I believe. But it's still not going to be that bad. And so if you have a good EM timepiece that makes for a better combination of stats than an attack timepiece, you should still consider it, right? It's also going to vary based on your weapon a little bit too. So, yeah. These are my leftover San Antonio pieces. Yeah, it looked like it. So this is a situation where one of the reasons I think Yai is an interesting target for this kind of stream concept. I should be like checking my DMs, by the way. Okay, cool. By the way, Resh said Nenri, so the main owner of Hexen Circle, said apparently Nenri is the one that made the leaderboard. So, yeah. Hopefully... actually, so anyone, by the way, who was it? Hector? If you're able to join, so if you go on the Hexen Circle website, you can join the Discord. Maybe you can chime in your testing you did, so you can give Nenri some information to help Nenri configure... because I assume Cryo Resonance does have uptime for her normal skill hits. So it's going to have to be configured in GCSim properly to have Cryo Resonance for a lot of the skill hits, but then not the stellar hits. So if you want to go and join... I don't even know if Hector's still here. Are they still here? I don't know. I guess I should have added them. And Hector. They fucking left. Okay. And they got upset that I was being annoyed because they're fucking backseating as if I could magically solve the problem. Anyways, of all the leaderboards, assuming Cryo was uptime. Anyways, whatever. If they want to actually solve the problem, they should contribute to Hexen Circle, frankly. Don't yell at me, the streamer, trying to use an easy tool. Go fucking try to contribute to the community-based project and be like, hey, I've done testing. We should probably have a non-Cryos leaderboard. That's basically what I was suggesting, but anyways. In 3 Cryo, she has 95% resonance uptime on regular skill hits and barely any uptime on stellar hits, so you're like, yeah, it's a bit cringe. Yeah, that's annoying as hell. So how you balance around that is like, fuck if I know. That probably means you pretend... From what I recall the damage distribution looks like, that probably means you pretend Cryo Resonance is equivalent to like maybe 5% crit rate. Probably not much more than that. So yeah. Anyways, EM and Stellar kind of like EM and Lunar Charge. Yeah, but even more so, it seems like they're going even harder on the stats that give you the equivalent of a shit ton of EM anyways, such that it reduces the value of EM main stats especially. So yeah. 2pc EM, 2pc EM, okay, potentially, yeah. Like I have the number 1 2pc yeah, I build, and I have 2pc EM, 2pc attack, so it can be, yeah. But anyways, Stormbreaker sent me a funny... I'm not going to show it, because... Oh wait, the password's deleted, I guess it could, but... Anyways, there we go, okay. Let me log in, 1 second. Also, I should put the turtle on, just to make sure I don't do anything. It is a funny email. Alright. Let's see. This one is more in line with what the stream concept was supposed to be. Golden Trip still okay? No, Golden Trip is ass. It's always hot take. Golden Trip Yai was always ass. If you really wanted to make, if you wanted to get value out of Yai, pre-stellar bullshit, I'm of the opinion that Golden Troop was ass because truly getting value out of Yai, in my opinion, required playing teams where it made sense to burst. And you like prioritize like doing smart burst timing, and Golden Troop Yai lost a lot of burst damage because it went all into skill damage. Like Golden Troop Yai is an assumption of, oh, you don't care about bursting on Yai, you just do EEE and let her skill damage be everything, right? Which I think was fundamentally wrong on a way to actually get value out of the character's kit. So no, I think Golden Troop Yai was always ass. From my own testing, like I had good Golden Troop builds that I've used, but then especially over time, like as I've gotten better and better 2p's, but even at the time, I found 2p's preferable and better in practice. And like in Abyss, when we had no Stygian, where it was like harder to see, well, sometimes it was harder, sometimes it was easier, because like front loaded damage mattered, which so like the burst was a little bit more valuable back then. But anyways, the longer that time went on, the more that I found 2p's better is the short of it. Even when 2p's Yai, or 4p's Golden Troop Yai was most relevant. It's always been fake, so sorry. And now with Stellar teams, it's actively like very bad. I shouldn't say very bad, it's not very good. I would be very surprised for someone, if someone wants me to log on their account and they have a 4p's Golden Troop Yai, I'd be very, very surprised if I couldn't beat that. Like I wouldn't be that surprised if I failed to beat this build. But I'd be very surprised if I couldn't beat a Golden Troop build for Stellar. So anyways, part of why the Stellar leaderboards on Akasha right now are really weird for Stellar Yai is because there's a lot of like random shit like Golden Troop Yai that is all just sitting in like the bottom percentage of things. So anyways, what do we have for general artifacts? Sorry. Okay. So what I'm glancing for is like what two-piece artifacts stick out. So we got some Albe pieces, but nothing insane. So there's a chance we might end up just using 2-piece of the shadow set still. Again, for reference, our target to beat is either, if we do have a 20 ER build still, sure, hopefully we can maybe try to beat top 3000. Otherwise, for the non-top 20 ER leaderboard, beat 19,000, so top 2.9%. So we have some whimsy pieces. Otherwise, I mean, we got 2-piece gilded, but shitty options for that. So no to gilded. None of these. Okay. Where the fuck is your Wanderer's Troop and Glad? How do you have no Wanderer's Troop and Glad? What in the ever-living hell? I guess you said you started in 4.6. Oh, it's fucking... Oh, God. Okay, wait, this is another younger account, because that was Natlan, right? No, 4.6 was Fontaine. I guess it was middle of Fontaine, so... Yeah, Natlan was probably when you actually started really farming for realsies, right? So, yeah, okay. Interesting. Okay, this one might be a little bit of a challenge, too, with a lot of... Well, we have this. A lot of... Like we haven't landed on an account yet that has had like a bunch of options for Gladiator or Wanderer's Troop. Although we do have these 4-liners that are relevant here. Like we still have them. So... I haven't looked much into whether attack circlet is actually usable on her, by the way. It might be. Okay. Interesting. This 4-liner in particular is interesting to me. We don't have a lot of material though, so I don't want to like level that right away, but it sticks out. And then also sticks out to me that we had this 4-liner would be a big ol' it depends how it rolls. But this one is double crit high roll with the EM. And then obviously the circlet had high crit damage roll, flat attack is a nice bonus, and then EM of course. So that's there. Otherwise we're basically looking at not that. Just double checking. This is also 2pcm set. Rare 2pcm set, but still nonetheless 2pcm. Otherwise, we're basically looking at only the newest artifact sets, probably. I guess this is maybe usable. Okay, maybe we can yoink the Tignari pieces. What the hell is that? 36.5? Okay. Maybe we have more to work with Glad than I thought. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a no dead stat 4-liner. Not ideal rolls, but high stat value can easily beat out crit rolls. Okay. And then that would mean like maybe we need to level the circlet. But or the flowers that we had. Okay. We got something to work with here. Okay. Again, I do think it counts if I have to steal artifacts from an existing character. Like, we have to steal Arlecchino pieces. I'm sorry. The point of this experiment is to see if you have a better 2piece at all. Obviously, whether or not you want to default to that is a different question. So, okay. For Arlecchino, the main pieces here that stick out are obviously this flower and this timepiece. We have Albade pieces, or Night Sky pieces. That is interesting. Yeah, I will do what I can to avoid it first. And then we might go into stealing pieces. Interesting piece there that we could consider. Also there, the Flynn's piece. That one too. Is this a 4-liner? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's a 3-liner. A good 3-liner, but you know. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 lower values. Okay. And Albade. That's a funky piece. Could actually be. Is that worth it? High attack, 2 max crit damage, and high ER rolls is interesting. Is that a 4-liner? No, it's just a goofy. Wait, is that all max rolls? I think that is. That's 6.5 times, right? Yeah. Because 6.5 rolls technically has 6 point... Yeah, right? Yeah. That's 4 max rolls of ER. What the hell? Okay. There's no spare artifacts? Yeah. So, like, I don't think I have a choice but to steal artifacts from other accounts. Like, this is what happens on a younger account. You don't have as many artifacts, then you kind of have to end up stealing artifacts. Which is a more compelling reason to consider just defaulting to a 4-piece, to be clear. A 4-piece that is good, like, the 4-piece UI build is not bad here, right? If your 4-piece build is good enough to use, you could just stick to that, right? Even if it's worse than what a 2piece is, like, if it isn't stealing pieces from another character, you might just prefer that, right? So, yeah. Wish that was the other set. That's a little unfortunate, but oh well. I guess it was the other set. You probably already have it equipped, so it's fine. Okay. Interesting. So... The most likely path here is yoinking the Arlecchino piece. That's okay. Interesting. It's like basically just slightly worse than this. Actually, it might be about equivalent. Alright, you got a 4-piece circlet there. That's interesting. Opinion on GeForce Cloud Gaming. It's an accessible way to have access to PC Genshin, which has a lot of upsides. You're gonna have to have a better internet connection to be able to utilize it properly, though. Okay. I don't think we had Guild of Dreams. I looked at those. Was there anything in here that I missed? HP. Double crit 4-liner. Double crit high roll 3-liner. Crit with ER. Oh, interesting. Okay. Unleveled attack, double crit goblet. You have my Varka goblet! How dare you! And crit rate, but no Nothing other than attack percent, or nothing other than crit damage. Blech. Interesting, especially with that on-site goblet. What other goblets do we have? That. Oh, we have a whimsy piece. Interesting. Okay. This is 2 crit rolls plus EM. This is a tiny bit more crit damage, but lose an EM roll. It's probably not that much gain, realistically. The Flynn's piece, though. Okay. The Inefa piece could be an onset, of course. Let's look at that. Alright. 8.9 is on Fremine. So... check that, and then check Whimsy. So, let's see. Consider using that. It's not going to be worse than my current piece, basically. And the timepiece is, frankly, not that different. So we stick with the current timepiece. We stick with that. That's pretty juicy. Is it better than this? It might be better than that, yeah. So I'll try that. Try that. And then do, okay, what's the balance for now? 75.5. Again, fucking cryo resonance. God, I hate cryo resonance. What? Okay, I think this is the smarter build to use again, assuming partial uptime on cryo resonance, which is probably better. Not 100% uptime. But at a baseline here, we have a lot more attack. And I think we have a tiny bit more crit, but we're only at 90% crit rate with cryo resonance from the leaderboard, so it's kind of weird. And makes me think we might be better off trying to do something like using this, or I should look at actually okay, well, we're gonna try not stealing pieces first, right? Wait, does that make sense? Maybe it doesn't, because well, yeah, no, because I could steal a Flynn's pieces is the thinking. Okay, let's not. Okay, let's go back to what I had before. Right. For damage. Is that really the best piece? Yeah, it probably is. Okay. Other than the Yai, or the Navia piece. I mean, the Navia piece might be actually good enough. Like, we're talking lose 5% crit damage, but and an attack roll, but we gain the ER. That would allow us to get in the 20 ER leaderboard, but I don't really want to compete in the 20 ER leaderboard. Again, I think it's kind of fake, so why do that? Okay. Let's just see what this build is at, and then I'll go from there. This is the non-stealing artifacts build. My intuition is that this one is not going to be better. Right, so we haven't really improved the build that much, and we've gained attack percent, but a significant amount of attack. But we haven't really gained enough in crit value, I think, enough to truly compete. I have Nefersig. We'll just use with it to compare. I don't think there's a Nefersig leaderboard anyways, so a Nefersig would change the balance of stats. That actually makes sense. So, like, if you have a Nefersig spare, I think you should use Nefersig, to be clear, on this build. I think that definitely makes sense. Like, that's... So if you're not using Nefer, yeah, like, that's just obviously way better. But, yeah. Go back. We don't have a leaderboard to balance around that. Again, we're using Akasha as a measurement tool for simplicity. I do think it's worth mentioning that does make sense for sure. Even 20% ER, Yai can't burst every rotation. I mean, she can potentially. It depends on what team we're talking about exactly. And how many favs are on the team. Alright. She gets energy refund, right? So if you're doing... You have to do longer rotations, though, if you're going to burst every rotation. So again, I think we're ignoring that. So, I mean, look, if we happen to be in the... We're not in the 20% ER category. I think we're going to be in the 110 ER category. So, you know, I guess we can look at that, too. In the 110 ER category, we're 9,300. Top 2%. We are 19,200 in the 0 ER category, so we're looking at those two. Alright, I'll log out. Most. What is forecast under any team DPS? If we're assuming KQM standards, I believe it is around 185 to 190k or something like that. Might have changed slightly if someone... That might be numbers that were run with cryo resonance assumed with follow-up time on Yai, though, so... I don't know exactly. Okay, let's see. Wait, double check. Remember the numbers. 19,931. Okay. I think this will be worse. That's my prediction. I think we have to steal artifacts for this one to be better. Yeah, no, that's not surprising. Okay. That's the 110 ER category, to be clear. Oops, I click on it. What is the no ER category? Even worse. So, yeah, okay. Whoops. Click in the game. So, yeah, there we go. Not too surprising there. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, we gained an attack, but we didn't gain enough in crit value and general balance of stats to make up for it. That matches my expectation. But, we got Flynn's pieces. So, equip that. Equip that. And then probably back to this piece. Or... maybe not. No, you know what? Let's try to find... use this piece, because those are too similar in stat value to each other. So we probably keep the Whimsy Goblet and then do an off-piece feather. Actually, yeah, what does this do? No. Where was that piece? Oh, shit. There it is. What does this look like at a baseline? Do we do 70 crit rate? I don't know. We could check it, I guess. That feels like way too low crit rate for Akasha leaderboards, though. You need more crit rate to do Akasha balancing. Like, to be clear, that's because crit rate is good. You don't want to neglect your crit rate, right? Like, it's not the math it's running is not wrong, but you can optimize your gameplay around like not having 100% crit rate. So I do think the leaderboards in general, because mathematically in general, you don't mathematically factor in the fact that you're willing to hit the retry button, right? Is all it really is. So okay, I want to try to make use of this circlet. So do that. Is there a different Flames piece I should steal instead, or a different Night Sky set? I'm looking for pieces that are like particularly like balanced towards heavy crit rate subs. That's what's gonna stick out to me right now. And normally we don't seem to have that though. Maybe I need to steal the Flynn's. Okay, maybe I keep an onset piece here. So maybe we can go back to this. And then steal the Flynn's Goblet too. We're stealing Flynn's pieces, right? Because I know that had heavy crit. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it's 14 crit rate. Is that good enough? It's kind of cope, but also might be good enough. I don't know. Or I can go back to this. I mean, if I'm stealing pieces, I could also just steal Sandrina's piece. Okay, what's the crit balance without fixing this right now? Okay. Want more crit rate. I want more crit rate. Give more crit rate, please. Maybe that is better if I swap too. I don't know. We could check it. How about, let's see. Wait, I should have checked this. No, that's a query circle. Okay. How about, did I check EM timepiece? Uh, 10 crit rate. That is 14 crit rate. Ooh, maybe we do use that. Okay. How dare I consider stealing a Lanyon piece? I know, but then Flint gets this piece back, so that actually might be more compelling to even consider keeping this on UI. Okay, we can check that after. Let's check first with this Whimsy flower that has heavy crit rate. Because it's lower attack, but now we're at the ideal crit rate for Akasha. Again, add the cry resonance because it's assuming 100%, whatever. Not particularly high EM or attack substat though, so that's what worries me here. I don't know. It's like, we had to make sacrifices for this much crit value. But we'll see. We'll see. Oops. You have a Skirk that has like 16 crit rate? Oh, okay. Guess I could have checked that. Wait, were we able to do an off-piece? I don't... Oh, I guess if I did the Whimsy Goblet. Right? Yeah. Having higher crit damage numbers with Cryovis is fun? Oh yeah. It is fun to be able to balance and take advantage of it, it's just... In Yai's case, it probably is a bit silly. Alright. Reroll, or rerun, refresh the page. Top 3%. Damn, okay. Is that a 0 ER, right? Yeah. 2pc2pc. Yeah. That's what I kind of... Not too surprised. I didn't think our attack was high enough. It might be too young of an account. I think maybe the thing I underestimated is how many youngins are playing Genshin Impact relative to how old like my account is, right? Like I mean, I'm well aware. I've said that for a long time that like the effect of the strength of 2pc2pc is how long you've been playing significantly, and whether or not you recognize the value of, you know, keeping said artifacts that had potentially be good 2pc2pc artifacts. So Geeks will reach top 1% Skirk or have to level 95 Mika. I think I'll probably have to level 95 Mika. Skirk's too competitive. Did he set like a timeline for getting top 1% Skirk or something? But yeah, this flower and the circlet allows us to get higher crit value, but it has nothing else other than the 1 attack percent roll. So... Yeah, I might fail this one. That's my vibe right now. I was hoping that... I wasn't too surprised I was worse. I was hoping to be a little closer, though. Right. What was the actual ranking number? 21,000? It's not that far away. Oh, shit. Wait. I forgot, because we only need to be better than top... Because it was only like top 2.9%. We're actually very close. 2.5 years old for a Genshin account. I mean, it's not... It's like... young, but like older side of young is what I would say. The problem is the fucking Natlan domains and shit. I don't know. Like there's not that insane amount of artifacts here for 2pc2pc things that stood out to me for Yai. And we're really limited here by not having that many options in Golden Troop and... Or sorry, Golden Troop. Wanderer's Troop and Gladiators. But anyways, it's weird. Like ultimately what 2pc... The reason we were doing this experiment is I wanted to get more of a vibe check with how other people's accounts would look for 2pc2pc, which is interesting. So I think my intuition was maybe slightly off, but it might just be I underestimated or I overestimated either how many people keep the important artifacts, because maybe Navitron made the mistake of throwing away Wanderer's Troop and Gladiator artifacts because they were thinking, there's no characters I have where this 4-piece set is relevant on, so I can just throw them away, and they're perfect pieces. But like, they don't have to be perfect pieces to throw them away. So, I don't know. Or, it's just because the account, the difference of 2 more years of age makes a big difference. Especially with an account like mine, where I level so many characters. Like, there's 10 characters I have below level 70, I think, right? So, yeah. Anyways. So it just depends. But I think we still might be able to get there, though, by the way. We're very close already. I'm using, like, I think if this freaking piece had an attack percent roll, I think it would be good. So what can we do? Okay, you mentioned you had a off-piece Skirk Feather with really heavy crit. Which is not a relevant onset. It doesn't have attack, though. No. No attack or EM, I think that one's not good enough. It's basically just a slightly better version of this. 2% more crit rate is not what we need. We need other stats. Especially for an offset. So... Okay, this is gonna be the last account? No, it shouldn't be. It won't let me join the Discord? Why not? Well, if it won't let you join the Discord, I'll have to send... If you get selected, you can give me your Discord username, I can send you a DM directly. Okay, so... We need to sort by the relevant sets again. Yeah, if only that ER rolls crit. Only that ER was crit. This one is interesting. Maybe... Okay, so what happens... No one was using these before, yeah, so I can do this. And do that. So that would be 2p's here. And then... I'd have to use a Whimsy Circlet. Interesting. We lose a shit ton of crit rate. I wonder if that'll matter that much. Lose a shit ton of crit rate. But now we have much better attack. I don't know, I'll check it. Why not? I could go put this piece on. I don't know, we gain 1 crit rate roll, we gain a low crit damage roll. Flat attack. I think it's net gain. Try that. Let's see. Alright. So Runa is my favorite bad streamer. What? Oh, Discord is dead. Oh shit. That's a problem. Oh. I didn't know Discord was down. I see. Okay. Well, we'll see if it comes back by the time we're done on this account. Alright, let's see. I did it. There you go. Yeah, we had to steal pieces. So again, whether or not, like, Navy would actually want to stick with this build is up to them. Again, ultimately it's down. I think it's an important exercise, even if this is not what the build you want to default to is. I think it's I mean, notably, I think we stole from Arlecchino. Do we want to check? I guess we can go back to the other. Let's go check. I think with the other, so we'll just go check with the other flower. So, because then at least we don't steal that one piece from Arlecchino. We stole the goblet from Flynn's, which is obviously not ideal. But it's not like you're always going to be using Flynn's necessarily. Especially, I mean, you're probably going to be using Flynn's next badge, right? But with the lunar fuckle duckle, right? But you can tweak things around, I think. We didn't take the Flynn's circlet, at least, right? This was an unused circlet. We took the Flynn's 9-piece, so we definitely hurt Flynn's the most. We also took the Never Flower Feather. So, like, we fucked your Nodgrai options a little bit. Is this exclusive of No, the general exercise is not, like, something you should probably check. And again, like, having a leaderboard that makes sense is ideal. again, this the eye leaderboard is we're balancing around cryo resonance. So like, frankly, I think this is not necessarily the exact ideal balance. I think we should bias more towards crit rate than we are. I think crit damage is a little bit too much of an advantage because of the cryo resonance that is assumed. But, and that means the 4-piece set, well, I don't know. I think this is actually a good enough 2-piece build that even with no cryo resonance is probably still better. But it's going to be more close in practice is my point. Again, we're just using Akasha as like the testing ground with the eye. Because I think it's an interesting one. But you should have a similar experience with a lot of characters. With 2-piece builds. Is where it's at. But yeah, on this account, obviously if Flynn's wants to be on... Flynn's especially, I think, was gimped the most here. Because Nefer, I'm pretty sure we still have... Yeah, like, we still have this for Nefer. Like, that's the same piece. May as well be. For Nefer. One less EM roll, tiny bit less crit damage. Whoop-de-frickety-do, right? Like, Nefer can still be perfectly functional. So, like, I don't think that's really a problem. So the only real problem here is we stole from Flynn's. But there is this onset goblet sitting here for Flynn's. And then a circlet. I don't know. Let's see quick. Because this is like the other extension of doing this 2-piece scenario. Is like you will oftentimes wind up stealing pieces from someone else. Especially with the eye here and having the recent Nod Cry sets that are like relevant as 4-piece sets. So if we put that on Flynn's. And I don't know what your Flynn's build was before. But baseline, I guess just check what that is. It's now back on a 4-piece. We're now at 6230. Do you remember what he was before? His score revived? Oh, cool. Okay. Natlan boss is way worse. I highly disagree, but how it will be for different people's accounts will depend on your account, okay? The Natlan boss is relatively easy with, like, just Auron and a team that can have good DPS with Auron functioning. And the same applies to, like, just Eonson, and even arguably just Kachina, but I didn't mess with just Kachina. The worst option you have, you know, and, like, yeah, it's better to have 2 Natlan units for sure. It's still dead? Oh, okay. Your Flynn's was 70, 225? Okay. We can try to get more crit rate then. Obviously losing that goblet kind of sucks, but, do you remember what his attack was? That matters for Flynn's for sure. My account didn't have Auron or Eonson when I did. I had to use Kachina the goat. How hard was it for you to clear with Kachina? Like, what team did you use, Tutil? Because, like, I don't know. If the pillar boss had its original balance, like, in beta, the first version of the beta for the pillar boss, it had a nonsense amount of HP that was going to be hell. Like, it was going to be hell. But then on release, and even, like, we didn't know until creator server videos, like 2 days before the patch, that they put the HP at only, like, 8 million. We thought it was going to be, like, 12 million or 11 million, I think. Because they, like, had it at, like, 13 or 14 million. It might even be, I don't know. It was something insane. It was, like, around 15 million. It was, like, double what it is actually at launch at Fearless. And then they changed it to 11 million. It's like, okay, that's better, but it's still going to be cringe. And then apparently that was still cringe enough to beta testers, thank God, that they actually listened, apparently, and they made it 8 million. Like, that HP matters for, like, what different options, because, like, it means you can just use Kachina and then use, like, probably Arlecchino Mono Pyro and it probably clears, right? That's, like, completely fair. Like, I appreciate that. Like, there's no Natlan boss, I think, right now that is actually that bad to deal with. So, yeah, I would argue the most relevant character, frankly, for flexibility for clearing Natlan mechanics right now is Eonson. And particularly having her C6. And the more the time has gone on, the more valuable it seems Eonson C6 is. But anyways. We're looking at your Flynn's to see if we can fix your Flynn's more. That's interesting. We didn't take your Flynn's. I guess you probably had this because you needed the ER. That makes sense. Okay. So we have... No, wait, we don't have 5-piece. Never mind. We could have 5-piece, though. So this... You said he had around... I mean, what we'd be looking for is something with... Yeah, we could probably get a better feather, right? Or a better flower. This flower's not that good. Yeah, okay. So let's do... this. We lose basically nothing. Switching to this. And then... This might even be a better Flynn's build for you. What was your Flynn's build ranking before? It'd be really funny if I also improved your Flynn's build, because we stole your Flynn's artifacts to get your better 2pc2pc. It's the primary thing we did. We very minorly stole from Never, I think in a way that didn't matter. Wait, this is not yours. There we go. Okay, so this is your Flynn's build before. 2300 attack, 73 230. Wait, or is this after I stole? No, this is the PC I had originally. Okay. Yeah, I think I can get this to be better too. I think we can steal from your Flynn's and we can still make your Flynn's better. Alright. And he has the same amount of ER as I think he did before. Honestly, having more might be nice, but... because he's not on SIG. Alright. If he's not going to be better, he's going to be very close to the same. Flynn's leaderboards are very competitive, by the way. But... is what it is. Honestly, I think I'll do crit rate over crit damage with attack. Alright. Official piece. No. That's pretty good. That one's interesting. 6.6, 4.5 ER. Are you playing Skirk that often? I don't know. Would you want to steal from Skirk? I assume the answer is no. All the Lunar Cares have competitive leaderboards? Yeah. Okay, your off-piece flowers were not as good as I was hoping. I kind of want to level... Wait, do we have fodder? Kind of want to level some of your pieces. Kind of, not really. If there's a 4-liner with ER, I'd say we definitely should level it. Oh, there's a 3-liner with ER. Okay. I think one of these 4-line pieces, like you have 4-line high roll there, 4-line high roll with attack there. And then if those don't roll well, we have like 3 different 3-liners. That's 5 different 3-liners. I don't know. Do you want to try to do that? Do you want to try to level some of those pieces? I was looking for something a little bit more. Do a prediction. Like what? Like what is the prediction? Do I get a better Flynn's build? I might already get a better Flynn's build. Annoyingly, we need 6 ER to be able to get into 120 ER. I feel like having 120 ER would be really ideal on your Flynn's. But when it comes to the leaderboards, the leaderboard doesn't count you as... this is one thing that I don't know if this is implemented on Akasha. I should actually jot this down for Hexen Circle. Hexen Circle... Hexen ER categories should treat within, like, I don't know, plus or minus 2%. 2% of ER as counting as that category. E.g. a 118% ER Flynn's probably should count as 120% ER leaderboard. Like, because it's kind of dumb that I could equip this piece, right, to Flynn's, and then it wouldn't count as the 120 ER leaderboard. So, press an EDR? Yeah. It's hardly a question. Yeah. A little bit. I don't know. I expected better flowers here. Okay, so... let's see. Do we have any pieces we could throw in this? Do you know if you have any pieces you could throw in this? That are cope worthy enough? What the fuck is that? 26 ER. I guess you keep that because of fab piece or something. I guess maybe I could check the feather off piece. Yeah, shoot, I'm stupid. I should check feather off piece because we had different other on-site pieces still. So like, what if I just use this and then crit damage. Interesting, but no other relevant stats. What the hell is this? Okay. EREM is nice, I suppose. This one might be the best one we have. Does this have ER? No. So still wouldn't put us in the 120 ER category. Okay. A lot of pieces love to throw, but they all rolled a lot into one stat like attack or ER. Yeah. That's an awkward situation to be in. It's a Nephis piece. I don't really want to take that. Okay. We just tried this one. I don't know. It's got a lot of attack. Oh, we have no ER. Oh, no. Also, we're overcapped. I didn't realize. My bad. We do not want to go over one additional crit rate roll, I guess. So that means I should not be sorting my crit rate here. Oh, not a 4-liner. Surely there's a 4-liner we can yoink somewhere here. Oops. 2.7, 21, 18 ER. Interesting. 63 EM. And then we're back into the category of... Interesting. Oh, we have no ER again. Fuck. I can't get no ER. I need ER, so I guess the frickin' tenacity piece? Yeah, sure. That might be better. I mean, I think it is. It might... There's a chance this ranks lower, but I think it'll be better. You have a little bit more ER. Your crit is about the same. Technically, you're not 100% crit anymore, but you have more attack, too. Like, this is the type of build that Flynn's, especially with a C0 Flynn's, is one of the easier characters to optimize around not having quite 100% crit rate. But I think it is better to sacrifice, like, one crit rate. Like, if you're sacrificing going from having 100% crit rate to having 97, sacrificing one crit rate roll in exchange for a stat that actually increases the damage, rather than increases the chance at getting more damage. Like, I don't think he's going to be likely in most of his rotations to miss crits often enough for this to result in a meaningful damage downgrade. So even though it'll, like, maybe rank slightly lower, I think it might be higher still. But it might rank slightly lower because of the crit rate difference. But I think it'll rank higher because I have more. So you had... But you also had... Wait, you had so much EM. Why did you have so much EM? Wait, I guess it factors in... Oh, it's his passive, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. I forgot it's passive. So... I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if the Flynn's build it better. Okay. The reason I think this is worthwhile is part of the experiment. I know we're not working on Ya here, but like this is part of it, in my opinion. Like, we stole from Flynn's, but we might actually be improving the Ya build and the Flynn's build at the same time, despite stealing from Flynn's. That's an incredibly good result, in my opinion. Right? I'd still consider it a success if it had to steal from Flynn's and he didn't get a better build. But, you know. Alright, let's see. It's going to be the same 110 ER leaderboard, by the way, but again, you had 119 ER before, now I think we have 118. So, same difference, basically. It should probably be ranking this 120 ER leaderboard, but that's not how Kasha works, so... okay, it is a little worse. Yeah, so I think I was right that it had a chance of being worse, but how much worse is the real question. Is it... Wait, is it not updated? Where the hell is it? Oh, also... Yeah, Yai is obviously still better, but... So we put her on the different... Oh wait, did I not put her on the... No, that's where she was before. Why does it say new? God damn it. I thought I swapped the Arlecchino feather, or her flower back, whatever. Where the hell is the Flynn's leaderboard? Why did it not save it? Bro.
Personally, I think
Yeah, why didn't it update
staying
though?
the
I
same
logged out,
forever
did I
is
not?
quite beautiful.
Okay.
But alas,
I
that
guess
is
we're wasting more
simply
time
not the
logging
way
out
of
and
the
in.
world.
I was like, to be clear, if you have it as a save build in your profile, it doesn't show up unless it's a better build. But that's why I was looking for it down here. But it didn't say new down here, so it didn't even update at all. That's why I was confused. Oh, I updated, but it looks better. But it should still show up as a new build. It should still say new down here. Or maybe it's because I'm not logged in. Maybe it only shows new when you're logged in, and it's not my profile. So, God, fucking Nakasha. I want to know how much different it is. Also, how out of date? It's still assuming I know. Of course it is. Whatever. It doesn't really matter, I guess. It kind of does, because you get some uplift in Flynn's from Columbina, but whatever. Anyways, I want to know, because, like, I have more attack, right? But, anyways. Is he on the... Oh, maybe that's why. It's true. Is he on the profile? That would explain it. No. That would explain it. Okay. Goodbye, Never. I don't even think you play Flynn's that often, it seems like, considering he's level 80. Well, log out. Wait. I want to see how much lower the eye build goes. Switching the feather to the flower to the lower crit value flower, but it has more attack percent. So we lose a crit rate roll, but we gain we lose a little bit of crit damage, lose a crit rate roll, but gain a bunch of attack percent, and lose an EM roll. I want to do this just because that way we don't steal anything from Arlecchino, I believe. And I want to see how that ranks. That should still be better. I'm like quite certain that should still be better than the 4-piece build we had, but it might be a little bit worse than the previous 2-piece. Blech. Okay. All right. Was the eye at top 0.9% and Flynn's is top 28.8. Okay. Refresh. Yeah, Yai, okay, I was right. Yai fell a little bit. And Flynn's fell a bit more than I thought he would. But the EM is honestly hardly any different. Like, it's just we lost a little bit of crit value that we traded for attack. I don't think it's as worse as it thinks it is, because I think Akash is overvaluing crit rate functionally more than matters in practice for Flynn's, is my opinion. But I don't know. I think this Flynn's build is almost exactly the same, essentially, even if it seems like it dropped a lot. But it might be a little bit worse. I don't know. But for how little you play Flynn's, I'm assuming. Am I correct in assuming you're happy to stick with this on Yai for now, and Flynn's can have the very minorly worse build? I find it highly unlikely that your experience is going to be noticeably different with Flynn's. Even if it is worse, right? But again, I think it's a caution loving crit rate that affects that leaderboard ranking drop. You don't mind? Cool. Then we got a double dub, I would say. Flynn's may as well be the same. Yai should be a bit better. And you're good to go. And if you want Yai to be top 1%, you can swap the feather back, or flower back. Do you want to swap the flower back? Because technically she was top 1% there. That also is better from the balance of, like, again, this is a little bit of an Akasha scam build. As far as, like, being less Akasha scam, crit rate stats, you know, maybe stealing that Flynn circlet still does make sense, right? Getting a little bit more crit rate might be better in practice. Like, even stealing one of these two pieces might actually be better than this piece currently, just because we might want more crit rate, with Cryo Resonance not being up, right? That's all. So that's the only other thing I keep in mind is Cryo Resonance is kind of fake, kind of not, so it's just funky. Anyways, we can leave it there. You can switch as you need. All right. Yeah, but I think that's a fine result. Again, we're using Akash as a measuring stick, but it's not the end-all be-all. Okay, let's go choose another one. Delete you from the thing. Brown. Alright. Control-C. Bam. Alright. So that's 2 successful in a row. Again, the first one was weird. because they didn't even have a 4-piece to start. Ivory Equinox. Alright, you still here? I think we're at the point where now some people might have left the stream, but... thanks? Yeah, no problem.
Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about
Yeah,
their
using Akasha as the measuring stick, but like, if we can get a better build on Akasha, it usually means that we can probably get a better build regardless, right? But again, Cry Resonance is a funky factor that is not necessarily always the case, right? The point is just to illustrate the general optimization path for the builds, where you can tweak your 4-piece options and whatever to 2-piece and get a better result, but... Anyways, only inches? Yeah, you were close. Ivory Equinox. Let's see. Ivory... Oh, they're still in Twitch chat. They're in Twitch.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite...
Person who runs it decides it's not an official site. What does that mean? How does Sandrina have a leaderboard? Oh, sorry. That's what you were talking to... Yeah. Yes. Mimi is the Akasha owner. Yeah, they arbitrarily decide, like, whether or not the Akasha owner likes the character more very, 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 very significantly determines whether or not a character gets a leaderboard sooner. Also, how much, like, different kind of team context is required, or ER leaderboards. Like, that's probably part of why Columbina doesn't have one. Honestly, I don't think Columbina needs a leaderboard, frankly. It's just like the wrong focus to have, in my opinion. But if you want to Columbina leaderboard, guess what? The better site exists. I'm pretty sure Columbina has leaderboards here. Maybe? I actually never checked. Yeah, she does. Of course she does. There you go. Hey, there you go. Maybe use the site that is community run, because then as long as there's someone motivated to do it, it will exist. Crazy. Crazy. No Duran leaderboard? Is there Duran leaderboard on... Oh, there's so many leaderboards now, by the way. They're at it. Yeah, there's a Duran leaderboard. Dark mode melt, white mode swirl, white mode overload, dark mode vape. That's a pretty good spread of leaderboards. I do think there should maybe be... I think there should be, like, leaderboards added for, like, just generic, like... I don't know exactly what team context you assume for this, but, like, there is reasons to use, like, Noblesse or whatever over. Like, I don't know... if these or not are I assume dark mode should be on DPS build, right? But like most of the time I have found Duran better to put on a supportive artifact set more often than not. And what exact supportive artifact set will vary by team. And what that means is that I feel like if we're going to rank leaderboards for like white mode swirl and white mode overload, it should properly do a full team DPS calc rather than just a Duran DPS calc in order to rank that properly, right? But I'm guessing it's not because of all these 4-piece sets here. But maybe it is still technically best in slot to use that set. And it's just my preference that is skewing my perception there. I don't know, right? So yeah. Anyways. Wonder how my builds compare in Hex and Circle? I mean, we can check. I forgot where we... Can I not? Am I dumb? Oh, there we go, yep. I'm just dumb. I can't remember. I haven't used Hex and Circle much. That was not that hard. Of course, it's in the profile page. 756786295. Looks like your Flynn's is top 56%. Let's go! Your Yai is top 29%. Yeah, all that effort. That's so funny, by the way. We have like a top 1% build on Akasha, and then on Hex and Circle it's top 30. Yeah, expect Hex and Circle to be harder to get to the upper ranks. By the way, expect it. It's a lot harder. Hex site called it's called hexandcircle.nenry.fr. Just search Hex and Circle leaderboards. It'll probably pop up. Hex and Circle leaderboard. There you go. First result in Google. But I can give you the link, but I'm just saying Google, while it's kind of shit sometimes, it still works, generally speaking, when you have pretty weirdly specific terms like Hexenzirkel leaderboard.
Personally,
So,
I think
anyways.
the idea of things staying the same forever is quite...
Did I miss Ivory Equinox answering, by the way?
Alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
I don't think I did. I think we're re-rolling. One more time. Ivory Equinox. Are you here? Do. I'm guessing they're not. Yo, sorry. Oh shit. Hello. I'm glad I DM'd you again. Someone else is salty that I didn't re-roll though.
Other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days.
Working just got this. Oh, let's go. Are you able to provide me your login information on Discord? I think. Wait. Oh fuck. Is Discord still down? I forgot to check. Someone's told me Discord's still down, or Discord was down. So wait. Someone sent me a DM. If I catch the next stream, can I reverse it? As in, you find a better 2PCI on my account, I'll send you up to 3 Welkins or equivalent. I mean, well, sure. If you want to pay me, that's fine. I think Mob's trying to... That's Mob DM me that. Mob's trying to buy their way into me optimizing their AI. That's fine. Sure.
Fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories.
All right, it's back. Okay, cool. So yeah, send me a DM, Ivory. Or if you don't have time, you can maybe send me a DM later. I want to do at least 2 more, but we'll see how long they take. Just sent it. Okay, cool. Pay to lose. What does the L stand for? Pay to. I mean, it'd be funny if I failed to improve it. It'd be funny if. Well, no, sorry. Mob was saying if I do find a better build, then they'll give me the Welkins. That's the bet, right? So yeah, maybe I should have done that. You just pay me instead of me paying other people. I don't know how to optimize my AI. I wail harder. Weird the dark mode Durin they assume is hyper with Seat Lolly. Is there no option for a low hen? I don't know if that matters that much realistically for calculating Durin's damage. I guess it matters a little bit if they're assuming C2 Seat Lolly potentially. Otherwise, I don't think it does. Like C2 Seat Lolly with Durin on field, with just standing still in Bennett burst. That might matter. Isn't Lowen worse anyways? Are you one of those people that thinks Lowen is a bad character? He is one of the best DPS in the game, yo. Power creep. It exists. Multipliers are high. Mob frantically deleting all 2Ps. Alright, let's log in. So anyways, I got two in a row so far. Even one where I was in a weird one. We can ignore the first one maybe, but yeah. Any free time later tonight? Tars DM me. Tars wants opinion on a video. Yeah, sure. Any time limit though? Gonna probably stream for a couple more hours still. Talons are genuinely diabolical. I mean, you triple crown a lot, don't you? Alright, Hexenzirkel leaderboard run slows, or just me? I do think site optimization is one thing you need to tweak. Potentially. I really need to go talk to Nenri. I DM Nenri just to get added to the beta, but I should really just... Wait here, let me DM Nenri. Nenri. Do you care if I just randomly DM you things I think need to be improved for the site? Including things that I would argue aren't as helpful, such as issues like how some of my viewers and myself at times feel like the site runs oddly slow. There you go. But also, genuinely, this is a community-run project, yo. Please join the Discord. Join the Hexenzirkel Discord. The link is on the site. And you can like Nenri has been very open to feedback. You don't need to DM Nenri directly. You can just talk in the Discord. Right now it's not that big, so I think pretty much anything you mention there probably will be seen, right? So anyways, we have a community-run Akasha. The world is our oyster. It's not just one person, it's many people. Contribute to it. You don't have to contribute to it by making leaderboards or code, but you can contribute it just by giving feedback, right? So, join the Discord. Anyways, do a retry leaderboard. A Eula leaderboard, yeah. I forgot that I had Eula as the retry emote. Oh god. Rash, shout at me for not living my ESCO talents once. I see. Yeah. Alright, anyway, sorry. Let me go log into Ivory's account. We'll see what we got. Oh, I should have looked at the freaking Enka profile. I'm dumb. Whoopsies. Account or password error. I think that was my fault. I think I copied a space there. Yup. Whoops, that was my fault. Nope, never mind. Maybe it wasn't my fault. Now there is definitely no space. No, oh god damn it. There's a space before the beginning of the password too. That one wasn't my fault though, because that means that that Ivory typed in a space before the password. Sometimes it's really easy to accidentally copy an extra space. Now try again. No spaces. Why are you giving fanfare on my Skirk my level 4 FEL? Okay. You have a C0 for... Do you have a C2 for Ina though? No, it still probably matters. Anyways. I had to with the spoiler thing on mobile. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's just funny. Alright, code was sent finally. Sorry it took so long. We got distracted. C1 for Ina. Okay, I see. Yeah, you should probably level your alt a little bit more. I should tell Nenra. I can try to label... Okay. I did tell my viewers to join so they can give that feedback directly. I'm more asking for me specifically, but I can do that too, I suppose. LOL. Alright. There we go. Got the code. I guess we'll let this one be a surprise to log in, since we got distracted messaging people. Actually, I do need to check what the UID is. Let's see. It is a North America account. Okie dokie. Let's go. Nope, I don't know why I chose to turn off the turtle just to blind you. Tenacity better official for Overload Clorind than Day Carved. For Clorind, I'm not sure, because like Clorind is not an insane damage dealer, but she still does scale well with investment in a Overload team, right? So I could see it being. I'm pretty sure I tested something with Clorind and Tenacity Official recently, and it was like, I don't remember what team it was. I don't know if it's an Overload team. But I'm pretty sure it was DPS neutral. Like, it wasn't necessarily positive to use Tenacity, but it wasn't negative. It's about the same. Tenacity is better, and officially your Clorind is like C2. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, I wouldn't stress Tenacity for that specific team context. But, like, having Tenacity as an option is still important, I think. When it does make sense. Anyways, let's see what we got. So we have Sandrone, which is relevant, because, again, that means less likelihood that Yai has the best 4-piece artifacts. Oh, we got Sack Jade. Okay. Interesting that I think Sack Jade actually makes it easier. If this is the weapon, that does make sense. I mean, it's R5. It gives EM in the passive, and it's high crit value, right? It's high enough crit value that's maybe worth considering. But is it better than like, using 1,000 Floating Dreams? We'll maybe work around that. Again, crit rate weapons are weird and like it's kind of too easy to cheat with. It's almost too easy to cheat with 2pc2pc. I feel like with this weapon maybe. And on the leaderboard, it's just gonna think it. It's because Winakasha doesn't have a leaderboard for specifically this weapon. It's going to put the thing that's closest to it, so it's going to assume it's a Lost Prayers leaderboard, which is not exactly correct, because obviously it'll mean we'll functionally lose like 4% crit rate, or 3% crit rate. Wait, no, yeah, about 4%. And then we obviously lose the EM, because the passive basically doesn't do anything in Lost Prayers for Stellar. Well, doesn't do nothing, but yeah, it doesn't spend a lot of field time. She doesn't have much benefit from it. It's almost a nothing passive. So anyways, we also Wizard, also have Nahida weapon, so like we could check those. I believe there is actually a Nahida weapon leaderboard. So anyways, what's the build look like though? Wait, is it even 4-piece? Oh, it is 4-piece. Okay, this should be an easy one. All right, my prediction is for a Stellar Yai leaderboard, top 80%. Okay. Alright, well that was funny. Let's see here. Oh god, that was funny. Alright, and Aggravate, it's not that bad, which is not that surprising. You know, it's actually not that bad of a build for Aggravate. That's fine. But we're not doing Aggravate today. We're doing Stellar. So, for a Stellar Lost Prayers... Oh, I was wrong. It's top 63%, right? We gotta be top 63%, guys. I think we can do that. Now... Since we're moving off of Golden Troop, I'm just gonna say, can we... Well, I don't know. Do we just use Widzith? How often do you play Risley? I mean, maybe you'll play Risley more. Well, you got Sandrone. You're probably not. I think we should, like, balance around Widzith probably, or Nahida weapon, but... do you have a preference, Ivory? You're here for help, not for the Welkin. Yeah, that's fine. Again, my intent with this is no matter what, you win from getting selected. Planning on getting Odette, but I don't mind. Okay, so do you care about like just yoinking the Widzith from Varessa? That's my main question, I guess, because I think we have to yoink from someone. I guess in the worst case, you could just level this other Widzith and give that to Varessa. Chances are you're not going to need to use Varessa, Risley, and Yai at the same time. I mean, you might if you want to choose to play Risley Stellar instead of Sandrone Stellar, right? But I think it's fine. Why is Benazig not leveled? Okay. Were you going for engulfing or something? And you just didn't level it? Yoink Nahida, she's cooked. I mean, yeah, that might be the better thing to do, honestly. You know, I think it might be interesting to balance around a Nahida weapon build. I want to do that. Nahida's fine on, honestly, anything. Like, what team are you even using in this account that Nahida's relevant on? We have no Nefer. Maybe like a DPS Columbina. Maybe. I mean, maybe not. You didn't even... Her Sig is relevant for DPS Columbina. You didn't have it leveled up, so... and also no Laum. So, yeah, I think Nahida isn't the most high value unit on this account. So, yeah, let's just use Nahida's Sig. Okay. That's fine. You can pretty much interchange this build with Widzith anyways, for whatever we do, if you want to change it. That's fine. Or the craftable, if you end up getting the craftable. They're all the same. I just think we should balance around a crit rate weapon, is all. And you even have Catalyst billets out the butt. So, well, as long as you have Dream Selvins. You have not many Dream Selvins, but in theory, you could convert those and get them crafted if you wanted to. So, level 20 Mizuki is making me shudder. 1 C1. Yeah, I have C0, C-1 Mizuki. Oh no. No, not the C2. It's even C2. Oh my god. Okay. By the way, I regret to inform you, Mizuki might be the strongest unit in your account. It's so funny. I love it. Genshin in 2026, guys. You jest. I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm not kidding. RisleyCon? Oh, yes, that's true. Nope, no RisleyCons. Okay. Look, maybe you have cons on someone else. Arlecchino? You got Arlecchino C1. But no C2, C means probably not better. Yeah, no, I think... I'm not joking. I actually think Mizuki... So Mizuki... I think Sucrose is still the assumed best in slot. Mizuki... and by the way, as far as 2pc builds goes, and that's at the theme of the stream, if it's quick, maybe we can peek at 2pcm, 2pcem for your Mizuki. Because 2pcm is likely what most people's accounts is going to have the best build for her. And then you put VV on Sucrose. So I believe it's like Sucrose, Odette, Cryo Traveler, and then Mizuki, of course. And with a C2 Mizuki, you'll do a lot of damage. In fact, it's probably going to be your highest DPS team on the account. Assuming like a similar-ish artifact investment, right? Which is, you know, that will vary. Alright, so also what AR is this count? 60, okay. When did it? Is YouTube itself just down? Twitch is working. Is there some fucking like denial of service DDoS attacks going on like providers? This happens sometimes, you know. I don't think it can't be a coincidence that this happens to YouTube after YouTube is dead. Yeah. YouTube is dead for everyone. Oh, it's back? Oh shit, okay. Oh good, okay. Well, I lost all of my viewers, but oh well. It's what it is. Other vids were working? Oh, I mean other people were saying other vids weren't working. Weird. Okay. Sorry about that. So that can't really control anything about that. Odd. Alright. Yeah, I feel like there's not a coincidence with what happened at Discord, but I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, you have a Mizuki weapon. We can maybe peek her later, but I'm just going to those Wanderer's True pieces. The unleveled pieces, that is. We didn't even look at the level pieces yet. Double crit, double crit. I'm mostly looking for like the 4-liners at really high stat value for Yai initially here. But I don't... Maybe. But you have plenty of pieces that could be... There's a 4-liner, but... Or not 4-liner, but no dead stats. That is... Also here, that too, actually. Okay. We have two 3-liners with no dead stats for Yai. Those are high potential pieces. Ultimately, crit value could beat out that factor. But yeah, the fact that you have 2 EM pieces there is really good. For Mizuki, as far as one of your 2-piece EM sets. Let's check these. Okay, sure. Put a star on that. I apologize if you use the star to do other things right now. I just need to star a lot of potential pieces because this account has a lot of potential pieces. Electro, Animo, Hydro, okay. EM. Yeah, the real problem is going to be what is your EM goblet for Mizuki. That's going to be the limiting factor because it's the rarest piece by far. Alright, great. HP. 4-liner is interesting. That could be good enough, but it's completely down to how it rolls. Right now, my main question is we haven't seen any onset standout attack goblet. And it's another potential Mizuki piece. It could be a Yai piece too, to be clear. Yeah. Alright, crit damage, ER attack percent. Interesting. That's a good one there too. Okay. Pyro Gooblet. Do you somehow just not get attack goblets, or do you not lock them? Because, in case you're not aware, Ivory, since Nogcry, they kind of went anti-damage bonus. For like normal, like, because normally the default was like, yeah, you're playing Flints, he's an Electro DPS, you put an Electro Goblet on him, right? Like, that was a pretty safe default. To the point that, like, you know, a lot of people just, like, threw away a lot of things like double crit attack goblets because they were never useful. But they were never bad enough to be worth throwing away, is the thing. But people just, you know, were too obsessed about only what is best. Interesting. So, but maybe you just have them leveled, because I haven't looked at the level pieces. It's just interesting to me. It's just something I noticed is all, that you didn't have many attack goblets, but, you know, there's a leveled one immediately, so, that could be the explanation. This is an interesting one. It's a 4-liner. I'm not going to reroll it, but it could be worth rerolling. This could be a really, really great piece for UI. It's probably high enough in stat beta to be worth using already right now. I mean, it's going to result in something better than what we currently have. It's already interesting me is the point. Pair that with the flower, and then we have a 2-piece attack set, right? That's fine. Okay. Take from someone else. Feel free for anyone but Varka. Okay. It's decent. It's fine. Meh. No attack. Okay, no attack goblet. Okay. Oh, you already have a level piece there. It's on music. It's on Sea Lolly, but Sea Lolly doesn't really need crit. Sea Lolly needs ER, so I'm willing to bet your Sea Lolly should probably use an ER timepiece. It's very rare where I find I can get away with EM timepiece on Sea Lolly. But there are double cryo teams where I definitely can. But I would probably just use this on Mizuki, honestly. And again, give Sea Lolly probably just this. Okay, we have that. We get Yoink that from Arlecchino. Wanted. Be existing piece, so we don't have to level any new pieces. Okay, that was kind of interesting actually with 15 crit right there. Okay. That could be like a... Don't undervalue the kind of piece like this, especially for like Yai here. Well, maybe it enables us to do a crit damage circlet, right? So, yeah, okay. Go to 2-piece up here. No. It's fine. Potential onset attack goblet. Okay, timepiece. It's interesting. Okay. I think I really want to level that glad piece. We do not want to take from... Well, holy shit, that circlet, though. We do not want to take from Varka, but damn, that's a good circlet. It's very possible. With one of these Hexarai pieces just because of that goblet. or that circlet. Not goblet. That our best UI build would technically include that, but I can ignore that. Okay. So... These pieces are good, but nothing insane. Okay. I don't think I need to bother doing what I did on the other account. I am... like 100% confident we can get a better 2-piece UI build than this 4-piece would be on her, even. This 4-piece build is not terrible or anything. It's very possible you also might be in a situation where your 2-piece build might be better for Sandrone too. But I don't know if we're going to have the resources to level enough pieces to check that theory. So my initial vibe is I really want to level that 4-line glad piece at minimum. Because there's this account, the main problem here is we have a lot of options. A lot of options is good, but it's time consuming. So, yeah. Alright, Lila did a Hexen Circle character redeem. Why are you specifying Hexen Circle? Like you want me to check on the Hexen Circle site? Also, did I check Ivory's Akasha ranking? I don't know if I did. Oh wait, no we did. It was the funny one. Yeah. What are we looking? Just Lilac wanted to... Oh, number 9 Navia? Damn. Number 20 Sandrone. Wow, relatable. That's kind of impressive. I think I've seen your Navia before. Yeah. Yeah, they've really got to improve the UI. This is just so not, like, visually appealing or digestible at a glance in any way, shape, or form. It's pretty bad. This is the major thing I think they need to fix over anything else. Once they change that, I strongly feel they should just copy the Akasha UI. It's not very shareable, not digestible at a glance, so yeah. Anyways. Very nice. I wonder if you gambit on a timepiece. Well, how do you even get a better timepiece than this? I don't know. I don't know how you improve anything from here other than just reroll min-max your sanity away. Yeah. Good luck. That's all. Okay, let's see what happens. I need this to roll. I mean, I don't know what I need to roll. We'll see. That's good. Also good. It's a high roll. Nice. Want to hit top 1. I wonder if it's more or less doable to do that on Hex and Circle. It's probably more doable with Navia. Okay. Well, it's kind of Thanos. Oh, god damn it. I was gonna say, it's kind of Thanos. It's hard to complain when there's no bad rolls. It's a little unfortunate that we did another EM roll, because that's probably not ideal. I think it's still fine, though. It means we're probably doing a crit rate circlet, though. Is my vibe, because I think we will use this goblet. And if you really want to improve your Yai build in the future, and depending on how much you like her, you could use the advanced reshape on her, the next reroll feather you get. It will guarantee you get an additional crit damage roll at least. Or, sorry, not crit damage, crit roll in general. And on top of that, the other 2 rolls have a chance of turning from ER into crit damage or crit rate, or EM. So, like, this is a pretty high value reroll in my opinion. And could be good on someone else too, but you might have other artifacts. You have a lot of artifacts in this account, so you might have other pieces you're more concerned about. So I'm not saying you have to, I'm just saying I think it's a pretty safe usage of a advanced reshape that is at minimum going to result in an increase in the quality of this goblet. And with how valuable attack goblets are now, it being on Gladiators as a relevant 2-piece is, I think, very relevant as well, if you wanted to move it off of Yai in the future too. So, yep. More doable now, less than in the future when everyone's going to switch to Hexen. Yeah, potentially. Okay. What did we? It was a flower. It was a flower. Okay. Like that flower, it, you know, would have liked it to roll better, but it's fine. It's possible. Is that going to be better? No. Like, I think the extra EM and attack on this piece for -1 crit rate roll is ideal, right? So it looks kind of dookie to some people, I'm sure, but it's actually still pretty dang good. My target here is going to be having 80% crit rate, I think, since we're using a crit circlet. Crit rate, crit damage, filter. Did I look at Gilded Dreams? I don't know if I did. Elbade, Descartes, that guy. Wait, what did we have for... Oh, I'll just look at those first. Oh yeah, we had this piece. Forgot about that. Okay. Nothing there. Do we have enough fodder to level that? No. We have to find something to throw away. Okay. Okay. Not many relevant onset pieces. Maybe the Whimsy piece, I guess, but if I don't have to steal from Arlecchino, I don't want to. Right? I'd rather try to use this if we can get it to roll well. So what do we have for another Albade piece? Double crit piece there, but it didn't roll at level 8, so it's a big ol' fat maybe piece. And we have the EM piece there too. Oh, we have the... Oh, okay. Actually, we could just check this initially. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I think I want to level that circlet. With having this piece and this piece as an option, maybe. That means we got 2. And that you're probably not using Kaching well enough, but so we definitely do need to level. That's my point. That one's okay. Oh, and we had this sitting around too. Yeah, I feel like we have enough Albade pieces that Albade's a strong consideration. I think Noted Disenchantment. What about Gilded? Gilded... meh. No. No. Okay. Just in case I missed anything. Yeah, no. No to Gilded. No to Disenchant. Probably no to Night Sky. Double check. No, yeah, no to night sky. Oh, let's check feathers too. Yeah, we had that, but okay. No to night sky, so then add in back Wanderer's Troop and Glad here. Wait, we already had Glad equipped, but I guess I'll keep it. Okay, so before we focus on Albade, maybe there's a Wanderer's Troop thing to do better because we have this and we have this 4-liner, right? So the question would be, what is our other piece? Do we do a circlet? Circlet or timepiece? We have an attack timepiece that's not leveled. Attack timepiece is not leveled there. One that is leveled there on Arlecchino. Okay, there's a shit ton of... Jesus, okay. Yep. This is the strength of having an old account that has a lot of pieces. For simplicity, I think I will yoink this. Just because it's here on Arlecchino and you said I could steal it and then we don't have to level anything. And then maybe we can level these pieces. Like, we have so many pieces. So many pieces here in Wanderer's Troop that should roll well. I mean, actually, wait. Forgot about this one. At a baseline, would that allow us? We have a bad feather on right now, right? Yeah, we gotta tweak that probably. But, at a baseline, maybe this actually lets us do a crit damage circlet. Also, wait, what happened to my... I had a gilded... I forgot about I had the gladiators, so we had to figure out the... I forgot. Whoops. My bad. Didn't we have a glad piece? Let's figure that out. Okay. I mean, maybe I can... Was there a crit damage? There was a crit damage glad circlet. Okay, so what does that look like? If we do this... have that... this 15 crit rate piece, and then a crit rate. Remember, we're not running a crit weapon right now, right? Keep in mind. And then a off-piece feather with a lot of crit rate. Oh, you don't have that good of ones. That's unfortunate. Ooh. No filters on, right? Yeah, no. Okay. Is there any like 4-liners that haven't been leveled? I should scroll up. Dumb brain. No. No 4-liners. Wait, there's a 4-liner right there. Okay. And score Welkin without access? I mean, what do you mean? I'm only going to give a Welkin if I fail to get a better 2-piece build. Trying to my Arya has been a pain in the butt, and Zenless my disc farming has sucked ass, really. Did you have any amount of like gold disc saved or not? I thought Remiel was going to be more of a pain in the ass to get to a certain baseline for me, and she was fine. I've very consistently, like, to get units to a certain baseline, like, of performing decently, I have not had much issues in Zenless, but min-maxing in Zenless is a different story. I think it's a good balance that they strike, though. Okay, God, there's so many options in this account, it's hard. If we can get away with a crit damage circlet, that'd be really nice, but I feel like that's a kind of a struggle. What if I mean, I guess we can just try to level that 4-liner, right? But do we want to level the 4-liner? Or I guess the 4-liner could be a relevant Sandrone or EI piece. Yeah, because this would actually be an onset piece. So maybe if this levels in a certain way, we could consider something else. We need to throw something into it, though. Geo bonus. That's okay. Do you need these plunge artifacts? These kind of seem kind of dookie. Oh, this is an elixir crafted piece? Oh, that's sad. 1, 2, 3. There's a 3-liner too. Do you have a better piece than this for your Varessa? You don't need them? Okay. Yeah, they seem kind of dookie. I'll throw the feather away first. Your Varessa just has a better piece. Okay, you know what? No, I'll throw away this. A little bit sad. Goodbye, 4 elixirs. But now you'll forget about it and you'll pretend it never happened. That's 2 max rolls into crit. Low roll in the crit rate. Okay. Yeah. We really needed crit rate. We really needed crit rate though, to be honest. We didn't have another crit rate circlet. I don't really want to take from Sandrone. It's not bad at all. It actually is, if you're going to continue farming the set, I could easily see a future where it becomes ideal to do 2 pieces of the set. But I don't think you had enough other pieces other than this feather that were likely to be relevant. Well, I guess this exists. But that's just going to be a lot lower crit value. Okay, what if we go back to this? And then... let's see. Can we go back to the... I don't want to... Let's see. Maybe that... I don't know. Our crit rate's going to be so low. Or not our crit rate. Crit damage is going to be so low. But maybe... we do then just use this. I guess it's okay. It's super low crit damage. It looks worse than it is. Again, if we pretend... Remember, we're on 4-piece... we're on a 4-piece golden troop build with 100-100 ratio. So, like, if we had a crit damage weapon, this is not as bad as it looks, I want to be clear. And also remember, we have a bunch of stats that are attack percent and EM substats, which is nice. So it's just a matter of what feels most convenient as a stopping point here, is my vibe. Because, like, now I kind of wish I had leveled up this piece. I guess, you know what, here. Whoops. Let's see how this rolls, because if this rolls well enough, then it's worth it to consider an outbid. And I think, yeah, we had this. You said you had better recipes, so throw it away too. Check Akasha. I mean, it's already better, obviously. Ooh. Okay, never mind. Fuck outbid, I guess. God, that was dookie. Jesus. Like, it's already better. Now if I sort by crit damage, crit rate. What do we have? Do we have a better piece we could steal? Potentially. I mean, get a tiny bit more crit. Lose 1 EM. Get that at least. It's not like Ino needs that. Ino just needs energy, so... Maybe we just, like, are happy with that. We have 500 EM. I guess it's just how Nahida weapon do. With Nahida weapons, probably better be doing 2-piece attack, but I don't know. Let's see where the build ranks. It's gonna be a lot better regardless, right? I'm curious. Alright. We are checking on Akasha, of course. And obviously, again, there's top 60% for Stellar. I imagine the rating should probably go up for Aggravate too, I guess. I may as well check. Simulating the craftable weapon. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Next artifact domain both have 2-piece attack. I'm min-maxing Odette. I'll get an even better 2-piece. Yeah. That's part of the reason I'm doing this stream now is like... seems like we're going to continue getting artifact domains that have relevant 2-piece builds. And you can do this same thing I'm doing and like tweak your builds for your Sandrone or your Odette or your Cryo Traveler, and you might get better results with 2-piece. It is now a top, by the way. Okay. Yeah, so for anyone that thought this crit damage was shitty, it's still about top 1%, by the way. It's actually pretty good. See? Don't undervalue the fucking EM and attack substats, yo. Just in case anyone thought I was bullshitting. I wasn't bullshitting. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are like, that's a cold build. Fucking top 1.3%. What was the starting ranking? 60%. It was a golden troop build, to be clear. I am... We'll go, honestly, for the funsies, let's go equip this to the Sandrone. I bet... So Sandrone has a similar stat, like, she sends a crit rate, right? So you can equip, like, these probably the same artifacts as Sandrone. I bet it's gonna be a similar situation where your build's gonna be better. Oh, did you not have your Sandrone ranked before? I guess we have to check. Oh, no, she is. Oh, God. She's top 85%? How is it that bad? I didn't think your build was that bad. What the hell? Okay. Well, yeah, no. 2pc2pc Sandrone is definitely gonna be better for you. Sorry.
Personally, I think
I missed Nenry in chat.
staying the
Oh,
same
hi
forever
Nenry.
is quite
I did. Yeah, sorry. I was focused on build
But
optimizing.
alas, that is simply not the way the world
What's
works.
Nenry's username? I don't need. Okay. Nenry Hido. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Cool. All right. I must wanted to know so I can keep an eye on if you pop in the future. How's it going, Nenry? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think you've been to my streams very often, but I've been glazing Hex and Circle recently. Mostly because I think it's better on a utility level. But the main thing, if you want my only thing that I think is like priority one, I think it needs to be. I really strongly think you should probably just copy the Kasha UI format for these in particular. It needs to be better at a glance at like showcasing the important things and more shareable, especially because like right now, if someone wants to share this, it's just like, you know, the grandma gotta put on her glasses meme to like look at the important information, and like people are just gonna disregard it, right? I don't think you can reach any amount of meaningful adoption for the site without fixing that. So it's very utilitarian. It's already a lot better than Akasha on a utility level, and it being community provided leaderboards and other community provided things means it has all the potential to grow better, especially with features like Optimizer. I think you're in like you're doing everything that I've wanted to see, like from when Akasha first started. Everything you're doing is like the fundamental things that I wanted to see Akasha do, because it had the potential to be something much better. But you know, I think the visual design needs a change. Particularly for at least these. I don't think like the stuff like this matters that much. This is a cute touch. I like it actually, but you know, there's already the option to change this if people don't like it. This is definitely form over function. That's fine, right? The leaderboard display is function over form, but I think the form matters a lot for like the casual appeal of doing this. And I think casuals can actually get a lot of utility value out of this, because if people enjoy submitting their leaderboards to Hex and Circle, or submitting their builds to Hex and Circle, then they will end up submitting all their artifacts naturally over time, where they can just click on their build and click the optimizer, right? So, yeah, anyways. Damn that Lanyon. I mean, you know what's funny? This is my lower CB build. I have a build that has like 15 more crit damage on her. It sacrifices ER for crit damage, but Yai is using some of those pieces right now. So, and I actually do like having a little bit of ER on Lanyon. So yeah, anyways. Yeah, that's my only real feedback, and why like I think Hex and Circle is going to struggle to reach mass adoption appeal right now. Maybe you don't want mass adoption appeal for now. I could get that. So yeah, I'll probably make a video on it soon, TM. I've been kind of holding off to see if anything is tweaked with the UI, because when I was taking notes down, I was like writing a bunch of specific notes for like things I noticed with the UI that were more like, this needs to change, and like here's an example of what it should be changed to. But I was like, this video is gonna be like, I was gonna like make a video basically poo-pooing Akasha and glazing Hex and Circle, but then like if most of the videos actually just me being like, this needs to be improved, maybe it's just not the time to make it. Was my vibe. So yeah, you're working with a UI UX designer, make them better for the artifacts, optimizing. You can import for JSON file if you're using some scanners. Yeah, no, it's good that you can do that. I don't actually think that needs to be improved. I think the ideal is nobody has to do that. I think the ideal is you just submit your builds because you want to do it for fun for the leaderboards, and then you happen to be able to have access to an optimizer automatically after. I think the ideal is implementation is never having to manually go out of your way to put certain artifacts here, other than like artifacts that are just not being used on character builds currently, right? Because like it would take me probably 5 minutes, maybe longer because I'm having to log in, log out, to get all of my artifacts on Hex and Circle, right? So, yeah. Anyways,
Traveling to other worlds. Anyone seems to be writing about
it's gonna be dependent in YouTube chat. Someone's saying it's gonna depend if people see it as a way to look how big my EP is or as a tool to improve. I mean, that's what people treat Akasha as. The thing is, Akasha could have been both, and I think Hex and Circle has the ability to be both. I think you can have the look how big my EP is for just the fun silliness of competing with leaderboards, and you can have something that has a useful utility, right? So yeah. Anyways, but yeah, I think just the build UI, and I don't know if the Akasha owner doesn't care. If you don't think it's gonna risk fighting with the Akasha owner, I kind of strongly feel you just copied the Akasha UI because like. I don't know. I can't envision anything being like more clean than this. Like, it shows the graph here. It's very clear and easy at a glance to see what your ranking is, both the percentage and what leaderboard it is with the weapon notation, what number you are, top 85%. You have the stats. It's so easy to glance. Like, I think the Akasha owner did a good like. I think I noticed something they did with like the background automatically modifies like the contrast, in a clever way to make sure the numbers are more readable. But like, yeah, and the talents are there. You can see the cons. You can see the level of the character. And the artifacts are first and foremost with the good roll value implementation with highlight in the color. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I have a single thing that needs to improve for this UI. I guess Akasha is part of my community, so I guess it should be fine. Yeah, I don't know. So you maybe talk with them. Yeah. Obviously, the Akasha owner's not done. Akasha's a cool site. Like, I don't want to like poo-poo it too much. I just think it like didn't reach its full potential because it wasn't community ran. So even if Hex and Circle stays much smaller forever, that's fine by me. I just do think it suffers because right now I wouldn't want to share a build from Hex and Circle on my Discord, but I would share a build because of just the visual difference of how this looks. So yeah. They have a great text shadow that I could steal. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, that's my vibe. Anyways, if it looks like this, I think I have no qualms with like fully recommending basically everyone use Hex and Circle. It's just gonna be annoying. Some people have to get used to the fact that like, oh no, I had a top 10% Sandorne in here, but I have a top 30% on Hex and Circle. But that'll change as more people submit builds too. So you know. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh, we were gonna. Oh yeah, sorry. We were gonna equip the 2pc2pc on Sandorne to see what the difference is on Sandorne 2. So, I think for the sake of being able to log into another account, I'm not gonna like try to get your Sandorne to have a better build. Although I will, just because Mizuki is very relevant actually to do, I think I will equip Mizuki. With some 2P's EMs, I think Albade and Wanderer's Troop is probably what you're gonna have to go with. We can figure out if you're gonna need a goblet, basically. So I think the important thing here. Does anyone know with a crit weapon like Jade, is it gonna be EM circlet on her, or is crit damage gonna be? I mean, we'll use crit damage if it's the easier way to enable the set bonuses. For 2P's. Otherwise, wait, Wanderer's Troop is already here. You think we'll be Mizuki list for the rest of time? Probably. Knowing my luck, it happened in Zenless, right? It happened in Zenless where I was like, well, okay, it's fine. I can just get Soldier 11 M6 in the anniversary. And then LOL, Zenless devs were like, nope, you get a choice of 5 limited units instead. I'm like, but I just wanted my standard banner unit. It's probably going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I feel like it's just like, they got to slap me in the face one more time this year. Where like everyone in the community is going to celebrate them like giving a free limited unit for free in Genshin. And then I'm just going to be like, I wanted Mizuki. So, yeah. Anyways, do we even have an EM crit circlet? The answer seems to be no. We have an EM circlet. So, that is a Dookie circlet, but Dookie circlet might be the answer here. Okie dokie. Yep. So, I think you probably do... Here, I'm going to put this because it's an ER type piece that Seat Lolly can use. Do this. And then... EM with some crit rate. Crit rate. Okay. You could probably level up different pieces. I'm just going to yoink this from Hotel. So it's an Albade piece. Do we have an Albade crit circlet? We had no Albade crit damage circlet. Well, there's one on the Nefa, but okay. So the question is there any EM circlet or goblet to be seen in sight with like a single crit roll? What am I doing? No, there is not. The only one that exists is on Mizuki. Rip. Okay, that sucks. Okay. Wow, nothing. So I don't know, maybe you want to save elixirs and craft a EM goblet, honestly. Right? And then you can do an off-piece circlet. So craft an EM goblet in Albade, probably. Because we can do a... Yeah, I mean, any one of these pieces, probably. Honestly, maybe just set those pieces, the easy option to steal. Otherwise, like, any one of these crit rate, crit damage EM pieces, right? So, like, just equip that for now. And then you do an Albade piece, and then you could do an off-piece circlet. Whether that be a crit damage circlet with crit rate EM. So, yeah, whatever piece here. Or if we have an EM circlet. Yeah, I mean, you have EM double crit circlets, so that's what I would probably do. There we go. That's what I would do. I'd craft an, if you're building Mizuki, your situation, I think you get you'll be able to get 4 elixirs easily next patch. I don't know how many elixirs there are in Snitch Naiad at launch, but you have 2 already, I think, and you'll be able to get 2 more. Craft an EM double crit goblet. Then you got a good timepiece. You got this. You got that, however it rolls. You get however the circlet rolls. I'm pretty sure you're going to be at a pretty healthy build. So, yeah. Fine then. Have a good night. Thanks for popping in. Alright, she doesn't want VV. You can, but, so VV versus 2pc2pc versus the new 4-piece set. By the way, the new 4-piece set, despite the fact that Sandrone can do Stellar Swirl damage and, like, Odette can, the new support set, they decided inexplicably to make it only be triggerable on Anemo units. So, if you want to, like, do Stellar Swirl Sandrone or Odette, I mean, Odette's not that bad because you can just put the support set on Odette, which is kind of ideal anyways. But, like, Sandrone is kind of hampered artificially, for no reason at all. But, anyways, so only Anemo units can use the new Stellar Swirl, like, crit set. Anyways, because it's, like, 2B's attack percent, it's not that incredible, right? For Mizuki versus, like, the additional EM you can get. So 4-piece Gilded Dreams is, in theory, the best option for Mizuki. But you have to have better 4-piece than you can have 2-piece. There's enough 2-piece EM sets in the game at this point. Like, I don't think many accounts should bother with 4-piece Gilded Dreams and Mizuki. But 4-piece VV can be relevant, and then you put, like, if you're still using Sucrose, you can put Instructors on Sucrose, right? What about Risley? Risley doesn't have Stellar Swirl multipliers, he uses Stellar Conduct, so Risley just use this set, or 2-piece. Not that set, sorry, this set. Only Sandrone and Odette are, as cryo characters, and Traveler are cryo characters that have Stellar Swirl multipliers right now. None of them can use the Stellar Swirl set. Well, the 2-piece they can. So, yeah. But the new set is triggerable, it's just not good off-field Anemo exists right now. I thought it wasn't triggerable at all, from what I understand. So, Mizuki weapon options. I mean, EM stat sticks, or it's pretty simple. EM stat sticks, or this obviously, as you can see, makes it a lot easier to build her for balancing her crit. That's the biggest pain in the ass, is balancing, getting her enough crit, right, where she's actually in a crit consistently. So otherwise, like, the EM stats from, like, 1,000 Floating Dreams is gonna be fine. Sacrificial Fragrance is gonna be fine. The new Catalyst, I believe, just buffs Stellar Glimmer reactions in general, so the new Catalyst might be better than, like, Nahida's weapon. But again, it's going to be more miserable to build crit rate, so we'll probably end up doing a crit rate circlet. Whereas this weapon, for example, or I don't remember what the new Battle Pass Catalyst is. This weapon, for example, though, just kind of gives you enough crit rate that it makes it easy to either do a crit damage circlet or an EM circlet, most likely. So, what exact direction you go for min-maxing is just, like, for your weapon, is just going to change your circlet option. Is my vibe for most people. So for balancing your stats. So, yeah. But yeah, anyways, 2-piece EM, 4-piece Gilded Dreams, 4-piece VV. and 4-piece of the new set all seem to be like very close enough to each other that like you should not prioritize any one of those sets over one another. You should take a look at what you currently have, particularly for 2-piece, 2-piece, or if you happen to know you have like a ton of Gilded Dreams artifacts because you just farmed a shit ton of Gilded Dreams, so you know you have like weird EM heavy and crit substat pieces from like, I'll hate them, who you no longer use or something, I don't know, right? You could consider that. Otherwise, just 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, or if you happen to already be one of the very few people that have like really good EM crit substats, EM main stats with crit substats on VV, then you could consider VV too. VV has some advantages of being like having full uptime in VV, could be quite strong, and then you put a different build on Sucrose, or whatever unit you're using instead of Sucrose. So yeah, and I think VV is the most interesting because it gives you more team flexibility, I would say. Whereas like without VV, I think you're more pushed towards using Sucrose because you want VV for the team. Whereas with Mizuki on VV, I think there's going to be more fun in team building where you could swap out Sucrose for, you know, I don't know, some other buff or damage dealers. For example, I could see maybe VV actually becoming best in slot in Mizuki after Voidinista releases. Voidinista is rumored to be a Stellar Swirl buffer, which means she could likely be better than Sucrose, but maybe she ends up buffing attack percent instead of buffing EM or reaction damage bonus or whatever, so, you know. I was pulling for C1 Raiden, guess who came home? C3 Raiden. You got a quadruple Raiden pull, I bet. Also, I owe you a cat cam. It took 4 hours into the stream, but guess who joined? Guess who joined? What about C6 Farazan? She should be an interesting alternative. I believe, I didn't look at calcs myself to dig into them, but word of mouth spread was that I believe C6 Farazan is not that much worse than Sucrose. Alright, anyways. There's the cat cam I owed. So yeah, that's my vibe. Craft a circlet for her. But yeah, let's see what happens if we put Sandrone on the Yai set. Just as like a measuring stick, so you can try to level whatever other... You have a lot more options for like doing 2-piece, 2-piece. For Sandrone, I think 2-piece attack should be meaningfully better than 2-piece EM bonuses, so you should prioritize 2-piece attack bonuses for her. But I think you have enough options in 2-piece attack sets, especially if you're like willing to steal from someone like Arlecchino, for example, here, that you probably are going to have a better 2-piece attack build. Your situation is probably going to be better to have both Yai and Sandrone 2-piece attack, I should say. Anyways, we're just gonna literally 1-to-1 yoink them and see what happens. Because they both the same with crit rate. I don't think you have a crit rate weapon on Sandrone. I guess I should have double checked. But there it is. Let's see. Yep. Exact same build. Tidal Shadow. Yep, cool. Alright. And we'll do at least one more account after this, by the way. C6 Farazan isn't far behind, it's just if you need Sucrose somewhere else. Yeah. But, or because you just want to have more fun with team building and whatever. Or you want it to be, because Farazan notably is going to make the damage for the team damage contribution more Mizuki. Because Farazan is focused on being an animal buffer. She's not really buffing. I mean, Farazan and VV would be buffing a little bit just from the artifact set. But other than that, Farazan doesn't buff the other units in the team at all, right? Farazan is increasing Mizuki's damage more in exchange for losing some buffing for the other two, right? By not using Sucrose. Which, I think if you're playing Mizuki and you want to get the most out of Mizuki's damage, I think that feels a little bit better. So, you know. Farazan's better unless C2 Mizuki. Okay. Oh yeah, because of the Anima Ray Shred. That's fair. That makes sense too. Anyways, refresh. And I mean, it is better, but not that much better.
Called back to the Zephyl Yarny Palace again.
What is it? Are you Sandrone leaderboard? Oh, there's only 40,000 of them. I guess that's probably why. Yeah. It's the same thing, same problem as the Hexen Circle is the it is better though technically, which is funny. This 2-piece the exact same 2-piece build is still better on Sandrone than the 4-piece, but not that much better. So, yeah. Yai is apparently top 7%. Yeah, the difference between the same exact builds on each of these characters is really funny. One of them you have like top 1%, but then the other one's top 85. One of them you could have top 7%, but then another one's top... oh boy. Okay, so yeah. You could consider it, but honestly, I don't know. Maybe what would I do in your situation? Being that there's a new artifact set, if you're planning to get Odette, like... Initially, you just got to try to get Odette like on the new support set for simplicity. Like, Odette is the easy option to put on the support set. Min-maxing things, you know, you could put someone else in the new support set, to be clear. And Odette could be on freaking Tenacity. I'll be using Odette on Tenacity for a while, at least. But... I don't know. Like... I think what I would do if I were you is... Let me look at, like... I can do a vibe check on how far away I feel like you are from getting a meaningfully better Sandrone build. Where's the piece? It was an off piece, wasn't it? Yeah. It was an off piece. There we go. Found it. Yoink. And yoink. And yoink. Okay, so Sandrone, I feel like the main thing is probably Sandrone with triple cryo. Do we have a scope in this account? I don't even know if we do. New. No, wait, we do. I'm blind as a bat. She's in the team. I was scrolling down for her, my bad. So we do have a Scofier. So that means like Tenacity of Scofier would be ideal. So, yay, more Tenacity, sorry. Regret to inform you, Tenacity is a really good artifact set. But yeah, so like Tenacity of Scofier, if you're getting Odette, you do Odette on the support set, Tenacity of Scofier, I believe. Keep you on or 2pc2pc, so it'll be fine. And then, I think you will have Cryo Resonance up, I believe, for Sandrone's hits. Are you a furry? No. My avatar is a fox, though. If you think having an avatar that's an animal means you're a furry, I don't know. Fuck off. I think being a furry means you're part of the furry community. I don't really care. I think the furry community is cool. But I'm not part of it. I don't partake. I don't feel a need. I just like having a yappery fox. But anyways, sorry, I'm joking. I mean, usually when people ask that, it comes off, particularly as the first message, it comes off as a little bit of like furry hating. But sometimes it may be just furry curious. I don't know. Anyways, it's hard to get tone through text. Anyways, sorry for defaulting to the negative. My bad. Point is, no, I'm not a furry. Sorry. Or good, depending on your perspective. Anyways. How do you think Barca Odette is going to pan out? It'll be fine. It'll enable Varka to very easily probably clear Stellar Shill, is my assumption. Like, I'd be very surprised if Varka struggles at Fearless difficulty with, like, Odette, CMC, and then Sucrose or Prune in the last slot, right? So, yeah. A little awkward you don't have an ideal unit to put the Hexroy support set on in that team, though. I wonder if it's better to put the Hexroy support set on instead of VV. It probably isn't. You probably still VV, but oh well. Yeah, I doubt Varka's gonna struggle with Odette and CMZ for Stellar Swirl. Blech. I know I saw one calc. The funny calc I saw because of the problem with the artifact set and Sandrone not being able to use it. That is a problem enough that I believe Varka with Stellar Swirl is going to be better than Sandrone Stellar Swirl. Which is a little dumb, considering she literally is going to have Stellar Swirl multipliers directly added. But, oh well. To be clear, that doesn't mean it's necessarily be the case for everyone. That it'll depend on your artifact options, because, you know, 2pc2pc is a thing. But yeah, I think you try to get to a crit damage circlet is my yappering point here. Crit damage circlet with crit rate substat, right? Assuming Cryo Resonance is up, playing the triple cryo team, you should be fine to have like a crit damage circle with like 10 crit rate. And then we have a lot more crit damage, and you know, this timepiece should be more than fine. Could get a better flower in the future, right? Like, I don't think your 4-piece build is that far away from being pretty compelling. And if you wanted, you could potentially consider, depending on how the balance of the crit rate goes on the circlet and other things in the future, you could tweak from there. I know there was this? This is kind of dookie, isn't it? Yeah. Should definitely level up this, wasn't there another? Yeah, there was this one just sitting here, right? This should definitely be leveled up, I'd say, soon. See how this rolls? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Here, this rolled like shit. Okay. Oh, god damn it. No, I can't log into this account without... No. No. Do we have resin? Wait, maybe I can throw this away. Maiden's Piece, double crit attack? No. I'm gonna throw it away. Damn it, game of all times not to double. Oh my god, are we real? Oh my god, do we have resin? Please tell me we have resin. We have some resin. Save us. I'm using resin, I'm sorry. We can't log out of your account without seeing what that finishes, because that's pretty good so far. Unless you have Fab, Nicole doesn't need CV. Was someone saying she did? Reassuring for creativity, providing extension on it. Yeah, like that's one of the big benefits of like of my brain being dumb, of CMC being as good as they are. Like CMC, Odette, Yai, Odette, various different combos. Like Stellar Conduction is definitely seemingly the more premium team archetype right now, at least for now. And it might feel the same way for Stellar Swirl, that people will say because like, oh, in the future CMZ might be worse than playing Vesna or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like, well, Vesna's an enemy, that's probably not the case. But I don't know. I highly doubt we are going to see like Stellar Swirl teams be so insane of DPS that we can't clear Fearless difficulty with the things that are going to be available in 7.0 with like Music-E, CMC, Barker, whatever other things. I highly doubt the main DPS is going to be that pushed. Which means I think it'll be fine. Like, I think there's going to be less need to have specific 5 stars this year, is my prediction, than last year, which is a very good thing.
Right now, emerge, right here.
It's still going to be you're going to have to use those teams. Don't get me wrong. Like, oh, I didn't press E first.
Time entertainment. Come on, keep up.
Right. I don't think it'll be easy, per se. I'm kind of doing, yeah. I don't know. We'll see who's right. Like I think it'll be the same story as far as last year was, where like you try to clear stellar bosses without a stellar team, it'll feel like ass. But I think many more accounts will have available options for clearing those without feeling pressure to pull for 5 stars compared to Nodcry, which I think is the difference. All right. Come on. Don't let us down. Oh. Hey, there we go. Got an improvement. That's juicy. That's just straight goddamn. That's just gain. They basically lost 2% crit damage because the freaking roll value was so shit on the crit damage rolls here. Gained a attack percent roll and gained a crit rate roll. Damn. That's just sick. There you go. Solve that for you. Maybe you could consider keeping this piece. I don't know. I don't know if you're going to need to keep this piece. It depends. I think you had Risley, so maybe you want to keep it for Risley. I don't know. But yeah, now, like, maybe you get a better feather. Your timepiece is fine. Maybe switch to a different goblet. Maybe consider crafting a circlet in the future. I think there'll probably be enough elixirs for that and the Mizuki goblet, but we'll see. And then you're kind of golden, I feel like, from there. Just switching to a crit damage circlet. So, yeah. That's my vibe. So, yeah. Odette CMC, you can do a lot of things, yeah. I don't know, like, it'd be very weird to me, because, like, even if, like, Vesna, Saritsa teams hit 250k DPS or slightly higher, right? that is not going to be enough DPS that I think is likely that Fearless difficulty couldn't be cleared with CMC still. I think the Saritsa is going to power creep things, but I think every fucking Genshin player is going to pull the Saritsa, so like, I don't know. like, please, okay, is there a single player that is intending, unless you're planning on quitting Genshin before the Saritsa comes out, like you're just in it for the exploration or whatever, is there people who, like, you care about the game's combat? Is there anyone that's going to be playing through the Saritsa patch who is not planning on pulling the Saritsa? Rin, you're not? Okay, interesting. So maybe you might end up struggling a little bit, because I do suspect the Saritsa is going to be when we actually see some concerning power creep. But I still think the problem is going to be more likely to become, like, needing multiple Stellar teams to clear Fearless, compared to, like, not having enough DPS to clear Fearless without Saritsa, right? Gonna skip Saritsa if she doesn't help my current teams. I guess that's fair. Like, yeah, I don't know how to do this poll then, actually. Because, like, I imagine, like, some people are, might be more or less willing to skip Saritsa just depending on what the kit does. Like, if she's more of a main DPS, might make some people more willing to pull or less willing to pull, right? Kind of thing. So, yeah. Even non-meta players want to pull because it's the fucking Saritsa. Yeah, exactly. Like, it means, like, I don't know. I can't envision a reality where it's likely that many accounts wouldn't have the capability to relatively easily progress to clearing Fearless. And I think it'll be easier to progress to the point of clearing Fearless with units like Mizuki being as strong as they are and Traveler. It'll be a little bit harder for, and at least initially, for people that didn't pull Odette, because, like, Odette is the enabler for this right now, obviously. Like, CMC enables it on their own, right? But, like, Odette is, like, a key team building component. And obviously, if they make Stellar Conduct specific bosses and you don't have a Sandrone, you don't have a Yai, you don't have an Odette, that'll be a problem, right? But right now, they're only making generic Stellar bosses, so, like, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be less likely to have issues this coming year, even with power creep. But it's going to be the same vibe still, where, like, you're not going to clear those Stellar bosses without a Stellar team. So, anyways, we'll see. I'm not that dooming. I'm actually relatively optimistic that it's going to be the same, but less cringe. Which is good. I gotta give them credit where credit's due if that's their intent. If it's the same, but less cringe, that's just good. So, anyways, should put the turtle up. Wait, we need to roll another account. Whoops. Anyways, a lot of random yappering. Sorry, getting distracted, Ivory. Hopefully you enjoyed. We're 3 for 3 so far. I think we'll do at least one more, unless maybe we'll do 2 more if this one doesn't take that long. Delete Ivory. Goodbye. You're deleted. You're gone from existence. I'm sorry. Alright. Go 2 more? Maybe 2 more. How much better do you predict Vezin will be over Mizuki? You know what my hot take is? Hey, Ali, Angel Flight. Make it simple. Have we gotten any YouTube? I think Angel Flight is also on Twitch. I'm sorry, the wheel hates YouTube. I assume there's people that have submitted on YouTube. I have viewers on YouTube. I mean, I lost a bunch when the freaking YouTube went down, but, you know. Vesna over Mizuki, like, I mean, I imagine she'll be better, but, one, I bet she won't be better without Voidinitsa, because Voidinitsa, we'll find out next week, or not even less than a week from now. Is Angelfly here? I know they're a regular viewer. They are here. In the chat, at least. Not necessarily here. Can there be 3 stellar reactions? I mean, I don't know. The rumor is that there's still going to be Rhymegrass, but there's different conflicting people with different amounts of reliability for their things. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think they're going to introduce anything new until the Saritsa, at least. So, we'll see. I have work to finish real quick. Okay, sounds good. Well, actually, how quick? Can I do another account? Because it's going to be like 10 minutes. I mean, I could maybe at least look into another account. And then I can... Hopefully I'm not streaming for like 3 more hours if I do that, but maybe I can focus down for once. I will take this personally. The wheels rigged? Yeah, apparently. What was it saying? Oh, but there's more because we only get 2 right now. That's it? Well, alright. Yeah, it'd be kind of boring. I think they'll do some gimmick for the rest of the year, I presume. I hope it's Rhymegrass, and I hope Rhymegrass is not just like super team restrictive. Like, the thing that kills Rhymegrass is if it doesn't meaning like the fun of Dendro is having the tertiary reactions that interact and like having reasons in different situations to like put a mix of Hydro, Electro, and Cryo already had an interesting interaction by not interacting with Dendro. That was already kind of cool. So, I don't know. We'll see what they want to do. Stellar Freeze? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the heck happens. I think they're going to do something. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know if it'll be interesting. The bar is not very high for being interesting. Because, like, at this point, my prediction is I think I'll like Stellar Swirl as much as I like Lunar Crystallize. Maybe slightly less, maybe slightly more, depending on what kind of teams I end up enjoying. Because I have Lanyan bias, it might be dependent on how much I enjoy Stellar Swirl Lanyan. If I don't end up enjoying Stellar Swirl Lanyan, I'll probably like rank it slightly below Lunar Crystallize, and I find Lunar Crystallize very meh. Very meh. I think I would enjoy Lunar Crystallize a lot if Eat Lua was a Lunar Crystallize buffer instead of a Zabai buffer. So, I don't know, right? So if Rhymegrass is Lunar Crystallize or Stellar Swirl level, meh. But if it's like Dendro reaction level for enjoyment, it could be one of the coolest thing they ever do in the game. So I don't know. They added the Stellar Text to Lanyan's kit. Yeah. Yeah, she can, well, wait. Yeah, sorry, they did. Because, well, no. She doesn't technically need to trigger a swirl. I don't know if they needed to add it to her kit. I don't think anything in her kit requires triggering a swirl, no? I don't think her passive says trigger a swirl. Her passive just checks for elements, like nearby elements. Are you still debating C2 Odette? I mean, the only way C2 Odette will realistically happen, I mean, absurd RNG can happen. But Palooza seems to really want to fund C2 Odette, so I don't know. Thanks for taking a look at my account. Yeah, no problem. It was a nice one to go into. I don't know. How does everyone else feel? I think we've actually managed to see a decent spread of different kinds of accounts. We saw the weird account that was like, technically their 4-piece was still better, but like that was literally the worst case scenario account. I think like a less than a year old account that also resin refreshed, like. And like technically lost on that one, but also technically still succeeded because they didn't have a spare 4-piece build for Yai. I had to steal the Sandrone 4-piece build for the 4-piece build to actually be better. But we were comparing a 2-piece to an improved 2-piece. So, you know, succeeded, but also not because it was that. But then, I don't know, we've seen like the spread of different kinds of accounts. So I think we've already kind of proved the point. I still want to log on to one more at least for the fun of it. Is C2 good? Yeah, it seems like it's going to be very good. How long it will stay that good is dependent, like, on what kind of future units they release. Because, like, right now it might be disproportionately good because currently many of the best Odette teams lack a ton of options for attack buffing and res shred buffs. And so C2 Odette gives, well, guess what? Team-wide attack percent and res shred. So that means those buffs, because you don't have any other sources of them on her teams normally right now, in the best teams, not necessarily that you never will have like Sucrose or anything on the team. Well, I mean, you do for like Mizuki teams, I guess, so it probably has a little bit, well, no, it definitely has, C2 Odette has significantly reduced value for Mizuki teams, actually, because attack doesn't do anything for Mizuki, right? So, oh, cool, okay, we can log in. So, end result is, like, depends on the team. For Stellar Conduct specifically, or if you're a weirdo doing sorry, I just clicked on Nenri actually sent me a big old DM that I didn't see before. Okay, there we go. What was it saying? I totally lost my train of thought, by the way. For Stellar Conduct teams, and for if you want to do something weird like Stellar Swirl Lanyon or Stellar Swirl Varka, you know, then like again, those are teams where like the Red Shred and the I get actually interestingly like for Stellar Swirl Varka, for example, because of that problem I mentioned before, where like you have no Red Shred, you don't have an ideal way to use the swirl or the Celestial Gift set, right? The Hexarai support set for giving more damage bonus to Varka. So like you can't put it on Traveler because they're not Hexarai. Can't put it on Odette because it's not Hexarai. The Anemo you probably want to put VV on. But if Odette is C2, then the 20% Anemo and Cryo Red Shred from Odette is probably enough that you don't need to use VV, and it might be DPS positive to actually put Celestial Gift on the Anemo unit, right? So code was sent, by the way. Again, it'll depend on the team. Mizuki team is probably not very good, but most other teams, I think it'll be pretty strong. It's also notable that like both C1 and C2 C2 should also significantly increase Odette's nuke damage, not just the other units' damage. So yeah. All right. We are logged in. I need to check what There we go. We are North America. Cool. All right. Copy the UID. Let's go check this. What do we got here? Am I blind? There she is. Okay. Ooh, never weapon. Interesting. Okay. So it's gonna be a little bit weird. Obviously, I will balance stats around that. It's gonna be a little bit weird just because we're using Akasha to measure, and Akasha doesn't have never weapon there, unfortunately. Can Lanyon use the new 4P set? Yes, she is an Anemo unit. You do have to trigger a swirl, you have to trigger the reaction first, so that will be a little bit annoying in that triggering a swirl might erase the cryo aura on the enemy, and you need a cryo aura on the enemy before you E on Lanyon. So like there might be some awkward like waiting out cryo application timings to be able to get it properly, which might be a thing that makes me not like it. But yeah, because you have to do like a normal attack or a charge attack, whatever, to trigger a swirl first to get the buff going, and then do EQE on Lanyon, right? So EQ or EQEE or QEE or whatever. Anyways, this is a pretty good 4-piece build. Fuck. You have pretty good artifacts balance around Nefer's weapon too. Ooh.
Breath, as if you're about to
What's the
blow
rank
up a
though?
huge balloon. Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then
2,000.
poof,
But
it's now flying away.
alright. Alright. Circlet and Goblet though. They're not that incredible. And we can abuse some things here. Okay. Minus $5, yeah. Also, hey, Needle Skin. Oh, whoops, I have the turtle up. It's alright. See? Needle Skin. Wing. Okay, so this is still, I think this is an AR-60 account, right? Yep, okay. And it is how old? Old. It is about as old as my main account. Okay. Whoops. Extract elixirs. Gasp. Oh, you have 10 elixirs. Hey, if Angel allows it, you know, only if Angel allows it. If Angel doesn't allow it, it's fine. I would say crafting a piece could count as valid, but anyways. Not as consistently active. Yeah, yeah. Okay, unleveled artifacts. Wait, can we sort by this? Wait, that's not how I do it. Sort by... What? Oh my god. Max level. There we go. Okay. So there we have a bunch of those set. We have a bunch of this set. A bunch of Albeid. A bunch of Night Sky. We have here, but nothing super standout. Okay, so don't need to care about that set. Oh wait, that was for cautious. I'm stupid. I thought that was flop for a second. My bad. Looking at the wrong damn set. Flowers of Paradise is also still not that relevant. That's interesting. That could be pretty good for her. That too. But that's decent. But we need some really good pieces to beat this 4-piece build. Okay. Glad. Wait, Water's Troop. We have no unleveled. Oh wait, no, we're only filtered by max level. Sorry. Okay. Nice 40 CV, but no EM or attack percent. Decent, but not incredible. Alright. Now, Glad artifacts don't seem to be anything that crazy. That looks like it wasn't leveled for a second. Alright. That one's weird. A lot of attack percent. This could actually be sneakily good for her. Okay. Filter, not max level. We have a lot of unleveled pieces, which is oh boy. A lot to look through, that's what it means. Oh dear. Oh dear. This might be the last scout we log into. Oh god, there's a lot of pieces to look through. Oh god. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, I regret this stream concept. Oh my god. Oh boy. Maybe we need to take a break before we do this one. Okay, first of all, do we have XP to even level up shit? No. Cool. Okay. So, I will fly by some things to see if we have any, like, four-liners especially. Yeah, like, this is one that's an example. This would be, it depends how it rolls. If it had attack percent, it'd be a very strong yes. But looking for like four-liners that stick out, like this crit damage circlet 2, it's definitely like a down to how it rolls situation, right? But this crit damage circlet with the EM substat and crit rate, and that crit rate sub circlet that we saw as well could both be relevant. I'm not gonna mark them because I just don't think it's gonna be feasible to level them right now. So we're really going to have to try to work with what we have currently leveled, but this account clearly has a lot of non-leveled artifacts. And that, at its core, is probably, like, especially with things like this, right? So, 4-line double crit attack goblet, right? As an onset piece. That one might be one we actually try to level. There's attack percent with EM and flat attack. I'm starting this too. So we're in a situation here where I will say with this many unleveled pieces, I'm willing to bet there's like some kind of path towards a better 2-piece build than the 4-piece build. But I don't know if I can. I think that path is going to take resources that we don't have available right now to level shit, right? It's too long of a path to walk on today, so it means I might fail today, but I don't think is necessarily wrong. This would be a, never know if it rolls super high CV in the perfect balance. We don't have time to walk down that path today, per se. Okay, there's a 4-liner with EM. Not with attack percent, though. My god, there's so many. Oh my god. That goblet would be a priority, and that timepiece would be a priority, though. Because the timepiece had the perfect stats, but as a 3-liner. Okay, now we're getting into 4-line attack percent pieces. Bunch of star pieces for fab utility, I'm guessing. I mean, that could be, depending on how that rolls, that could be relevant too. Okay. Oh boy, what a freaking mess. The wheel was not kind, yeah. Have to focus on no dead stats? Yeah. That is kind of what I'm thinking. To be clear, I don't think it's actually that hard to beat this build. But it's not easy. Okay. Doesn't seem like we have that relevant of Wanderer's troop pieces on first glance at the circlets. Gosh, I'm going through these so fast. I'm barely taking any time to compute whether or not different ones are relevant. Obviously, most of these are just I can ignore if it's the main stat's wrong, but you know. Probably not. Also probably not, but you never know. Okay, well there's that. It's already starred, but it's not a 4-liner, so compared to the Glad Goblet, not as good of a starting point. Same thing with that one. So no 4-line Goblet like we had in Glad, but maybe in turn we have a random 4-line timepiece. I mean, it's a good timepiece, but doesn't have EM like the other one. Okay, you have a lot of double crit timepieces, but no 4-liners, it seems like. Okay. Oh, okay, well, no. Okay, never mind. You have the same situation, but in the Wanderer's Troop piece. So maybe Wanderer's Troop is good enough to consider. I don't know. I don't know. How do we feel? I guess it is a failure if like if I don't have the ability to level shit, right? Why did Twitch turn that into a link? What got turned into a link? Starting to feel better not getting good stellar artifacts from my AI now? Yeah. I mean, I thought I was gonna... I have a good stellar build. And again, like, I'll test it when the patch goes live and we actually have Odette. So, okay, see, there's a 4-liner. With attack percent, and ER is, you know, kind of good, kind of not. But... Oh boy, I'm getting tired. That's a bad sign. This account's putting me to sleep. I think I already looked at this. My brain. Sorry, I'm trying to like compute artifacts on the fly while yappering. Now I got a sneeze coming. Oh, okay. There's a perfect 4-liner. Okay, so like, did we have a Glad Feather that was relevant? Because maybe like we could end up doing like this timepiece plus one of these 4-line flowers. What was the Glad Feather situation? We had a couple things. Oh yeah, we had those. Okay. Oh my god, this account is so immediate vibes of like need to have the fodder to level up. So, oh yeah, this is what I was saying. What I don't know. How do we feel about the vibes? Because like there's so many artifacts in this account. I'm like, I'm legit 95% confident that if I had a lot of XP to freely level stuff, I'm pretty sure I could get a better 2pc2pc. But like we don't have the resources. And I don't have any particular words I could tell you other than the process here of just looking through things and mentioning, yep, that piece is relevant, and like we could do 2 pieces this or 2 pieces this depending on how this rolls and depending on how that rolls. Whoops, just happened. Like I don't have any words I can do to convince you other than basically what we're doing right here. So I don't know. Maybe this will have to be a poll thing. We'll see what we can do with existing artifacts still, to be clear. I don't need to check those. But yeah. This is like I used to have this problem, I feel like, until I used to have this problem until I realized I was just keeping pieces like, you know, after I had a good double crit gilded feather, I stopped locking pieces like this, right? And I threw those away. After a certain point, I think you do need to start throwing away pieces that have, because you got to imagine like the different likelihood of different kinds of stat balances rolling in a certain way on certain sets and be like, am I ever actually going to need, you know, a healing circlet on Flowers of Paradise Lost for realsies? You know. And then so I don't keep that kind of piece, even though like I might have initially locked it when I first started farming. But eventually, as time goes on, I don't know, you have to like review your artifacts in your account to see if you still need these things. So like, if this was an account fixing, I'd maybe be trying to like unlock things just on like a vibe basis. It's hard to know for sure without like this actually being my account and knowing what the actual builds look like on every character. But like, I would look at character builds and then try to get a vibe of like, okay, what are those scenarios in which we could imagine like any random one of these flop pieces leveling in a way that actually matters for any current builds, or maybe some hypothetical use cases in the future. And I almost assure you, more than half of these artifacts I would feel pretty comfortable unlocking. And they could be foddered in the future. And notably, they could become fodder for leveling existing pieces. So like you can use 5 stars as fodder. I don't think you always want to, but if you want to solve your problem with having too many artifacts to level, you can use 5 stars as fodder to level them, right? Okay, I don't. Oh wait, that was. God damn it! I thought that was flop again for some reason. As I was yapping, I got distracted. Okay. God, there's so many 2-piece artifacts. Okay, there's another perfect stat piece, but 3-liner. What's going on? We getting free Welkins? Only if I log into your account and I fail to get a better build on 2pc2pc. Yeah. So far I haven't failed. This account I might fail just because of quitting. I might fail just because I'd rather spend the dollar. I'd almost rather be like, you know, here's some potential artifacts to level up. You can let me know if you get a better 2-piece in the future. Unless we want to the alley, angel, whatever. Do you have artifacts you think that are level 20 that are able to be thrown away? That one's interesting. If you do, maybe we can take a peek at leveling some of those pieces to do it, because maybe we can like just level some of those very relevant 4-liners, right? In Wanderer's Trooper Gilded to see if that's, or Gilded, Gladiators. To see if that is the path forward. This is not a relevant set. Like particularly that onset goblet that was a 4-liner in Gladiators, I think. But otherwise it's like, okay, maybe I'll equip some 2-piece just to see how close I can get with an existing currently leveled pieces for 2-piece. And then that'll give a vibe of like how far away it would be with leveling, is my guess. Or maybe I'd actually just get better with the existing pieces, because I haven't looked that closely at the existing ones yet. But I don't know. I don't know if we have the time to even try to properly level some of these pieces. Like, there's so many potential weird combinations of scenarios at random ways things could roll that it would take 10,000 years. So, Angel might have won by sheer brute force overwhelming me with too many 2-piece options. So many 2-piece options that I just quit. I tap out. Fine, you can have your Welkin. Or you can choose to give a Welkin to someone random if you want instead. Was there an attack percent circlet there? Sorry. No, okay. Oh god, why is there so many? Jesus Christ. I can't remember how I used them all. I mean, it didn't seem like you had anything when I checked before, so I assume if you had level 20 pieces that were unlocked with intent that they could be used, and that was the only artifacts you think you had that were level 20 that could be used to level up new pieces, then no, you didn't have any, because there was nothing unlocked. No attack percent there, okay, or EM. Alright, I don't think the Hextri set is relevant at least, so that's something. At least ignore that. So far, the highest potential 2-piece options is definitely still Glad and Wanderer's Troop. But there are other relevant... I can't even speak. This account is breaking my brain. There are other relevant options, but it's like more down to how certain pieces roll, because you know, obviously this could roll 5 max rolls into crit, and then it's relevant, right? but good lord. Save me from this accursed account. How do you have this many pieces? Oh my god. Someone the other day said, wow, you really do lock every relevant artifact. And I do. I lock pretty much any artifact that I think has a chance of being relevant. But I also try to make sure I regularly prevent this from happening. Like, I lock a lot of things, but I'm also pretty aggressive with throwing old shit away. And making sure I don't have a massive, miserable pile up. Oh, there's an on-set goblet, by the way. And it's relevant for 4-piece, but keep in mind, not only is this a 4-piece set, but it's also a relevant 2-piece set. So, like, it could be ideal to do, like, 2-piece Glad if that goblet rolled well, and, like, 2-piece of one of these pieces. I don't know. Double crit with no attack. A lot of random double crit. Double crit EM, 3-liner. Double crit attack, 3-line. 4-liner, double crit EM. Okay. Alright then. Damn. Well, we're free. We got through all the unleveled pieces.
First, get into position.
If you close your game, it won't work. Wait, it won't. I can't speak. If you close your game, it won't exist anymore. It's true. This account is a perfect example. You may have better 2-piece in your account than 4-piece. Yeah, no, it's a perfect example. It's just like... I don't think we can realize this account's potential for that. It wins because time is finite. What is the 4-piece build again? Okay, so... That's pretty good. I mean, it's very good, actually. Like, damn. Like, missed one roll, but, you know. And then this is Wackadoodle. It's kind of perfect for the balance of having this set give crit rate. Not perfect if we're not. So, like, maybe don't want to use that. But... Oh, I didn't even notice this. We have a 40 CV onset. Okay. So maybe that goblet isn't relevant. But, like, we could improve... Maybe the feather timepiece combo. The timepiece is already off-piece. Is there a better off-piece? This is a 3-liner. Okay, it's a weird one. Hell's that? 14.4, 6.2? Okay. How have you gotten so many of the super node artifacts? Okay. Okay, here's one that would need to be leveled. That could be the piece. Could be the one we need, but yet again, we run into need to be leveled. Okay, So, okay. Oh my god, what is this? What is this? I don't know. 22, 23, 22, 33, 107. Okay. Rainbow build? I guess that's true, yeah. Rainbow is an option that's worth considering. I know one of my one of my regular viewers, Shadow. Don't know if Shadow's here right now, but they had a 2-piece, no piece, so just one 2-piece set bonus on Yai that was in like top 1%. So, you know, it's definitely possible. It's just that makes things even more complicated to figure out, though. Frankly, it's like, oh yay, everything's even more annoying. Sweet, I love it. Okay, so like, what happens if we try this? I want to do a vibe check at least on something. Do we have a not shit? Yeah, we do have. That's what I thought. Okay, so I have that, and then I don't know. Maybe we can find something to level up that piece. 2358, 82, 272. I'm gonna check it. We have more attack. We sacrifice a little bit of crit. We have more attack and EM. It's possible this is already better. I'm not kidding. Let's do a vibe check on that, and then if we need to, maybe we can gambit on this. find one. Surely we can find one level 20 piece to throw in the trash can, right? Like maybe you already have an ER timepiece. If you already have an ER timepiece, you might not need this, right? All right.
Like this.
Just find 3 max CV pieces. Yeah. All right. So we're at with the 0 ER leaderboard, top 0.387%, 2,500. We'll see. We'll see. Do. All right. Again, there's this is ranking it on the Cogger's Verity leaderboard, which again, from the numbers I ran, Cogger's Verity and Neversig may as well be the same. Neversig even I think has more min-maxing potential than Cogger is almost, just because of the free crit rate it gives. But it matters for Akasha because Akasha, like your exact crit rate balance, significantly influences ranking. But we're comparing a Neversig build to a Neversig build. I think the relative difference to them should stay the same, but it is kind of a minor issue, particularly because of it assuming like how close you are to 100% crit rate with one or the other. But anyways, it's fine. So refresh. Oops, I tabbed out of the wrong thing. All right.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon.
Nope. Yeah,
Exhale
kind
all
of
your
expected.
sleepiness into it.
Yeah.
Poof.
I didn't think we had
Start
enough. Like
flying away.
what we need is we needed yeah, we needed like no dead stat pieces basically. Like we needed a feather. This feather if is like a 700 roll value feather, right? And this circlet needed like one more roll into EM attack or crit, right? Stats look basically the same. Yeah. Minus $5, yeah. Again, I think there is something here to figure out with the Glad artifacts in particular, the ones that are interesting to me, because like, or the Wanderer's True pieces. We had 2 Wanderer's True pieces that had perfect stat balance that could easily result in an equivalent or higher roll value piece than this, but as an onset 2 piece. And then the Goblet in Glad could end up rolling better too. And then it's a balance of like
Relaxing days
figuring
like
out
this
if I keep this 2 piece bonus or not, or go to 2 piece Wanderer's Troop. I don't know, right? Like, there's something to be done here, but I don't know if we have the realistic ability to level anything. And again, I could gambit on this. You never know. If this rolls 50 CV, that could technically get it. Get us there. But that could also then technically be used on the 4-piece builds. That doesn't really count, right? Man, okay. Want to sign up even though my Yai isn't built? I mean, you can if you want, I guess. I can just try to equip her with what I think is the best initially. Okay, Angel, surely I can throw this away. Can I throw this away? If this rolls poorly, I'm just gonna call it a loss on my part, even though I think there is a path towards a better 2-piece. There is not. Your 4-piece build is good enough that's not worth the effort to go down that path. Essentially. But if this rolls, that was a really old sign-up piece. Okay, let's try this. If this managed to roll in a particular way that it could enable something, maybe we can fish further. But it's going to require even more leveling of pieces, right? So, but yeah, maybe we could also look at Rainbow, but I don't know. We're talking about a top 0.3% build in Stellar already. It's top 2,000. Like, again, there's so many artifacts in this account. Like, there's very much a chance it could get to a point to getting like probably fairly close to my Yai build, which my 2-piece Yai build is significantly ahead of this Stellar build. But like, it's gonna take like leveling so many artifacts, and we don't have the XP to spare to do that unless we like keep on cycling pieces into more pieces into more pieces. We'd have to find probably at least like 10 pieces that we're willing to fodder to be able to have some freedom to do that, and it's gonna take so long to even find those pieces, and then so long to start leveling them all, and like for probably what is gonna be a minor game. And like on a level of like proving my point, maybe it'd be fun, but I don't think it's worth the time because I don't think it even makes sense to do that when you have this good of a build already. It's worth it to Your time is valuable too, right? But anyways, this will be the worthiness of maybe dipping our toes in the water, I guess. Our toes were dipped, and the water is acidic, and we're fucking leaving. Alright, you win. Fine. Fine, you win. Your 4-piece build is better enough now. You know what? We're gonna level this, though. You can't stop me. Whoops. Unless, okay, wait. Is there any reason you think you want to keep this to reroll it? It is a 4-liner on a Glad. Most average rolls, yeah. Is there any reason you want to reroll this, Angel? Otherwise, I'll just throw it in this. So maybe I still get your Yai an upgrade, but then it'd be an upgrade for the 4-piece still. So this set is not a relevant 2-piece combo piece. It'd just be an off piece. But I don't want to throw this away if you think you're gonna reroll it. But I don't know. You have so many artifacts in your account. I feel like the answer is no. You're not gonna reroll this. But I think I'll take the L on this account, even though I think there's a path towards it. No? Okay, cool. Wow. Well. Did you, I did not get an upgrade for your AI. I also assume you're probably going to throw that away. I'll unlock it. If you tell me to lock it, I can go lock it, I guess. If you, again, re-roll potential piece, you know. 2 high rolls in EM. That's maybe more of a re-roll piece, but... Alright then. Well. Oh well. Is what it is. It's just Welkin. It's fine. It's fine. I kind of expected to lose one today. It's a little annoying that I lost only because you have too many fucking artifacts and no resource. Well, not that you don't have resources to level. It's that it's not... It's sincerely not worth the effort. Your build is more than good enough on the 4-piece set at this point. That is not worth the effort to work around the 4-piece. Or sorry, work around 2-piece, 2-piece with how much time it would take to level pieces. Even if we do find the pieces to fodder, right? Oh, that was the same. Okay, goblet, circlet. Oh, that's the wrong circlet. I thought that was the... oh, there it is, there it is. There we go, okay. Back to that, bam, yep. There we go. Crazy. First loss, yeah. Angel, do you want me to give it to you, or do you want me to give it to a random viewer? I don't know how much you care. I saw you had like 100 witches. I'll take it. Alright, cool. I will jot down your UID quick. I'll do this out of stream. I'll have to, so don't, if you did a temporary password, don't reset your password or anything. Because I'll have to log into your account again. With a VPN. Because I'm gonna save my damn $1.50. You can't stop me. But I'm not going to do that right now because I can't switch any VPN on. Well, I don't know. I've never tested switching a VPN on midstream, and I don't really want to. I assume it's going to cause a problem. Alright, there we go. Got it jotted down. 01 Welkin. God damn it. Fine, you win. You win. You beat me into submission with not leveling your artifacts. Alright. Short ship to Japan is cheaper than buying full price? Yep. I'm going to save my dollar. Minus $3.50. Rip. Oh well, such is life. Alright, let's find one more account. Since that one was... we didn't... I mean, we could have spent a lot longer on that one. I think we spent enough time. It's still an interesting one. I don't know. We've seen a very interesting spread of different kinds of accounts, by the way, with different states of artifacts. And different... oops. Different ages for them, too. Oh, boy. Actually, you know what? Just in case I... forget. Feel free to DM me if I forget for some reason. I'm gonna highlight that as a red. And then I'm gonna unselect that one. There we go. Just so I remember. Alright, one more. Can Hoyo catch that? I mean... At Selmager. I think the at means they're on YouTube, right? You still here, Stelmager? Maybe not because of the stupid YouTube crash earlier. They are not popping up when I at. Actually, nobody's popping up when I at. Okay. Copy this again. Paste reroll. Okay, nothing popped up when I at. Does YouTube's at function not work anymore? Oh no, it works for me. Well, it only works after you type 2 letters, I see. Yeah, there's no one with SE on watching the YouTube stream. Okay. They might have left, whether because sleep or other reasons. Okay. We'll reroll then. Selmager, if you happen to join, let me know. Actually, you know what? If maybe they watch the VOD, let me check their UID at least. I'll at least do a vibe check with their UID. Give it a couple minutes before. Yeah, I mean, well, they didn't pop up in the chat. That means they're not even here though. So like, that means they left. They don't have it. They're not listening. Like they'd have to manually check back in the next couple minutes. So I think it seems unlikely. But I don't know, Selmager, if you really want me to log in still, what? If you really want me to log in still, you can feel free to DM me, I suppose. Maybe we can log in a future stream. Sunday, Monday. Probably not stream tomorrow. I usually do stuff with friends, but Sunday, Monday. They are an AR60 account. They have a lot of characters. Currently 57,230. I am 99% confident I could beat this. At the very least, I'm pretty sure I could beat it because there are pieces we could yoink from a Nefa that are relevant. Or Arlecchino. Yeah. I'm like 99% certain I could beat this. I think this would be a simple one. The crit rate's way too low. The crit rate's way too low to not be able to beat it. It's probably like a top 30% build, I'm guessing. I fucking lied? Okay. Goddamn cryo. That's fucking cryo resonance again, because with cryo resonance is like a plus. It's it's like almost 90% crit rate. So yeah, of course it's not that low rank. It's still, I don't think it would be that hard to beat. Maybe not as optimistic as it initially was, but like obviously this timepiece is pretty bad. The goblet's shit. Maybe we keep these 2 pieces and just swap out the goblet and timepiece though, and then use a different circlet. And again, my goal would be, if I was logging his account, to be not immediately stealing from the other characters, but in the worst case, I'm pretty sure there was already artifacts I was seeing on existing characters that I could steal from, right? Oh yeah, it's the 110 ER category too, that's true. What is the non-110 ER category? Around Kagura's 5%, yeah. I'm pretty sure I could beat that. Maybe not 99% confident. At 95. I'm like 95% confident. Yeah, they're at 88% correct, yeah, about. So, yeah, from cryo resonance and set. Because Akasha is factoring in cryo resonance. To be clear, again, this is a build that's like very balanced around cryo resonance. Like, oh, it's fine because I have 90% crit rate, but like, you don't really. So like, they really should not do this build. This is a build that should be tweaked, even on the 4-piece build. But I think this is actually a perfect example, frankly, of an account that, like, you know, they're defaulting to this because people are like, oh, yeah, 4-piece EI is the best thing to do for her artifact set. So, like, people just force the set bonus before it actually makes sense to force. And my overall point, though, is that it's actually, like, hard for a lot of accounts to get to the point of where it makes sense to actually use the 4-piece set, to the point that you might not even want to consider it ever because it just takes too much resin to be worth it for what damage you gain, right? And I think this account is likely to be in that situation where, like, I don't know if they have Sandrone, but even without Sandrone, I don't know if they're at a point they're going to have enough relevance to continue spending resin in this domain to make it worth it. So, yeah. How does cryo resonance gives 15 crit rate if the enemy is affected by cryo. But oftentimes Yai's big stellar hit will, or it seems like even with triple cryo, but since someone else doing testing, will erase the aura, so her big hit won't even have cryo resonance. It's a dynamic thing that's applied based on individual hits applying when Cryo is on the enemy with double Cryo on the team, though. So, like, you know. But yeah, I'm not 100% confident I get a better build, but I'd be surprised if I didn't get a better build with 2pc in this account. But their 4-piece build was better than I thought it was at initial glance. I'll at least say that. So, yep. Anyways, and now we have given them a couple minutes. So, Selmager, this is your last chance for me to log in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Yes, the artifact set. Yes, this artifact set gives crit rate. Yes, that is part of why we're doing this. Is because like normally any artifact set that gives crit rate, it's like almost like obvious that you should always use the 4-piece set because usually giving crit for free is strong enough as a 4-piece bonus to justify it. But one thing I actually appreciate about how like the Hexer artifact set and then these artifact sets are balanced around not giving a shit ton of crit rate. Like I really hated the Natlan sets for giving so much crit rate for free. Like on one hand, it made the characters easier to build in some sense, but it also made them really miserable to get like good stats on, and it more strongly forced using the 4-piece sets versus just allowing more freedom. Like by having less crit in the 4-piece and having more balanced stats that can also be achieved from having different combinations of 2-piece artifacts, you can have more kinds of artifacts that can compete with the 4-piece sets, which means you might not actually need to spend your resin on it. And if you don't need to spend your resin on this artifact set, you can spend your resin elsewhere. Right? Like, I don't know. I think they recognize some of the problem with that design, and that's why, like, with Nod Cry, every single one of the artifact sets have not had 48% crit rate. I still didn't really like the Nod Cry Night Sky set that much. It's still, like, too annoying of a 4-piece set, but like to the point that like it's good enough that like you get a pretty poor artifacts. Like I wouldn't be doing this, I think, on a Nefer Flynn's. Like Nefer, Flynn's, it's like pretty easy. Most main DPSs for Nogcry, it's pretty easy to get to the point where the Night Sky set is going to be better than 2pc right? But they can, depending on your account, you can still have reasons to check if 2pc is relevant, though, right? So, anyways, I'm glad there's this nuance. But yeah, it does mean players like this will wind into situations where they might, just because it's said to be the best set on her, would over prioritize forcing this set, right? So it's a little bit worse for casual players in a sense to not have just boring artifact sets that auto give you like 100% crit rate basically. But anyways, like the Natlan set, they don't literally give you 100% crit rate. Obviously, like depends on the character and whatever, right? You know. Okay. We will re-roll. We just need to go here. I should delete Selmager. If I can see it quick, I will. There it is. All right, delete Selmager. Bam. Imagine the opposite future where Moika misses the crit on burst. Yeah. TTV. I'm assuming that's Twitch again. The one person that got selected on YouTube, I think, left the stream. Sad. I'd way overcapping each crit rate on his Moika Sig, so I opted to pull Red Horn just because the set gives so much crit rate. Yeah. Ridiculous. TTV Zachary YT1. Wait, it also says YouTube. Are they YouTube or are they Twitch? Okay, no one pops up when I search. Do I do @TTV? Plot twist neither? Yeah, maybe. Well, no one comes up on either. Okay. Well, I guess we'll do the same thing again. I'm going to delete them preemptively. So, TTV Zachary, if you are here, you have a minute. I didn't mean that. You have a minute to join. What is that UID? Why does it begin with 4? Is this a valid UID? No. Okay, well, I was going to look at your account, but it's not even a valid UID. Is that meant to be a 6, maybe? Or a 7? Maybe it's a 7, because it's, like, near the number pad. No. 4. No, not 4. 6. It's the right amount of numbers, but it doesn't... Okay. Bunch of players who quit the game. Teu69 RLQ. The amount of people that, like, played Genshin for, like, 30 minutes and then stop playing is really funny to me. I don't know. It's like, it's fine. It's like, you experienced nothing. I don't know. I think, is it a hot take that most people quit games before they should? I think most people don't give games enough of a shot. It's part of why like it's kind of hard for me to be willing to try new games. Is like I try to give games a real shot. Like I have to have a pretty really strongly negative impression to quit a game like an hour in. Like I think way too many people, and like this happens a lot with these free to play games too, right? Of course, just try a game for an hour and then they just like are like it doesn't strongly appeal to them for some reason, and they're just like they just never play it again. So it's the same as the supposed 3-episode rule for animes. Yeah, like what's funny for animes is like I think I drop more anime in like 6 episodes or more in than lower. By the way, speaking of 3-episode rule, I am going to continue watching the the Chainsmoker Cat anime. I've just decided that I need to like wait for some more episodes to come out, and then I can, cause like, got it. Like, I just need to be in the mood to watch that show. It's like a hard watch. Have you tried Mugenics? No, not yet. I'm like, that's like one where like, I don't think it's gonna be a game that I'm gonna really love. I think I'll like it, but I think the time required to put into it to really appreciate it is a little high, is my guess. And so yeah, I haven't tried it yet. Also, like, I'm kind of the logic now that I feel like the next time, like next year's Steam sale, I bet it'll be like half price. So Spooky Labs, yay! Hey, we can do our last one. Let's go. Let's go. What do we got here? Spooky Labs. Oh, did I close Enka? I did. Whoops. Alright. I can close the wheel, actually. Yai. Level 80 Yai. Skyward Atlas. Okay, cool. Oh, boy. Okay. At first, I was like, that's a low crit ratio. And then I noticed the Golden Troop. Okay. Yep, this should be easy. Wait, I mean, maybe... Well, wait, you are AR-60. I was going to say maybe not. Maybe because you're, like, just low AR. Like an AR-55 account, this would make sense. Okay. Bro, I know it's bad. Yeah, it's a little bad. Alright. I'm pretty confident I'll be able to improve this one again. But that's fine. That's fine. At least a small percentage can be reroll accounts. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea what the stats look like for how many people do reroll accounts. Genshin always like felt like an ass game for me to like for the appeal of rerolling, so I never like saw the value in it. The only time I technically kind of did it, you know, I made a couple of accounts with polearms only, but that was because like I was trying to fish for specifically getting like a polearm character on the first pull, first few pulls, because I needed a polearm character to start their account, right? So anyway, so it's basically just get to like a 10 pull to do a pull on the current limited banner that had a 4-star rate up, and then pull on that banner. And amusingly, I ended up going back to the first account I made for it. So, yeah. Because I just didn't get any different kind of meaningful results. I think I had to grind like 20 pulls, and I got a Rosaria. Rosaria, if I recall, was the first character on polearms only. Yeah. 5-star rates are too bad for it, and it takes too long to get the baseline free pulls, other than the 10 or 20 free standard pulls, right? So, yeah. A lot of people downloaded back in COVID to try. Oh yeah, no, I understand. Like, it makes sense that there's a lot of specifically Genshin accounts. I'm just talking about the general gamer tendency of like trying something but then not giving it much of a real shot. It's like, you know, it's fine if you didn't like it, but it's just like you functionally never really tried it at all, is my opinion. So, anyways. I whispered it to you. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, I got a lot of the account. Whoops. Alright. Whispers. I don't remember how to log. Oh, there we go. Okay. Got it. I need to go grab my water bottle, by the way. I feel like I haven't drunk enough water because I didn't have my water bottle nearby. I left it in the other room, so I'm gonna go grab that quick. Alright. Code should be sent. Start my catalyst now. Claymore only account on anniversary to pick Mona. Nice. Waiting for the code. What is the most rerollable gacha game I think I've played? I feel like there's definitely one that was more rerollable than any other one. Oh, it was Uma Musume. Yeah. Bro, that game had inbuilt function to like incentivize you to Uma Musume reroll. Like they actively wanted you to just like spend 4 fucking hours to recreate your account. There's a button to make it quicker. Like, yeah. Definitely Uma Musume. I first tried Genshin, got bad motion sickness. Interesting. Was it like one of your first like games where you had to control the camera with either a mouse or a right stick, like a 3D game? Like, cause that's something I've heard people have issues with, but it's just like kind of universal to like your brain has to acclimate to like controlling a camera kind of thing. So I'm curious if Genshin was like one of your first like 3D games where you had to control a camera in that way. And if that was why, or if it was something else. I only have that problem with first-person games. Yeah, I sometimes get a little bit of motion sickness with some first-person games, but... Alright. Turtle, go away. Okay. I had bad lighting in my home. Oh, really? That was the issue? That's funny. Okay. Interesting. Reminder to have lighting in your house. Actually, I feel like maybe my lighting isn't good enough. I need to get more lamps. The lamps are like annoyingly expensive for nice lamps, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, something about Natlan music gives me PTSD. Not I'm joking, obviously, just in case. It's not. Obviously, PTSD is a real thing. I not have it, but I do not want to vibe to Natlan music. I'm sorry. Something about it annoys me. Anyways, okay, so yeah, this Yai build had gold. Wait, I need to go grab my water bottle. This Yai build had a golden troop build. I'm pretty sure we can find something that is better. Out of curiosity, did you just get Yai? Spooky? Or is this like old ass neglected Yai build? I mean, because the reason I'm asking is I wondered if you were another case of like, you know, you equip Golden Troop on her just because it showed it in the recommendations, and you had the pieces, or very neglected. Okay, cool. So like motion sickness initially for some games, but I can get used to the motion, mostly. Yeah. I mean nausea. I mean, nausea is a thing you get from like being motion sick. No. Like you experience nausea, but then people describe it specifically as motion sickness when it's like nausea from like things moving around, right? Is that not what motion sickness is? It's just... Oh, for the Natlan music. Sorry. Yeah. I wasn't becoming nauseous from the Natlan music. It just gave me the ick. It gave me the ick. I didn't want to be around it. Oh, but really? Where'd you come from? Now I can't get my water bottle. Like, really? I literally just, like, turned my chair, and then he comes, I think, running out of the... He's probably in the closet. That's usually where he sits down when he wants to go be hiding in the darkness. Or on the top of the fridge. And then he just sat on my lap. He's like, that's why you were turning the chair towards me. You're adorable. But also, I wanted to get my water bottle, creature. Alright, I have a solution. Can you... Here. I'm gonna... Can you... No? Alright, well, there you go. BRB. Water required. What should I give me, Yai? I don't know why that comment's so funny on YouTube. What should I give me, Yai? It's like you're a pirate. I assume you're just like not a native English speaker, or you're younger. I don't know. I don't really care. Or you are a American who is anti-school or something. That's fine too. I don't care. You can live your own life. But the vibe I got is definitely like you're a pirate. What should I give me, Yai? In my opinion, the point of this stream is you should probably give your Yai 2pc2pc. Beto, yeah. Alright. Water ingested. Time to... you know what's funny? I'm pretty sure we could improve... I haven't loaded even what the artifacts in this account are yet. Without looking at any of the artifacts in the account, I bet I could close my eyes and randomly click artifacts, and there's a chance it would be a better build. So, should we try that? I'll do it. I don't have a face cam on, so you just have to trust me. It'll probably be obvious. I'll navigate to the artifact screen, and then I'm just going to have to flub my way through. It's going to be a pain in the ass. My current build is that bad? It kind of is, yeah. Let's see the ranking. I don't know the baseline we're starting with. Top 76%. There you go. Oh boy. For Stellar. Wait, it ranks higher in Stellar than any other build? Wow. Or is it just Stellar because there's some other default? Yeah, no, it just ranks higher in Stellar. How does this rate higher in Stellar, guys? Attack goblet? Oh yeah, it's probably the attack goblet. That's true. That's true. Okay. 2p's advice even apply if I'm still using AI as main DPS rather than sub? Yeah, probably. Again, for what's worth, like my 2p's AI, despite having a good build, is still better, I think. Although I'm gonna mess around with it in case, because I don't think I'm gonna have cryo resonance for like main DPSing. But maybe I will. I don't know, but probably not. Cat, can you not bite cords? Anyways, top 76%. Yeah, out of just for the funnies, I think I will give an actual look. But let's equip random artifacts. All right, so I'll click on the flower first. We turn off filtering. Oh, the recommended. Okay, wait. Well, the recommend order thing is fine, but everything about the goblet. Okay. So you know what? I gotta set that. Alright. So, there we go. I'm gonna put my mouse over here first to start. And then, like, just, I don't know, scroll up and down. Okay, I clicked on something. Oh, fuck, I have to... Wait. Sorry, isn't, like... Which button is it? I have my eyes closed. Is it R? What did that do? I have to open my eyes. Oh, yes. We're using that. Okay. Okay. Okay, this one. R. It popped up again. So it's equipped to someone, I assume. Can I hit R again? No. Fuck. It's really hard to... I don't... Oh, did that work? I think it worked. Okay. Now can I switch a tab without opening my eyes? How did I manage to click? I'm surprised I managed to click that. I just like moved my mouse straight right and I managed to land on it. Okay. Oh fuck with it. Okay, go. Okay, wait, go like upper left corner, down a little right. That's probably flower, right? Probably feather, right? Okay, this is probably timepiece. Okay. All right, so wiggle around a little bit. Oh, I'm not over an artifact. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, that was an unequipped artifact. Uh-oh. Yeah, go back top left. Down a little, right. It's probably flower. Oh. What? Oh shit. I should have been looking there for that sound effect before. Oops. I forgot about the sound effect. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Oh god, you think my brain would have these sound effects coded in properly right now? Well, sure, equip that. Okay, I think I gotta open my eyes to be able to equip. Yes. Okay. Oh, it's an attack goblet. Holy shit. Okay. And up left. Down right. Uh-oh, where am I clicking? Oh. I feel like I'm not in circles yet, right? Damn it. Fuck. It's so hard to navigate to the circlets. Okay, back up, top left. Down a little bit, right. Perfect. Was that already in circlets? Okay. Okay, whatever. Hopefully I'm in circlets. Scroll a little bit. Oh, fuck. What? Oh, there we go. Okay. Perfect. Oh, it's level 0. God damn it. Okay. I got a... Oh, good. Alright, we got that. I remember that, because I had to open my eyes for that. Got Rodden. I somehow equipped a Berserker piece. Incredible. I'm gonna guess I didn't change that. I think that's the same. I think this did get changed. Because I think I had to open my eyes for that. And then I equipped an unleveled circlet. No, I think random equipping got me a worse build. I mean, actually, wait. Is it worse? It is worse, but not that much. We don't need to check the ranking. You actually had an okay feather equipped. Oh dear. Alright. Anyways, okay. Now let's do this for real. So no golden troop, disenchantment, maybe yes, maybe yes. Not really much Albade to speak of, so we'll just ignore that, honestly. Maybe night skies. And glad Wander's troop. Well, we have a lot of glad and Wander's troops, so guess what artifacts we'll probably be using. Also, I didn't check, do we have like any fodder? Not really. Okay. I mean, we kind of do. If we have to do it, we have 5-star fodder. Okay. So first initial glance is, what does our glad pieces look like? Apparently dookie. I mean, this is better than it looks, unironically. Oh, you have another decree reshape. That's interesting. Is there a lot of people that have decree reshapes right now? I have, like, my timing of decree reshapes is different from other people because of, like, battle pass feathers, potentially. So, you know. Joined to say I agree. I got a 1% 2pc2pci. Nice. Sorry, I didn't see your message. I think you just popped in the Twitch stream. I didn't ignore you on YouTube. Well, I did ignore you on YouTube. It was accidental, though, because... I got a 4-liner here. Because I had my eyes closed for a second. One thing that's been consistent is the lack of fodder. Yeah. I don't really blame people. It's like the eternal problem, I feel like, in Genshin. Okay, so... Wait. What did I just click on? Okay, that's a pretty good piece from Sarah. We could yoink. So, yeah, how about we start from that, maybe? What about timepiece? Okay, interesting. Yeah, timepieces would be fine. But we have some attack timepieces that are relevant too. Multiple, even. Many more than multiple, even. Okay. Well, if you're not playing Gaming regularly, we can yoink that one. Or we can yoink the Navia one. Or we can yoink the Shenhe one. In fact, I'll probably swap the Shenhe one to this. Okay. Goblet. Situation. Not incredible. Although we have some 4-liners that are interesting. Okay. Come back to that, I guess. What weapon do we have again? Skyward. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Recommend leveling up, by the way, but that's fine. Oh, you also don't have Yai leveled fully. Should keep that in mind. We're missing a... Or not that she needs to be level 90, but... she'll gain a little bit from level 90 if you want to, but the important thing here is the extra, like, 5% crit rate that we get. So keep that in mind. We should add 5% crit. Okay, so... Attack, crit rate... You're not using a high, then let's be real. Yoink. Okay, so we got one glad piece. We got one Wanderer's Troop piece. And now we have 2 Wanderer's Troop pieces. And we need 1 more Glad piece. We could use this if need. Or we could try to level one of these 4-liners. We can probably finagle leveling 1 piece, right? So we do that. And then what do we have for attack goblets? Llama's on attack goblet. That's not ideal. I kind of want to go fix the llama build. Llama, by the way, should be on EM with as much ER as you can give her. Serenade can be fine. I like Deepwood Llama for various reasons, but yeah. Llama's biggest pain in the ass aspect is she's a unit that has a support. Oh shit. That requires a decent bit of investment into. I didn't expect the random freaking like almost 40 CV plus EM roll. VV Goblet. As much as VV is a wonderful set to use on Sucrose, you basically want EM main stats on her 99% of the time, and if we're putting an attack main stat on her, there is no difference between this piece and this piece for Sucrose, so we may as well use it on EI. Yeah, did not expect that goblet. There we go. Suddenly we have a good EI. By the way, the feather's not leveled. I mean, we could just equip the existing piece from Mona, and we'd be fine. But I think it'd be fun to level this. So double crit, high roll 4-liner. We probably have enough fodder. Oops, not 5-star. Okay, if it has one more bad roll, we'll bow out. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's a lot of crit rate, but sure. Aww, what? Okay, you should keep this piece basically forever, by the way, because, I mean, I don't know if you currently have HP scars that are relevant, but that is a very, yeah, like, I don't know, say a Yelan off piece in the flower. That's a cracked as hell off piece for someone. Bina, whatever. Voidinisa probably could use that as an off piece, so, you know. Is that the ideal piece to use in Yai? It might be fine, honestly. I don't think it's better than your other piece, though. Like, I actually think the EM stats on this other piece probably beat it out. So I don't think we need the crit rate that badly. And it only has a tiny bit more crit damage in exchange for minus 90 EM. Like, no, that's just worse, right? So I'm pretty sure this is ideal. 2600 attack, 294 EM. Nice balance. Like, I think it's pretty good. With Cryo Resonance, it'll have pretty consistent crits. Without Cryo Resonance, you're still fine. It's a nice balance. I don't know. Oh yeah, and I forgot. Yeah, she's not ascended. Duh. I forgot about the 5% crit rate. So, yep. Even without the ascension, you're probably fine. So I don't know. What are we expecting for the leaderboard here? I'm gonna guess top 2%. I'm not kidding. Whoops. I need to log out. What weapon? This is Skyward, which is on the leaderboard, which is nice. 2% might be a little bullish. A little bullish, but I think the build's actually pretty good. And then I think we're gonna go from top 76 to like top 2. Not number 2. that is not happening. But you know. Bam. Yeah, I friggin' nailed it. Oi. You can't say I don't fucking know my eyes. Can't tell me I don't know my fucking eyes. Nailed it. I like how, also, by the way, at least according to Akasha, she's now the best build character in your account. All I did was equip existing artifacts. So yeah. Anyways, it's how much there sometimes is just a knowledge check in this game. Everyone's seeing their eyes drop after this video. It's true, yeah. I have made maybe 5 people, at least 5 people, have a reduction in their rank in their Yai build. But not me. I didn't manage to... That would have been funny, by the way. It would have been very funny. Oh, my Yai dropped by 1. Sad, no longer rank 169. But it would have been very funny if I managed to equip someone's Yai build today with a build that was better than my 2pc2pc Yai, so I made my own build drop. Look at my llama. We can for a second. I don't know if you have the artifacts for it, but long and short, she just be on EM. So you have that, which is good. If you don't have, well, we have that. So I mean, you might be playing Eat Lua, and that might be why you put that on him. Who are you using with llama the most right now? You have Nefer, I guess. So you're probably just doing Nefer llama things. Okay. Oh, you don't? Do you not have Bina? Oh, you don't have Bina. Interesting. So, guys, you're not aware, Bina makes llama feel, or llama, makes Nefer feel a lot better to play. Oh wait, you do have Bina. I'm just fucking blind, because god damn it, the amount of times this game has tricked me with the characters that are in the active team and I haven't noticed. God damn it. So Albaid is a garbage set for Nefer, by the way. So this is where like a different build for llama comes in. So the recommendation is they're doing like 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM for getting more EM, and the reason is her entire buffing value is not entirety. Like you get red shred from her skills. You want her skill level up too, but her burst is what buffs the bloom, your lunar bloom talent damage, and also like non-talent damage if you're doing like whatever bloom hyper bloom team. But her burst is where the buff value is coming from. So you also want to like level up the talents more. Her burst is the main priority. Wait, it says her skill is the priority. Okay. Again, these things are based on source from recently active players. So it's wrong sometimes, and it's definitely wrong there. The skill is not the priority. The burst is the priority. But anyways, not that you need to burst on her, to be clear. Like, she's fine with just using as an E-bot, don't get me wrong, but like, this character's power and balance is loaded into her burst, and building her for EM to be able to burst every rotation is a very key factor in like whether or not you could comfortably clear Stygian or Abyss, even potentially with llama teams. I only say Abyss because of how freaking ridiculous Abyss has become lately with the conjunction of setups that, you know. Originally I used to say for Abyss it basically didn't matter to burst every rotation, but now it kind of does. So anyways, the easy option, since you have these pieces on Eat Lua, is just yoink these Eat Lua pieces, because they even have a large chunk of ER. Like, these are really good llama pieces, actually. For some reason, basically perfect llama pieces, frankly. I don't understand why your Eat Lua pieces are literally dream llama pieces. Like, what the hell, actually? What have you done? What the fuck? Bro, I don't even know where we get an off piece. How do you... Okay, so you have perfect llama pieces. But we can do 2-piece instead, and not steal from him. And then you do, for Nefer specifically, you do Serenade on Bina. So that is the problem, right? And I like Deepwood on Llama instead, and then I put Serenade on Bina still, and then I have like Instructors on Nilu as my default team that I played the most. But if you're playing with someone like Nahida, then you use Nahida on Deepwood, and then you should 2-piece on Llama, right? So to boost your horse team, yeah. Well, no, I understand. It's just funny. It's just funny seeing your perfect llama like Serenade pieces, but on Eat Lua. I understand, because they kind of functionally are built the same way. At the end of the day, it's just funny. So yeah, you want full EM on llama is ultimately what it is, and then you want Serenade on the team. So if it makes sense to put llama on Serenade, you can do that, right? But oh, where it went? I mean, okay, well, I have that here, so that's a 2-piece EM with ER. So I don't know if you are able to get to the point of having a Serenade build on Bina, which you kind of don't really currently have. Well, I guess you got this. This is not a bad Bina piece. It's fine. Certainly not incredible, but it's usable. Same thing with this piece. Could be a good Bina piece, right? Crit rate, HP. You might end up wanting crit rate main stat instead of crit damage main stat, but you know. You got some crit value there. Actually, wait. This is a level 12 piece, bruh. Okay, kind of want to level that up. Yeah, you got pieces that your Bina build could be usable on Serenade. Just with leveling the existing pieces here. So I would put Llama on a 2-piece build. So I can equip them, but I don't think we have the fodder for it right now. EM, ER. Let's see. It's not an onset. Is there any relevant onset here? No, not really. Okay, so then we... Oops. Then we just put, I guess, this kooky piece on. Because it has some ER stats. So, off-piece goblet. Yeah, need to level it up all the way. And, let's see, we still need a Wanderer's Troop piece. So, what if we do? Check Gilded Dreams. Check Day Carved. Check Wanderer's Troop. Okay. Do we have... Just checking if there's any other 2-piece EM sets I'm missing that we have. Oh, Albait, I guess. Okay. So, let's figure out the other Wanderer's Troop piece. I mean, that's ER with EM. The struggle is getting enough ER on this character. She basically feels like half the time she needs infinite energy. This is a EM ER 4-liner. I'm going to equip this. Unless we need a different piece. And that has... Oh, that has freaking 16 ER already. So yeah, just equip that. And then I guess we need an EM main stat piece here. So we don't have that. That's annoying. Okay. Okay, maybe we do Gilded Dreams instead. And then... Yeah, I guess we do Gilded Dreams instead. Which is unfortunate, but we have this. It's not that bad. Alright, there we go. And let's see. Let's pretend this has 2 ER rolls. Maybe that gets one more. We'll get at least probably like 3 or 4 more ER rolls. To put you at like 190 if you get 3 or 4 more ER rolls, and then you get the ER from this. Right now, that's in base. Never mind. I don't know. This is less ER than I'm comfortable with usually. For you, you'd probably be fine. I think you'll be fine. You're not clearing difficulty 5 of Stygian with regularity. I don't know if that's something you want to progress to in the future. But just leveling these pieces out of baseline, even if you get unlucky and they don't roll into ER, we'll be fine. That is my vibe. And if you really need more EM, you could put this ER timepiece on her instead. And that'll solve your EM problems as well. Or sorry, EM, your ER problems. And that would actually let you put more EM and substats on as well, potentially. Because it might give you an excess of ER, right? So, yep, there you go. That's the simple solution. But you gotta have the shit leveled still. Okay, before I leave, I want to level that Albait piece. Or not the Albait, the Serenade piece. Why? Because I don't know, relevant for Columbina. Wait, select Serenade. Wish I would have been able to swing getting Lama as C2 Nahida is crying. Yeah. I am not a big fan of how they balance Lama and basically just power crap Nahida, but oh well. Okay. No. I can't fathom a need for this. Okay. If it doesn't crit, we can stop. It did crit, of course. Of course it crit, because we have streamer luck. Attack with an ER roll already? Maybe, I don't know. Are you planning on getting Mualani? If not, I'm foddering that. Golden Troop, huh? Useless dookie-ass artifact set. Not really. I'm joking, but I think it's more valuable as fodder right now. Any Yai you have fixed today? I mean, I think we've tweaked every single Yai build today. The only one I didn't really end up improving was Angels, but that's just because the 2-piece options we had were like 5 billion unleveled 2-piece artifacts that like inevitably, if every potential artifact that had a chance at rolling in a way that was relevant was leveled, then we'd be in a reality where it made sense to do. Actually, you know what, I guess just this instead of this. And maybe this doubles. Nope. Not that, not that. 10% crit. This piece maybe? I don't know. What is this healing bonus piece? I don't know. EM healing bonus. Is there a use case for this on Deepwood? I mean, I don't know. Frina, you put Nahida on this freaking piece for more healing bonus, but like, meh. Yao Yao? Yeah, I guess. But like, you really want a non-crit circlet for Yayo? Don't you want Yayo on Fav? Kuki? No, you're doing EM on Kuki. But, I don't know. I guess I could just use these pieces. Also, why is there freaking Bloodstained? Are you doing some Bloodstained memes? I'm down. Ooh, that's a good piece. But I guess we can fodder them. Circlet works on Pamber? Yes. The Pamber is a set amount of healing, but it will scale with whatever the healing bonus status. I was farming for Noblesse. Oh, I see. Most people just farm for Noblesse in the strong box, but you know, if you need Noblesse pieces ASAP, that is a way to get it. Okay, come on, I believe. One more crit roll. Let's get a crack piece for Bina. Okay, Jesus. Damn. Alright, you're welcome. Streamer luck engaged. Also, I don't know if you had a Neffa, but cracked as fuck piece for a Neffa too, I should mention. Or, actually, wait, I forgot. Cracked as fuck piece for Yai. Although this would be an off piece, you know. But anyways, most likely just put it on Bina, frankly, for when you want to do Serenade Bina. Goddamn. Anyways. And then you can just like use, I mean, this could be fine. I don't want to level it right now. This could be fine too. It's a 4-liner, right? Like, you got multiple pieces that could be relevant or fine on Columbina. Honestly, one notable thing is having so much crit rate. And what weapon do we have? Fav Codex? Sure. Okay. Yeah, so no crit rate weapon, which is fine. But she gets, you know, what does she start at? She ascends with crit rate, so and then she gets 15 crit rate from her passive, so she starts at the 40% crit rate. This feather means now you're starting at a baseline with Serenade Bina with 55% crit rate, or 56% crit rate, we'll say 55. So that means like there's actually getting this really heavy crit rate feather means there's much more of a real possibility of being able to use this crit damage circlate, right? And also you can use this piece already, because it's, well, actually, you know what, fuck it. I believe I can get one more crit roll. Do it. Oh, damn it. Yeah, would have been nice if it was ER at least. But either way, worst case scenario, that is fine. It has 10 CV. Like, that piece plus, I guess, then an off piece. Like, let's see. Let's do the hypothetical of like, okay. Let's pretend this rolls, you know, let's be pessimistic and say it's one time in a crit rate. So we'll add one additional crit roll there. And then we'll assume off piece. Timepiece. And then we'll assume we don't need the ER. You probably would end up needing the ER for Neferteam, but so just assume the same timepiece for simplicity. We add add crit rate from the passive, add that, so that's added 15% crit rate. You're at 78, and add like, it'd be pretty unlucky not to get at least like 2 more crit rolls, but you'll get probably at least 1. But like let's say 2. And you're at over like 85% crit rate with the crit damage circle leveled up. You're over like 150% crit damage too, and maybe needs to switch to an AR timepiece for Nefer to get her burst every rotation. But then you can just switch dynamically between an ER timepiece and an HP timepiece if need be. There you go. Silken Moon is greater than Albeid, yeah. So, anyways, there we go. We fixed 3 characters in your account. You owe me a Welkin. No, that was the deal. I log into your account and you pay me, right? No, I'm joking. So yeah. I don't have a better 2pc2pc for her. That is better than my shadow set, unless I would strip from other units, which I don't want to, because I don't want to share artifacts. Yeah, I mean, that's the main scenario, realistically, where if you're unwilling to share artifacts, because like, which I get, because one, it's a pain in the ass, but I still think it's important to be aware of, because as part of the optimization process, I think you should be aware of the possibility of just changing some artifacts around temporarily if you need to eke out every little bit of damage you can. Because sometimes that might be what allows you to clear with, like, you know, 30 minutes of optimizing instead of 2 hours of optimizing, just because you put a 5% better build in your Yai with a 2-piece that stole 2-piece artifacts from characters you didn't actually need to use those better artifacts on, right? Like, let's say you're next Stygian, you have the Stellar Boss, and you're trying to use Yai on the Stellar Boss. I don't know how hard it'll be to clear, but just this is the hypothetical. You got Knuckle Duckle, and let's say you have, like, relevant artifacts for your, between, like, Flynn's and Anefa, that you could steal as 2-piece artifacts for Yai, right? But, like, you're clearing Knuckle Duckle at Fearless with, like, 20 seconds to spare. That means you don't need that good of artifacts on those characters to clear, but then, you know, you might be struggling to have enough damage to clear on the Stellar Boss. So you take some of those Flynn's and Anefa artifacts, maybe, you nerf their damage a little bit, but it's not going to affect your ability to clear when you have 20 seconds to spare. But then you put those on Yai, and you're going to have an easier time, right? Like, I think it's really important to understand that you have the ability to do that, even if you don't want to default to a 2-piece. So, yeah. Anyways. But yeah. I don't know. So, what's the conclusion? Is stream over? Kind of. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to log into any more accounts. You know what? I'll do one more vibe check one. I'm not going to log in, but I'll do one more vibe check. But I think the overall conclusion is, and by vibe check, I mean I will randomly select one more. So I can just, and I'll just check it out on Enka and be like, okay, do I think, like, how confident am I that I could get a better build? Oh, god damn it. Okay. Oh, I still had it selected. We need to do wheel. Oh, god damn it. I did a character review. Oh, I didn't see that. Give cats a treat? Okay, apparently got a bunch of things. Alright, no idea if you're here in Neko Des, but here, let's do a vibe check review. Alright, what? Oh, I gotta grab the UID. Alright. Thank you, Sleepy. But yeah, this was the last account, sorry, that we logged into. I don't know, I think the general experiment was fun. Again, I don't think this would be as confident, like, if I just let you choose any character, I think it'd be less likely. So, if I do this in the future, it might be, like, non-main DPSs only, because main DPSs are much more likely to result in the 4-piece being worth it, I feel like. Especially with the newer artifact sets, but not necessarily the case for, like, Sandrone, but it's definitely harder, I think, to get a compelling 2-piece on Sandrone compared to Yai, right? But not insanely so, necessarily. So, do it with Mizuki? Yeah, maybe we'll do it with Mizuki. Because I could see this happening with Mizuki, where people are like, oh, 4-piece Gold of Dreams is the best, or 4-piece VV is the best, or 4-piece new set is the best, and it's like, well, or just 2-piece. But right now, it seems like Theory Crafters are actually recommending 2-piece more than they normally are, which is a good thing. So, hopefully that won't actually happen with with Mizuki. Whereas, like, Yai, I think it's something like people should have more strongly emphasized how it's very viable to use 2-piece enough that you might literally have a better 2-piece on build in your account than a 4-piece. So with this one would be a little bit harder, but the attack isn't that high. Like, we have no attack percent substats. It's a good balance of crit value, but it's also not insane. This is an AR60 account. So, what 2-pieces does he use? Who? Mizuki doesn't even have a compelling 4 set? Yeah, which is, I think, a good thing. So, yeah, but I don't know. I really strongly feel that Theory Crafters, when they're making recommendations for sets, need to factor in more that there is no neutral context when it comes to artifacts. So, like, I think there's a simple solution for this, right? In that, what Theory Crafters need to do, instead of just, like, treating equivalent substats as the assumed standard, when recommending how to build characters, is you need to assume something like a character like Yai, who has a lot of different artifact sets that have options, that including artifact sets that most players that were playing the last year have actively farmed. And it seems like they're continuing to release relevant artifact sets for Yai, for 2-piece attack, or 2-piece EM sets that could continue to be that way. So like, you should do a calculation when it comes to recommending artifact sets for building characters. If a character can have 2-piece 2-piece, you assume that they will have more options for 2-piece 2-piece than the 4-piece set, right? And so you assume like, I don't know exactly what we should assume for more substats, but assume like 4 more substats, maybe 5 or 6, I don't know, right? Assume some amount more substats on a 2-piece 2-piece build in evaluating the relevance of the 4-piece build for people, right? And so, but like nobody does that, right? And it's not that hard of a thing to do if you're already calcing like artifact sets. You should just type in extra stats, right? But anyways, it's just a thing that I think people are too used to doing things in the same way they've always done things for spreadsheeting without actually trying to account for like how things actually are when anyone actually builds a character rather than in the spreadsheet. So anyways, this build I'm pretty sure I'd be able to get a better 2-piece 2-piece. I don't know how old the account is. They cleared dire difficulty though, and they clear theater, they clear abyss. They have a lot of characters. Again, I 100% could like stealing some artifacts from existing characters like Flynn's and whatever. But I'm pretty sure I could even improve it without stealing from Flynn's. Or without stealing from characters in general. I'm willing to bet. I don't think this is a good enough 4-piece that couldn't be beat. It's probably like a top 4 or 5% build. Yeah, top 3%. I'm close enough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could beat this. On this account. Like, this is an account that if they're clearing dire difficulty, I know this account has... probably has capped different kinds of weird options for artifacts. I think it's far more likely I'd be able to clear it. And there's nothing that's like super standout on real value here that I think I wouldn't be able to beat it out. But the only real question would be maybe they've neglected Gladiators and Wanderer's Troop and they just have nothing leveled or something. Because that could limit some options. But yeah.
I hope it provides a moment of peace.
Anyways,
all the same.
so yeah, that's where we'll leave it. Only unit I've done 2-piece 2-piece for is Llama, but I think I have a pretty good gilded build on my LFM, but I don't know if a 2-piece 2-piece is better for him. Yeah, again, it just depends on how invested your 4-piece build is. Like, if you, it's not gonna be the same for every account, as we saw. Wasn't the same today. That one account, if that one account continues to regen refresh until the end of time, you know, they'll probably forever be in a state where 4-piece is better, right? The more resin you spend in trying to get a 4-piece, the less likely a 2-piece can beat it out, right? So. Okay, welcome to getting banned. Actually, I'll just time them out for 24 hours. I don't know. Anyways, actually, I don't know. Why did I should have just banned that kind of person. Whatever. Somebody on YouTube was spamming UID review and then like the number and then UID review number again, and they spammed it like 5 times. So, you know. Anyways, feed the cats? Yeah, we can go give the cats treats. And then... Did we do polearms only? I think we did log into polearms only, right? Yeah, okay. We'll feed the cats. Do we have anyone who want to raid? I guess I can go find someone to raid after. Did you? I think I did. Did I not? My review? Oh, yeah. Whoops. Do your review, and then Yai. I think I did polearms only. I think I did. I feel like every Yai I'm gonna look at now, I'm just gonna be like, I bet you could do a better 2-piece. I bet you could do a better 2-piece. Also, holy hell, that goblet. I'm trying to determine whether or not the 2-piece would still use one of these artifacts, but yeah, I'm pretty sure this could be beaten with a 2-piece 2-piece. I'm curious what Akasha's gonna say for attack percent rolls for this build. Oh wait, she's top 1,000? Really? Wow. I still think I might be able to. I'm not kidding. I guess the timepiece is better than I thought it was. Interesting. It'd probably be... Yeah, maybe it depends. I don't know. The problem is this is another build, like, so this is 100% crit rate with cryo resonance. Like, I am more willing to bet I could beat this build with a 2-piece if there was a non-cryo resonance leaderboard, right? So, like, I definitely think you should try to have more crit rate on your build, considering how cryo resonance with Yai seems very fake. So I will say that, and that might be a reason to switch to 2-piece for you, because you might have a better balance of stats with cryo resonance, but with 2-piece without cryo resonance, that is. Or maybe you won't. I don't know. It depends. That's just the vibe I get here. That's all. Sorry, what's the substat part? I want to see how attack is. Attack gives you 578, EM gives you 477. Okay. So it's possible attack timepiece could be better than for you, but it's probably just down to substats more than anything. So it's definitely not a given. You'd have to have at least similar or better substat quality for attack timepiece to be competitive, but you can consider it. Especially with future teams, right? Where having more stellar damage bonus sources from Odette and the new support set probably makes attack timepiece more noticeably better, but yeah. By the way, speaking of... Again, Akasha has been like, it's been a cool thing, I think, but mark my words, I bet Yai's leaderboard will never get updated to include Odette and the new stellar support set, which is like really dumb, by the way. It means after next patch, if this doesn't get updated, Hexen Circles will, I bet. I bet Hexen Circles leaderboards will. But it means if Akasha doesn't update and add like Odette with the stellar support set factored into this calculation, the Yai leaderboards will forever be kind of stupid on Akasha after today, for what it's worth. So, again, we were just using the leaderboards, to be clear, as like a simplified measurement tool, which is fine. It wasn't to say that like the builds that is your highest ranking is the build you should only consider using, right? So yeah. Anyways, mine's kind of Akasha's game with a 63 crit rate, and she's top 87. Nice. Can you do a better 2-piece? You shouldn't do a better 2-piece though, even if you can, because I want to. I don't want, if you're rank 87 and you can do a better 2-piece, that'd be funny, but I don't want you to, because I want to still say that I have the best 2-piece, okay? Because I have the #1 Yai with 2-piece, which I think is fun. Anyways, my stellar build is optimizer for Nicole, so my rank is ass. Yeah, there's that too. So yeah. Anyways, Hexen Circle will probably be more up to date over time. So keep that in mind with Akasha things. Don't over focus on Akasha rank. You gotta understand more than just Akasha rank is important for how you balance your builds. So yep. Also, by the way, I didn't even mention this stream. Enemies can change whether or not cryo resonance is up too. Because like they can have elemental shields, for example, where you can't have them have cryo on them, and then you lose cryo resonance even when it was going to be up normally. So like, oh fun, let me try. Yeah, okay, let us know. The new boss. Oh, does the new boss have a shield that has a aura? I didn't know. I haven't seen the new boss at all. I haven't looked at any of the creator server videos. Wait, that was out? Was that last night or that was out tonight? I don't know. Kind of lost track of time because of family visiting. Should watch creator experience videos. They were out earlier today. Okay, is that an earlier time than normal? I mean, it's not that much earlier. It's still like the same 24-hour period, but Onk still got it. Why does the Jeff post a video called Onk still? Oh, it's Arlecchino. I get it. So are we saying, wait, Jeff actually said Arlecchino still fine to pull for? Did anyone watch that video? Is that what Jeff said? That Arlecchino still fine to pull for? No, of course. Okay. Common Jeff L. There you go. Nah? Okay. So he just fucking lies in his titles. Cool. I understand, Jeff. I understand. He said she's fine, not meta. Yeah, but neither is Moika at this point, frankly. Like, fuck off if you think Moika's meta. Unless you're operating on dire difficulty. But if he's not operating on only clearing dire difficulty, Moika fucking ain't meta either. You don't fucking need Moika. You really, really don't. They didn't balance any Natlan boss in a way that actually makes you need Moika to any meaningful degree. CMC to be the new meta. So, that's the important comparison. As far as like Pyro DPSs that are available, like, the difference between Moika and Arlecchino don't matter that much. Would I recommend Arlecchino? For any main DPS, I only think you should pull units that you think you will play. And that you think you will get long value from long term. It is very relevant to have a main I should get this off screen. It's very relevant, in my opinion, to have the ability to do a main I did do poems only. To do a main DPS Pyro unit. And the key thing with Arlecchino is she's extremely adaptable. And it's also notable that instead of like pulling a new Pyro DPS, like this was something I said when Moika came out originally, is like, okay, argument here. If you already have Arlecchino, and we're talking pulling a new 5-star, you can pull Moika and have the new Pyro creep Pyro 5-star. Or you could pull C1 Arlecchino, which pretty much functionally bridges the gap between her and Moika entirely. Like sure, there's still a difference, but depending on exact team context and enemy context, obviously, and whatever, especially with how, depending on what kinds of gameplay optimization you want to do, but like, the difference is small enough that it doesn't matter. And so like, if you're already started with C0 Arlecchino and you don't have Moika, do you pull Moika because you need a Pyro DPS with a little bit more damage than Arlecchino? Or you could just use your existing Arlecchino and pull C1 if you needed that. If you need a Pyro DPS to be stronger, right? Now, if you don't have Arlecchino or Moika currently, like, Moika is the stronger at a baseline, but frankly, you have to be willing, in my opinion, to optimize Moika to get true value from her at this point. And I think Arlecchino's versatility, team versatility for being able to adapt to different kinds of teams more and not being reliant on shoving a fucking Natlan unit in the team is better. So, he said the difference was small and getting C1 was better than Mav. Okay, so at least he acknowledges that then, which is important. Like, so yeah, I strongly feel that if you have no Moika and you have C0 Arlecchino and you want a stronger Pyro DPS, that it's probably smarter just to pull C1 Arlecchino. So, anyways, or you can pull C2 Arlecchino, C4 Mav, C2 R1 Xylo, Causal R1 for max mono Pyro. Yeah, there you go. Moika's a tiny bit advantageous because she's a claymore and blunt damage. That's fair. Yeah, like she's a bit more relevant for like the moon gecko kind of thing. Yeah, that's true. I haven't noticed that as much because I have, you know, I have plenty of like coverage for different elements. It's a purposeful thing. I've gone in my direction. My account is to have coverage for all kinds of mechanics like that. But and Moika is someone that covers that, so that's definitely true. My counterpoint would be Overload exists, but getting Arlecchino Overload to the point where you can clear Moon Gecko is quite hard, right? So when it comes to the Moon Gecko specifically, it's a little bit more complicated, right? But yeah, and this is like, yeah, all like non-DPS argument, because like, I don't think the DPS difference between Moika and Arlecchino matters that much. And also, all the Moika, like, min-maxers, I bet you most of them, that the ones that can like do the good combos, I bet 7please probably knows there's more complicated combos for like Arlecchino melt, but I bet he hasn't practiced them. Right. And he might be aware of it, they exist. But he might not be aware of like the difficulty and like how easy it would be to recommend doing one or the other. And I'm not gonna say Arlecchino melt combos are easy, because I haven't practiced them either. Right. 7 can probably do them. Oh yeah, 7 would probably do them, but I don't think 7 wants to do them, because I think 7 is a little bit too much of a I want to play the strongest thing possible. And I think he gets more satisfaction from how he optimizes Moika combos, and that's fine. But like, that's not a reason to recommend to other people Moika over Arlecchino is kind of my point, right? So, anyways, And yes, yeah, you can't really min-max most combos in actual dire bosses, and 7 definitely understands that. 7 in his own videos has mentioned multiple times where routing for enemies matters far more than combo optimization. Understanding the baseline for combo optimization is just important for how you can optimize your damage during certain windows, essentially. But being able to route your fight, especially in Stygian with no energy start, is really freaking important. It's 99% of the optimization I do is routing. Like, that's what all the Lohan stuff was mostly. Like I have to be a little bit good with how I decided to do certain things with Lohan, and like, but like as far as like combo optimization for Lohan, it's not like I was Bote or I'm getting 2 extra charge attacks out that I otherwise wouldn't be if I didn't do perfect input times. Like I wasn't. There was damage on the table from doing that technically still. But it was much more important to just like figure out the weird minor nuances of things. And it took me hours of doing that, but eventually I was able to do that and get to a sub 100 second clear with Lohan on a fucking super kinetic team with 4-star teammates. But Lohan's a garbage character. So anyways, no, Arlecchino's not a value pull, but I also think literally no main DPS is a value pull in the current state of the game. Like, I don't think it's single one. I don't think Vesna is going to be. I don't think Sandrone is a particularly high value pull. I do not think Mawika is a high value pull. I do not think, with how they're currently balancing units, I do not think any main DPS is a value pull. My prediction right now, by the way, is Voidyanitsa is going to be a Llama-style buffer for Stellar Swirl. And that means, like, Vesna is, maybe she'll be, like, fine. Like, maybe Vesna without Voidyanitsa will be equivalent or maybe slightly worse than Mizuki, or maybe just worse. But then Voidyanitsa will probably uplift Mizuki just as much as Vesna, and maybe Vesna will be a little bit better. But like, that means like, why the fuck do you need to pull Vesna? Vesna's not going to be a value pull. Unless you want to play Vesna, right? To be clear, I don't think Mizuki's gameplay is going to be that interesting. So like, if I wasn't committed to skipping main DPSs, would I be maybe interested in Vesna? Yeah. Mizuki's a good pick on the standard selector? Yeah. Oh god, it's gonna be so funny if we don't get it. Like, it would really explain why they're fine with her, Mizuki being as strong as she is. But also, they're giving Traveler for free, so I'm inclined to think they're also fine giving Mizuki for free, but maybe not, I don't know. The thing is, Mizuki you can get for free, in quotes, from Standard Banner, right? So like, or from losing a 50-50. Like, for many people, they've already gotten Mizuki for free, in going for other characters. So like, I don't think they are going to not do a Standard Banner selector unless they're trying to pull a Zenless and get like a marketing dub by being like, whoa, look, we're giving you limited units as well. But I don't think they would be specifically giving away limited units with the intent of preventing people from getting Mizuki. I think like that's a little bit too like, I don't think that's their decision making process. We'll probably be able to choose Mizuki. Yes, Mizuki's in the anniversary. Like, the anniversary will be in 7.1, and in 7.1 is when you will be able to choose a free constellation. So everyone in 7.1, assuming you can choose a Standard Banner unit, and assuming you played during 7.0, because you had to have played the 6 weeks beforehand, will be able to get C1 Mizuki in that patch. Even if you have no Mizuki, right? So, yeah. Anyways, I think it's interesting. Well, what we're going into. I feel like it's just going to be Lunar Shield, where it's still going to feel like ass to use old characters, which is the thing that annoys me the most. But I feel like we're going to have less pressure to need to pull as many 5-stars. Like, the fact that there's plenty of context where I can see it's fine to not pull Odette, despite I think Odette being a high value pull for having different team options. I think there's plenty of people that can get away without having Odette easily, right? We'll see exactly how that turns out. But yeah, I don't see why Mizuki won't be, because he was on the last one. Well, if they do a Zenless thing, like Zenless just didn't give out. Zenless chose 5 random limited units that you could get the character and the weapon for instead of doing a Standard Banner unit, Standard Banner thing. You're not pulling Odette? That is not what I was saying. I am pulling Odette. I said I can see plenty of reasons that people would be fine not pulling Odette. Right? If you have Sandrone and Yai already, I think you're probably fine to skip Odette. It might hurt long term, especially if we get to the point when you need multiple stellar teams. But like if you have Yai Sandrone team clearing one stellar boss at Fearless, and then if they do another stellar boss at the same time, you know, then you can use Mizuki CMC. Like maybe that'll be fine, right? And then the Sarita. Like maybe people are skipping Odette because they just want to go all in the Sarita, right? Like I think there's plenty of people that will be fine to skip Odette. I think she's a high value pull for having team options for clearing content in the next year. But I think she's like, you can be fine skipping her. So, anyways. Point is, all main DPSs are low value pulls. Pull the main DPS you think you're going to get value from long term. If you want my opinion, the main DPSs that you are most likely to get value from long term are the ones that you like playing a lot and have team versatility. This is why I really like Arlecchino. It's why I really like, it's why I liked Moika more on my first impression until I started to hate her over time. Because she had more team versatility than I thought she was going to have originally. But then, you know, and did I say Lohan? Lohan also is super versatile. Anyways, pull for who you like, not better. But yeah, but my point is, if you want to pull for ability, if you want to pull who you like and be able to clear the game's content, which is like more of a meta mindset, you should pull who you like and pull the units that synergize with the units you like, right? Like I think most people will probably be getting like new team options that would be fun to do something with Odette, right? Like I don't know. Like I would want Odette even without Yai in my enjoyment of Yai. I want Odette so that I can like do things with Lanyan, right? Why we pulled Mizuki Seg for Lanyan? I don't think Mizuki Seg for Lanyan is better than Sackfrags. I'm pretty sure. New sword with Pyro MC. It should make Pyro MC quite a bit stronger. So, yeah. Then the new sword might make me want to... The fact that there's just like one default weapon you can have Traveler on, you can balance their build around that, and they get so many free stats now, like... It makes Traveler a lot more compelling just generically for every element, frankly. So, yeah. Risley and Yaimin, you're eating good these days? Yeah. You have a question about Lanyan? Hit me. Oh, we need to do cat treats. I forgot. And then we'll end the stream.
Inactivity serves no purpose.
Should not swirl when using E? No. When you press her E, I don't know exactly how they implemented it because it seems weird sometimes. Oh wait, you know what I should do? I think my phone is. Oh no, it's only 21%. I'll unplug it. So. There we go. When you use her E, she does? Does she? What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure she doesn't. I could have sworn I checked this like forever ago. I've done so much testing with Lanyan. But like, her E activation doesn't do any damage directly, if I recall. And it doesn't apply any element, therefore it doesn't do a swirl. It does a check around her for what elements are. It does a check for what elements on enemies around her exist, and there's a priority order that it lists, right? And then she gets the infusion on the shield based on that, and you need that infusion to be able to get her rings to do a ton of damage. Otherwise, you only get like a few hits of anemo. So you can still swirl even if you don't get the infusion, to be clear. But you don't get the extra elemental durability if you need that, but that's not the end all be all. And you don't get the extra hits. And you don't get the extra elemental application from her infusion either. So the hits do swirl off enemies? Yeah, the hits. But that's her E cast. Her E casts. Her E activation does not. Like, when you E on Lanyon, like, the reason that's important is when you E on Lanyon and swap off, there's reasons to just E on Lanyon and not spend the time if you're using it on a support level. To not throw out the rings. I think most of the time you should, to be clear. But it's also important to be aware of that for triggering effects. Because I thought that we were asking this for the purpose of the question, like Mizuki's sake, right? I don't remember which portion it is, but one of the portions of Mizuki's EM buff for her SIG, I believe, requires triggering a swirl, right? And so if you trigger a swirl after her skill is cast and has done its damage, and you're not getting a skill reset, and if you're C6, you have one extra skill, sure. But you only get one extra skill every, like, a few rotations with C6. So there you go. Let's talk about instructors. Yeah, then it matters for instructor timing too. It's a good thing for instructor timing that her swirl, she gets a swirl in the follow-up hits. But yeah, it means you gotta send out the ring if you want to get a swirl most of the time. Or if you want to... Here, if you want to do a swirl, you either have to do a skill cast, but it'll have a delay to it. And the way that Lanyon swirls is kind of weird because she'll swirl, but then she'll like reapply the element immediately after. At least if you have C1, I think it might be a little different without C1 because she hits less times. I think she might still reapply the element after with C1 or without C1. All right, one more for Ashu. You're like, dude, just hold it in your mouth, bro.
The world remains constant over the centuries.
There we go.
But human life is
DDC1 allows them to make things disappear. That's true.
Transitory.
DDC1 turns them into a vacuum cleaner. Lanyon auto depth banner. I mean, Lanyon last rerun with... Did she get a rerun at all since Arlecchino? No, I don't think she has. She last ran with Arlecchino. Like, I think they purposely seemed to put a shielder on Arlecchino's banners. And Lanyon is one. There's a rumor that like leeway buffs is something they're going to target. There's a chance Lanyon's passive gets tweaked to have a direct stellar swirl multiplier. I could see it happen. But even if they don't, Lanyon is still one of the compelling units to play for stellar swirl. So you can definitely do like Lanyon, Odette, CMC, right? And I think that's interesting. Eons on or Chev? Yeah, they're probably not going to put Eons on because for whatever reason, I think Hoya versus Dom... But I don't blame them that much, I guess, because I think most of the community doesn't freaking seem to realize... A lot of people do at this point, but I think a lot of the community thought just Eons on was like a Veressa slave, and apparently Hoya versus internalized that too, so Eons on seems doomed to be paired with Veressa, which is just terrible. Maybe she reruns with Muika, but she didn't get rerun with Muika last time, which sucks. So, like, that was thought to be one of the upsides of the Muika banner, frankly. And then they reran Muika last time, and she had the worst fucking 4 stars for her. Like, I believe I yapped about it at the time how that, like, in my opinion, made Muika go from already where I only really felt like you should pull Muika if you really liked her. And now with like no compelling forces on her banner, it was just like, ugh, really, you should really only pull from Muika if you're sure you wanna get into Muika stuff. Like not giving Muika the relevant 4 stars for when like Muika's power level is significantly tied to how invested those relevant 4 stars are for her is ass. Her banner with Emily's better. It had eons on. Yeah, yeah. It was that was the probably if anything the best one we get banner. So anyways, second banner on the rerun side doesn't really get considered when they go for 4 stars. Yeah, that's why I'm not sure about it. Is like they might be prioritizing Stellar Swirl 4 stars, but like I don't know. Who did they run with Sandrone? Because Diona's free, so they're probably not rerunning Diona. I don't think they feel a need to. Maybe they will, I guess, but like I think they're gonna put a 4-star at least that like has specifically stellar synergy, right? So Beto or Diona. Is there anyone else? No, it's just Beto and Diona, right? Fremine? Maybe Fremine just because he hasn't rerun forever. Yehoda? Maybe. I don't know. Yehoda is much more likely to run on their banner. They just got reruns though? Yeah, that's why I was asking who ran with Sandrone. Oh, Diana Beto Fremine was on. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Yeah. So yeah, Diana Beto just reran. So like, I forgot I asked that question. I'm dumb. My brain had moved on. Like, yeah, like maybe they run Beto or Diona again, I guess, but otherwise, I don't know. Like Alyosha's obviously there, but maybe Alyosha's just intended to be the one Stellar Swirl 4-star unit for the banner. So that actually makes me think, like with Beto and Diona just rerunning, I think it'd be a little unusual if either of them ran again, especially with a free Diona, right? So I think they'll probably just have Alyosha be the only like direct Stellar 4-star intended unit there. And then I think Lanyan has a high chance, and then we might actually have a decent chance of Chevers in the banner because of that. They're not going to put Chevers with freaking Flintons in an Effa, right? So, and also it'd be good, like, I feel like there's a non-zero amount of people that would more strongly consider Odette if Chevers is on banner. There's a lot of people that still want C6 Chevers. It's still very relevant. So, you know what? That's my prediction. Alyosha, Lanyan, Chevers. There you go. I think that'd be a good banner. Also, I want Lanyan on banner because then more people get Lanyan cons. And, maybe they'll start to appreciate Lanyan more and more. Anyways. And then I can also cope that if they put Lanyan on Odette banner, I can continue cope theory crafting that she'll get a Stellar Swirl direct multiplier buff. So at least it'll feel more like... Because the problem with... Cat, why are you in the fucking toilet? God damn it. You have a water bowl. That's what I get for not putting the toilet cover down. You know, we want to see the cat on the fucking toilet.
Transitory.
Bro, what if I hiss at him? He's looking at me. That worked. He got out of the fucking toilet. Great.
All the world holds dear.
He's so concerned.
Drop of constant motion. I stand before it.
There we go.
Alone and unchanged.
Lohan synergizes perfectly with Eon Zone, and it makes it worse that she's funny run with him. Yeah. Lucky to have gotten her C6 and shown him better. Yeah, I'm unironically like, as far as 4 stars, I've made the decision multiple times to like purposely try to go for 4 stars to C6, right? The smartest time I did that was with Chevreuse, where I got, you know, I chose to pull extra on her initial release banner on my main account. And that was not with the intent to get C6 initially, but it was with the intent that I wanted to make it easier to get C6 in the future. And I think that was a good decision. Where, because I got C4, she's why I have C1 Raiden on my main account. And I was fine with that because Chevreuse is just too good to like Chevreuse is good enough. I think that's fine to get 5 stars that aren't even that useful for her. And part of the logic was like, hey, maybe I'll get C2 Raiden eventually. If only she showed up early. I'm still tempted to. I don't know. How do we feel? So the thing is, again, I did the like big ol' account fixing with Mitsu. Mitsu's gonna make sure I get Odette no matter what, basically. I could go to Pity and risk a 50-50. The problem is it means less Alyosha copies. And not that Alyosha copies are the end all be all at this point, but I still think it'd be nice to have C6 if I could have a chance of getting it. And then I also think I should save my funds and like current Pity, because like in the reality where I just win my 50-50 for Odette, I could stop there. Any extra pulls I could choose maybe to like do some YOLO pulls on the banner, just because, I don't know, Arlecchino weapon banner. I wouldn't mind having the scythe. I want her scythe more than C2, frankly. The main reason is like I keep on now that I have Lohen especially, Jade Spear and Homa is floating around to different characters that like Arlecchino never has a default weapon anymore, and I kind of just want her scythe so she has a weapon that never needs to be on anyone else. You didn't have it? No, I don't have Arlecchino's weapon. And I will be one of the people using Odette in a way that I think I actually will be using her burst. So I think I would actually get more value from Odette Sig. But I don't know. I don't know. What about my riding all the time, but Chev was worth? Yeah. But yeah, the other time I think going for the 4-star cons was worth was when I made the decision, like, whatever, I'll get copies of Shanyu. Like, remember Eonson released? I had a Radiance guarantee and like wishes saved up such that like getting C6 Eonson, I had two guarantees in a row. I was essentially guaranteed to get 2 5-stars of my choice at minimum. And that was if I got really lucky with Eonson. And I ended up getting 3, to be clear. I got 2 copies of Shan Yun, so I got C2 and C3 Shan Yun. The only reason I chose to go Shan Yun was just because on the off chance I got really lucky with 5 stars, early 5 stars, I could have maybe gone for C6. Like, I had enough wishes that was possible, right? Unlikely, but possible. And then, but because I didn't get super lucky with Shan Yun copies, I switched over to Veressa. And in hindsight, I kind of wish I gotten C1 Veressa instead, but whoop-de-frickety-do. It doesn't really matter. And like, Veressa was fun to have. I haven't really played her much. She feels kind of clunky to me, and it's just not my favorite. But like, the core decision of like, yeah, let's get C6 Eonson so I don't have to fucking worry about getting this character C6 in the future, I think was a good one. Even though it's like felt kind of weird wasting the Capturing Radiance guarantee. And especially in hindsight being like, that's 2 guarantees in a row that I basically got very little value from. But like, man, C6 Eonson's kind of good. But if you leave it to fate, if you win Raiden, you get C2. If you lose, you tell her to buzz off on Odette max. I mean, if I win Raiden, yeah, I get C2. Tell her to buzz off on Odette max. I mean, yes. If I lose, I would be saving the guarantee. I want to be clear. Like, I wouldn't be going to Pity again. I'm not spending money for C2 Raiden. It would be completely on getting a 50-50 win. So, it's just a problem of, like, I also kind of want Linnea now. So, like, the smart decision is just not to. I also still kind of want C2 Raiden. I don't know. It's C2 Raiden, right? 140 pulls for a single copy for C6 on Arlecchino banner. That's awful. That was my initial wishing experience for Longyun. So, oh, C6 Prune. For how little I've been playing Barca, no. But also, yes, in the level of, like, it's kind of nice that I can just default to Prune with Barca most of the time. Like, I don't know. I thought I was gonna like using Prune in weird scenarios more than I did. And I didn't. Like, she's not a bad character by any means. She's interesting. But, like, my god, she has way too many conditions to her kit. Like, Prune is basically like, what if Hexarai units were designed like Nodcry units? That's what Prune is to me. It's just like, unless I'm playing her with Varka, I don't fucking want to play her most of the time. Because at least with Varka, I know she works fully. That's basically it. What if Yehoda but Hex? Yeah, what if Yehoda but Hex, but, you know, didn't have the clunkiness issue, but still super team restrictive and forgetting her utility. So, anyways. Yeah. But, I don't know. Like, I don't think I should. I'm not that tempted by it. Like, I want C2 Raiden. I do. But at this point, I am not like it's not like it's gonna like what am I gonna do with C2 Raiden? Like, oh, Benefa is stronger. Wow. Like I would like to make it so Benefa it's ideal to have Raiden on the DPS set rather than Serenade. That would be nice. It's not really needed. So yeah, whereas Odette, I don't know. I'm more willing to go all in on Odette banner, and if I get lucky on Odette and choose to stop, that's fine too, because then that saves me resources for Linnea. Right? Because if I win the 50-50 for Odette and choose not to go more for Alyosha copies or whatever, then save my pulls for Linnea, save my pulls for Voidinitsa. And if I have a lot of extra pulls with Linnea, I might even consider going for Linnea cons, because frankly, C1 Linnea seems fun, because Lumi more boom, and then C2 Linnea is Lumi even more boom boom, and then modifies the reaction to do a lot more damage too, which I think is cool, because that means C2 Linnea with like Noelle or whatever else makes the reaction itself do a lot more damage, and that's cool. So yeah, Odette is fun. I think she'll be fun. I don't know. I think the gimmick of a off-fielder that like is intended to do a nuke of damage, and then she does a little bit of damage off-field, but like Odette works in a way where you do E and you do E again, and you can also do QE. You do E and you do an E again with a nuke of damage, and then she transfers a buff that she gave herself to increase her E damage, her nuke damage. She transfers that buff to the other units in the team. I think that's a cool gimmick at a baseline. It's nothing like super inventive gameplay-wise, don't get me wrong. I don't think she's going to be like nuanced to do gameplay of. Like you press E and you press E. Or you press Q sometimes and you press E. So yeah. But I think the animations are fun. I think her teams will be interesting from a like quick swap gameplay level. It's part of why I don't like the idea of Sandrone at all with her, because Sandrone is again, Sandrone can be swapped out, but Sandrone doesn't have a reward function for being swapped out. She has a punishment function for being swapped out, because you actively lose meaningful damage potential by swapping out Sandrone. So like, you know, whereas like, I don't know, CMC Yai Odette seems far more fun and far more quick swappy, and I'm pretty sure you can fit in an Odette burst to a CMC team. Like, nuke is stronger than Linnea's? Oh yeah, I'm aware. Like, it's a nuke. It's definitely a nuke. So, yeah. Anyways, she's basically Linnea if Linnea always did a Lumi nuke, essentially. Right? But then was balanced in a little bit different way because of that. That's kind of the vibe. So, yeah, I don't know. I like her. And I appreciate that we didn't get an off-fielder that, like, it's crazy. We have an off-fielder that's releasing that doesn't heal or give a shield or red shred. She just gives, like, some damage bonus that just transfers off of her. Crazy. She's just Lumi. I mean, she's kind of Lumi. She's kind of Columbina. She's kind of a bunch of things. Again, team cores are more important than anything. Team cores is a better comparison if we want to compare to last year. So, yeah. She's got vibes of various traits of things. I think they did a good job with her. So, yeah. Anyways, we should go raid someone. I guess that's all for YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Thanks for joining. Stream on Sunday probably will be Twitch only, though. Because I think it's going to be just doing the event. Because Sunday is the last day for the event.
Serves no purpose whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll stream that on YouTube. Maybe. Maybe just because I need more people to talk to while we're doing a really boring thing. Bye-bye, YouTube. It's fun. I might enjoy it. I don't know. We'll see.